Chapter 201 Arrange a Trap. Hotel Explosion. Along narrow road outside of Paris, a long platoon of armored personnel carriers drove towards the prison in the distance. The prison is more than 100 kilometers away from Paris, surrounded by green mountains. Except by helicopter, the steep winding road is the only way to get to the prison. The prison terrain is dangerously easy to defend and difficult to attack, and is specially used to detain serious prisoners and prisoners with special status. Ivan Vank was detained here. The armored personnel carrier passed the checkpoint pass and finally drove into the prison hidden in the valley. The soldiers in the car got out of the car one by one and stood neatly in front of the prison. These soldiers wore black full protection bulletproof vests and were full of majestic temperament. They did not carry weapons, and only held a metal riot stick in their hands. The heavy door opened, and all the heads and brains of the prison came out. Warden, Commander. The highest leaders on both sides stepped forward to shake hands. After a conversation, the leaders of both sides walked into the prison building, followed by two black soldiers in a row. The prison building is dark and damp. There are 500 independent prisons on 6 floors, and there are thousands of prison guards. Seeing these strangely dressed soldiers in black armor, the prisoners were very curious, and they all slumped on the prison windows to look at them. The group first went to the -1st floor of the prison area and came to the special prison where Ivan Vank was held. Even in this prison, he is still the most special person, with a team of 50 guards dedicated to guarding him. Ivan's independent prison is comparable to a bank vault. The entrance is equipped with a state-of-the-art electromechanical lock, surrounded by a 50 centimeters thick high-strength alloy, which can withstand the bombing of 120 mm tank shells. Several prison guards worked together to open the heavy door, and the two big leaders stepped in. An unpleasant smell hit, and the commander immediately frowned and covered his mouth and nose. Looking around, Ivan was sitting on a square iron chair with his head drooping and unconscious. He didn't have a good piece of skin on his body, and the ground was dripping with blood. Obviously, during the time he was in custody, he had endured unimaginable abuse. The commander frowned and asked, "Have you spoken in this way?" The warden shook his head and said, "This guy has a very hard mouth. He didn't speak for a whole night during the trial." The commander stepped forward to check his physical condition. Although there is no life-threatening threat, the commander still reminded, "We must be careful. This person holds a big secret and must not die." The warden was very confident in his handsmanship, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you will definitely let him vomit up in a week." The commander nodded, covered his mouth and nose and walked out of the prison quickly. The group passed through the prison area and came to the conference room in the annex building. The commander said straightforwardly, "Warden, you have received the order from Mr. President, right?" The warden nodded and said, "Well, I got it. I will unconditionally cooperate with your military operations." "Very good. Then I will briefly introduce the situation. Our opponents are 2 superpowers, and you cannot use hot weapons when fighting with them. You must put all the hot weapons in the prison into the troop carrier and transport them away until the battle is over. I will return it to you later." Mr. President has already said that all the thermal weapons in the prison have been sealed in advance, and I will order someone to move into the car. The commander winked and asked his men to cooperate with them to receive the weapon, and then continued. "One of the prisoners has the ability to remotely control electrical appliances, so when they enter the prison area, they must destroy all the gates to catch turtles in the urn." The warden said, "I'm ready for this too. With your order, I will seal up the prison area. We only need to hide in the safe room in the annex building and wait until the battle is over." The two sides continued to discuss the details of the plan, and everyone spoke enthusiastically to plug every possible loophole. Finally, what was presented before their eyes was a perfect action plan. "It's finally okay now." The commander reviewed the plan again and nodded in satisfaction. The warden also agreed with a smile and said, "As long as the 2 scumbags dare to come to my prison, this is their burial place. The most terrifying enemy in the world is the unknown. As long as you know their superpowers, there is always a solution to them." At this time, the soldier in charge of receiving weapons walked into the conference room. "Sir, all weapons have been sealed, and the armored personnel carrier has left. The commander nodded and said with a serious face, "Let's get started." Four Seasons Hotel, Paris. Franklin and Locomotive left the room with a trolley suitcase, and went to the hotel lobby to check out. In the elevator, the Locomotive suggested, "Brother Xiaofu, leave them a surprise before leaving." The hotel waiters and guests discriminated against his skin color and forcibly gave up the reserved room to others. These behaviors made him very annoyed, and he must be punished by the hotel. Franklin looked up at the elevator camera and smiled. "Don't worry, I've done my hands and feet." Upon hearing this, the Locomotive smiled relieved. After checking out at the front desk, the two came to the parking lot and drove away. However, they have been fully controlled by the French police, and soon a few cars quietly followed and reported their location at any time. The Mercedes-Benz stopped at the traffic lights at the intersection. The Locomotive stretched his head out of the window, looking at the Four Seasons Hotel not far away, and said, "Brother Xiaofu, this is a good perspective, we can start." Franklin nodded faintly, then activated his superpowers. As soon as they left, several police officers disguised as hotel personnel entered the suite on the back, hoping to find valuable information through advanced equipment. When they checked the floor lamp, the lamp that had been powered off suddenly burst. Bang! Fragments of the light bulb shot out, hitting the bodies, faces and eyes of several policemen. In the next second, they fell to the ground and roared in pain, with fine wounds all over their faces. Bang bang bang! The explosion sounded one after another, and all electrical appliances such as the TV, telephone, and hairdryer in the hotel burst. The injured policeman took out the communicator and roared, "We are injured. Need an ambulance." Injured? But the two of them are in the car? These two hybrids detonated all the electrical appliances in the room, and our eyes were injured. It is expected that a large number of people will be injured in the hotel. Send an ambulance. Oh my God. I see, the ambulance is already on the way. Although there were no dead people in this wave of explosions, at least hundreds of shoppers were injured. With such a serious accident in the hotel, the reputation accumulated over the years is completely ruined. Hearing the explosion in the ear, the Locomotive showed an excited smile on his face. But when his gaze scanned the cars behind him, the smile on his face gradually converged and turned to become very solemn. "Brother Xiaofu, we have been followed." "There are problems with the cars behind," Franklin said with a calm expression. "I knew it a long time ago. They have been using encrypted communicators to report our location. Even this car has been bugged, but it has been controlled by me." The Locomotive was surprised and admired in his heart. He asked, "Brother Xiaofu, what should we do now?" "Judging from the attitude of these policemen, they don't plan to let us leave the country." Franklin sneered and said, "Leaving? The mission has not been completed. How can we leave?" "You immediately contact Chloe and ask her to find the place where Ivan is detained, and make a big news before leaving." "Understood." Chapter 202. See through the tricks. Rob the plane. Through the clown community, Franklin asked Chloe about the prison where Ivan was held. After receiving the news, Chloe immediately used the powerful performance of the supercomputer to search all the traffic cameras in Paris, and soon found the trace of Ivan. Last night, a camera near the Eiffel Tower captured the scene of Ivan being stuffed into an armored vehicle by special forces in black. Through the cameras along the armored vehicle and the communication signals of the special forces in the vehicle, Chloe traced all the way and finally found the place where Ivan was detained. Chloe was about to tell Franklin his destination, but found that the prison hidden in the mountains had a large number of armored personnel carriers coming in and out. In order to find out the truth, Chloe hacked into the prison intranet and the cell phones of prison guards and discovered that the French government had set a trap against Franklin and Locomotive. Chloe didn't dare to care. She immediately notified Jason, who was in New York. After receiving the news, Jason was not surprised. As one of the top 5 gangsters in France, it would be outrageous if the real culprit in the Paris terrorist attack cannot be found. Instead, it was the trap they laid in the prison, which made Jason a little curious. Based on their trap layout, Jason concluded that the French government had known the superpowers of Franklin and Locomotive, as well as the advantages and disadvantages of superpowers. If this were not the case, they would not be able to formulate such a detailed and perfect plan of action. But both Franklin and Locomotive were doing missions overseas for the first time. How did the French government get this information? Going through the recent events in my head, the answer is ready. Iron Man Tony Stark happened to be on vacation in Paris yesterday. As an old friend of the Clown organization, he has personally experienced the superpowers of the members of the organization and has a very unique insight into the limitations of superpowers. Tony hates the Clown organization from his heart. As long as the French government wants to deal with Franklin and Locomotive, he will legally step forward and tell what he knows. The source of the information leak has been found, but the immediate problem has not been resolved. The Paris prison has been trapped by the military. According to the information disclosed by Chloe, Franklin and Locomotive will definitely die if they break in. There are only two ways before Jason. The first, give up recruiting Ivan and order Franklin and the others to withdraw quickly. With their three-level superpowers, the French government absolutely cannot keep them. However, Jason was unwilling to give up Ivan, let alone be despised by the French government and Tony Stark, so he had to help Franklin think of a new way out. Fortunately, this road is not hard to find. The soldiers in the prison, wearing heavy armor, waited for them to enter the trap with their bare hands. But this doesn't mean that Franklin and the others are also going to robbery with bare hands. Jason had a flash of inspiration and came up with a brilliant plan. Franklin drove around aimlessly in the center of Paris. The vehicles in charge of tracking changed from one to another, but they were all juggled around like walking a dog. At this time, the clown community finally heard new news. Franklin held the steering wheel with one hand and read the action plan sent by Chloe with his mobile phone. In the other hand, the plan sheet marked the prison's geographical location and structure, and warned him that the prison had been trapped by the military. But fortunately Jason thought of a way to break the situation. After reading the schedule, Franklin sneered and put down his phone. The target vehicle suddenly turned and accelerated, which caused the police officer in charge of tracking to notice the abnormality. While reporting the situation to the headquarters, they accelerated to follow. Unfortunately, Franklin was not prepared to take them. Superpowered launch. The vehicle responsible for tracking swerved to the left. The driver was taken aback. His arms firmly grasped the steering wheel, ready to turn the direction of travel. However, the electric-assisted steering wheel is directly stuck, and the driver's face becomes red due to excessive force, and there is no way to turn the direction back. He and the police officer sitting in the co-pilot could only watch the car crashing into the cafe on the side of the road. In the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, several customers are leisurely sipping coffee. Inadvertently turning around, he saw a car rushing towards them at great speed. "My goodness!" The customer screamed and ran away, but the next second, the car smashed the glass and rushed into the store. The customers were too late to dodge, and they were directly hit by the front of the car. The car was very fast, and after breaking the glass, it smashed the dining table and chairs and the cafe bar to pieces until it hit a big hole in the outer wall of the cafe before stopping. The exquisite and elegant coffee shop was instantly smashed into ruins. The floor was covered with glass slag, bricks, coffee supplies, limbs, blood and gasoline. The car gave off thick black smoke and gave off an unpleasant smell. The length of the body is sharply halved, and the cockpit becomes a compressed biscuit. Squeak! Seeing an accident with the car in front, the tracking vehicle behind immediately braked and stopped on the road. They have superpowers to track the target, and the car in front suddenly loses control. It must be them. Now that the opponent has found them, tracking them down will only end up like the car in front. Seeing the tragic situation of the street coffee shop, the plainclothes policeman hurriedly got out of the vehicle with a lingering fear and reported the incident to the headquarters. Upon receiving the news, the headquarters immediately ordered subordinates to suspend tracking and use traffic cameras to find Franklin's location. After hearing the order, the temporary headquarters immediately became busy. But after a while, the subordinates were disappointed and said, "Sir, none of the traffic cameras found them." Franklin is a superpower, How could he be found only by traffic cameras? Upon hearing this, the headquarters commander was furious and pointed to the nose of his subordinates and cursed, "Idiot! Don't you understand reverse thinking? Check the working status of all traffic cameras. As long as the status is abnormal, it means where they are." After listening to the chief's words, the subordinates suddenly started. They immediately checked the working status of all traffic cameras in Paris, and then mapped out Franklin's escape route according to the location of the cameras and the time when the abnormal state occurred. Looking at the route map that appeared on the big screen, everyone knew that Franklin was preparing to escape from downtown Paris. The problem is that this route is the opposite of the route to the prison. Could it be that our army was mighty, and these two little thieves gave up the robbery? Many of the subordinates hold this idea, but the decision-making level in the command department does not think so. A criminal organization that played SHIELD and the US government between applause, could it so easily give up its goal? The answer is negative. Not only that, they must be brewing some bigger conspiracy. Franklin drove to the outskirts, or Paris. However, his subconsciously shielding traffic cameras also let the combat command know his whereabouts. This was something Franklin didn't expect. But even if he expected it, there was no solution. Fortunately, there are no traffic cameras outside of Paris, so the command post once again lost the track of Franklin, and his real goal is unknown. After racing along the suburban road for nearly an hour, Franklin finally reached his destination, an airbase outside Paris. That's right, Jason's brilliant idea was to let Franklin go to the Air Force Base to snatch fighter jets, and then blow up their closely guarded prison. According to the prison structure drawings, a prisoner like Ivan with a sensitive identity must be detained on the basement floor. The flattening of the prison will not harm his life, so he can be confidently bombed. 2 kilometers away from the Air Force Base, the sentry on duty used a telescope to spot the speeding Mercedes-Benz. The sentry immediately became vigilant and reported to the base commander. While waiting for the reply, he used a tweeter to shout to the vehicle, ordering the other party to slow down and stop immediately. Unexpectedly, the Mercedes-Benz really started to slow down and stopped in front of the checkpoint. Several armed soldiers were about to come over to check, but the first officer's door was opened. A black man with a 9mm head shaved out of the car. The soldiers looked at each other with confusion. When they were about to ask questions, the person in front of them suddenly disappeared. The locomotive quickly crossed the fence and came to the soldier, staring at him with a playful expression. The hapless soldier blinked and suddenly saw a black face in front of him. The soldier's big heart was taken aback, and he slammed his fist. The punch was unsurprisingly empty. The locomotive moved to his side and drew a pistol from the holster on his leg. Click. Load the bullet. The locomotive aimed a gun at the soldier's temple and pulled the trigger. With a bang, blood spattered everywhere. The soldier fell to the ground. Bang bang bang. Continuous gunfire sounded. Many soldiers did not even see the enemy's figure, and left the world in such a wasteful manner. A few seconds later, the soldiers guarding the checkpoint were all killed. The locomotive dropped the pistol and picked up a soldier's walkie-talkie. A hurried voice came from the intercom. What happened to the checkpoint? Why are the gunshots? Soldier, please answer. Soldier. The locomotive couldn't understand it. He just pressed the intercom with a sneer and said, I'm sorry, he will never answer your question. God. Who are you? Snapped. The walkie-talkie fell to the ground and was crushed by a foot. The locomotive crouched down and picked up 2 guns, then pressed the switch of the electric guardrail and ran back into the car. Sit down, I'm going to speed up. Franklin stepped the accelerator to the end. The roar of the engine suddenly sounded, and the Mercedes-Benz started with a burnt tire and hurried towards the gate of the Air Force Base. Oh, shit. The locomotive was a little uncomfortable with the sudden acceleration, and quickly said, Brother Xiaofu, you drive slowly. Franklin turned his head and sneered, You're a superpowered superpower, you are still afraid of racing cars? Ha ha ha. Really interesting. The locomotive was silent, his face covered in black lines. As soon as the Mercedes-Benz was halfway through, the harsh siren sounded through the sky. All base personnel assembled in an emergency, put on body armor, picked up rifles, and lined up neatly outside the square. All the pilots rushed to the hangar to prepare for boarding and take off to prevent these unknown persons from destroying the aircraft. The soldiers in charge of guarding the main entrance have also been ordered to kill. They stared at the galloping Mercedes, waiting for the vehicle to enter the shooting range. However, at this time, the Mercedes-Benz started to slow down again. Franklin said, "It's too dangerous to drive past. You will surely be sieved by bullets. You should help me move over." Hearing this, the locomotive smiled, thinking that the chance of revenge finally came. He unfastened his seat belt and said, "It's okay, Brother Xiaofu, you don't need to get out of the car." Franklin turned his head abruptly and complained, "Hey, it was just a joke, don't you?" Before he could finish his words, the locomotive opened the door and disappeared from sight in an instant. After activating the superpowers, the time around seemed to slow down. Even a Mercedes-Benz with a speed of 180 km/h is crawling slowly like a tortoise. The locomotive went to the back of the car, moved his limbs, and held the trunk with both hands. His legs suddenly exerted force, and the slow speed of the Mercedes-Benz instantly lifted up. The car ran faster and faster, and soon broke the 220 km/h limit speed, and appeared at the gate of the base in the blink of an eye. At this time, the locomotive began to pull the car to slow down, knowing that the car stopped. The superpower was lifted. Franklin's upper body swayed back and forth like a spring, his entire head was dizzy, and his eyes couldn't be opened! Exclamation mark. The locomotive knocked on the glass window and said with a smile, "Brother Xiaofu, this car is cool enough." Franklin calmed down, and said angrily, "Smelly boy, I remember this hatred." The locomotive smiled indifferently, then pointed to the door of the base, and the dumbfounded soldier said, "Brother Xiaofu, hurry up and do it. Otherwise, you will really be shot into a hornet's nest." Franklin snorted coldly and raised his hand to the void. The high-voltage power grid on the wall of the base burst instantly, making a crackling sound. In the next second, dense purple lightning flew like a storm. The soldier guarding the gate of the base was hit by a lightning storm. His body immediately became stiff, and then fell straight to the ground like a domino. When the lightning storm ended, the locomotive lowered the arms covering his face and looked at the corpses and electric sparks all over the floor, making the whole person dumbfounded. Hundreds of lives were harvested with just one move, and Brother Xiaofu is too powerful. Franklin got out of the car with a dark face, and with a vigorous wave of his arm, the metal railings automatically lifted, and then stepped into the Air Force base. The locomotive was stunned, and quickly moved to Franklin's side and laughed. "Brother Xiaofu, your trick just now was so cool." Franklin sneered, "It's no use flattering. Sooner or later I will return it to you." Hearing this, the locomotive's expression was stiff, and a chill rose from his spine. The main gate of the checkpoint was breached one after another, and the base commander was furious. But these two are obviously not ordinary people, and it is reasonable for the soldiers to be unable to hold on. The commander had no choice but to order the fighter jets to take off in an emergency, hoping to take advantage of the fighters' mobility and firepower to destroy them. After giving the order, he immediately called Mr. President for assistance. The locomotive held Franklin's neck and looked for fighters in the base. But the area of the Air Force base was too big, and they went around the whole circle, but they couldn't find the hangar. Just when the two were at a loss, the commander of the base came with a wave of divine assists, and the fighter ran out of the hangar by himself. "Brother Xiaofu, look!" Franklin turned his head. An expression of surprise appeared on his face immediately. "In the past, I could only rely on dreaming to fly a plane. Today I can finally experience it for myself." Gee, good news. A dozen French Rafale fighter jets exited the hangar, preparing to taxi to the runway to take off. Compared with the speed of a locomotive, the taxiing speed of a fighter jet is simply the difference between a Ferrari and a Ferrari toy car. Therefore, Franklin was not in a hurry to take a shot, but wandered around the airbase, looking for his favorite plane. However, the appearance of these fighters is similar, and there is no particular attraction to him. Just when Franklin was about to grab one at random, a special plane appeared. This is the 4th-generation Mirage fighter that the Air Force is still in the development stage and supports vertical takeoff and landing. The engine in the middle of the Phantom's tail jetted out a few tails, and the fighter jet steadily left the ground and floated into the air. Don't mention how sci-fi this scene is. Franklin fell in love with the plane at a glance. He ran over in excitement, holding his right hand empty, and this plane would belong to him from now on. The pilot in the cockpit tried to control the plane, but found that the plane had lost control and was flying in the direction of Franklin. The pilot exclaimed a little and immediately called for help at the tower. Mayday, mayday, mayday. The plane has lost control. Repeat. The plane has lost control. When the base tower heard the emergency call for help, it was a little confused. Through the glass window, I can see that the plane is taking off normally. Why does it suddenly lose control? On the other side, the base commander and Mr. President were completely blinded after talking on the phone. The two who broke into the base were superpowers. One had the ability to move at high speeds, and the other had the ability to control electronic devices. May I ask which aircraft in the airbase does not carry electronic equipment? The answer is 0. How can I fight this? It's better to just surrender. The commander of the base made a decisive decision and fled to the safe room of the office with his cronies. The Phantom fighter opened the landing gear and landed slowly. Franklin waved again, and the fighter hatch opened. Upon seeing this, the two pilots immediately raised their hands and surrendered. After all, this thing of surrender is ancestral, carved in the genes of the French. After getting a roll, the two pilots jumped off the plane numbly. Franklin and the locomotive boarded the Mirage fighter and closed the cabin cover. There was a roar from the engine, and the fighter immediately began to lift off. At this time, the dozens of Rafale fighters had just arrived at the base runway. The Mirage fighter accelerated to fly over the runway, and Franklin once again launched his superpowers to control all a dozen fighters on the runway. The Rafale fighter lifted off smoothly, and the soldiers cheered. Just when they were expecting the fighter planes to destroy the enemy, they heard the pilots' repeated calls for help. As before, all the dozen Rafale fighters were out of control. The mission of stealing the plane is complete, and Franklin is ready to run away. In order to prevent other fighters from tracking and intercepting, he controlled the Rafale fighter to prepare to launch missiles to destroy the airport. Since I don't know which place is the hangar, the easiest way is to destroy all the buildings in the airport. Chapter 203 Bombing Paris. Save Ivan. A dozen Rafale fighter jets circled over the airbase. The pilots tried all the methods, but the fighters still could not be controlled by themselves, and even the emergency escape system was locked. Franklin sat in the cockpit and issued an attack order. A dozen fighter jets immediately locked onto the building in the base to launch missiles. Puff puff. Missiles roared, and the deafening explosion sounded inside and outside the base. Franklin looked down through the cabin. I saw buildings destroyed by missiles, towers collapsed, hangars destroyed, oil depots exploded. The military base suddenly fell into flames. The soldiers who escaped by chance ran outside in horror, not even daring to turn their heads back. This scene is like the end of the day in a Hollywood movie. Franklin's goal was achieved by destroying the hangar. With a satisfied smile, he led the Rafale fighter group towards the prison. News of the destruction of the airbase soon reached the combat headquarters. The command was surprised, and quickly sent the intelligence to the president's desk. Looking at the report in his hand, Mr. President's face was blue with anger. The successive failures put pressure on Mr. President, and the bombing of the airbase by the enemy is equivalent to a direct declaration of war on France. At this time, the excited French people learned of this news, and large-scale protest marches will surely erupt. It is foreseeable that if Franklin and locomotive cannot be killed even after paying such a large loss, then his president will be ousted by angry people. At this point, Mr. President couldn't take much care of it. He immediately ordered fighters from other air bases to take off immediately, destroying all the dozen or so hijacked fighters at any cost. Mr. President's order is equivalent to sentence to death for a dozen pilots on the plane. Although the combat command felt that this plan was somewhat cruel and unkind, in all fairness, This was the best chance to kill Franklin so far. Although they snatched the most advanced fighter jets from France, they also locked themselves in an iron box. Once the fighter plane is shot down at high altitude, their superpowers are completely unable to save themselves, and they will definitely end up in plane crash. This opportunity is too difficult. After weighing the current situation, the decision-making layer of the Combat Command finally decided to implement the President's order. Soon, all the air bases closest to Paris received operational orders, and a total of more than 50 fighter jets took off and went to Paris for missions. Franklin didn't know the danger was coming, and he was flying the Phantom fighter jet to the sky over downtown Paris. In order to give the locomotive a memorable return, he looked at the city buildings in front of him and suddenly had a bold idea. Franklin smiled strangely, and the Phantom fighters and Rafale fighters swooped down immediately. The strong sense of weightlessness makes the locomotive's heart beat extremely fast and produces a strong sense of discomfort. His face was pale, and he quickly begged for mercy. "Brother Xiaofu, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Please get the plane up quickly." Franklin laughed, ignoring his words, instead concentrating on maneuvering the plane and flying across Paris at an ultra-low altitude. Notre Dame de Paris. Local and surrounding citizens spontaneously came to the ruins to hold a mourning ceremony. Dressed in black, they presented flowers to this 800-year-old building, and folded their hands together to mourn and pray for him. At this time, the deafening roar went from far to near. The citizens stopped mourning and looked up to the distant sky, only to see a fighter plane roaring towards them. The fighter is less than 100 meters above the ground, and the external missile rack of the fighter can even be clearly seen. The citizens suddenly looked confused. Over the years, they have also seen many fighter jets flying across the sky, but for the first time they have seen fighter jets flying at such a low altitude. There are many high-rise buildings in Paris. If this is an accident or an operation error, it is definitely a plane crash. A wise citizen speculated. "You said, is this a memorial ceremony specially organized by the government to commemorate Notre Dame Cathedral and the victims?" His ideas spread word of mouth among the crowd, and were recognized by most citizens. Because from the current point of view, only this reason can explain what is happening right now. "You said that the opportunity for war will not be hijacked by terrorists." Haha, you're afraid it's not that Hollywood blockbusters have watched too much, right? As a result, citizens who felt the government's warmth were not afraid, but waved their hands and shouted at the fighter group to show their support. The loud voice reached Franklin's ears through the noise. What are these people cheering for? Franklin looked down through the cockpit, suddenly puzzled. Whatever they cheer for, just give them a missile to try it out. The locomotive sitting in the back compartment suggested. Franklin nodded, thinking it was a good idea. So he aimed decisively and pressed the launch button. Puff, with a long tail flame, a missile galloped towards the remains of Notre Dame Cathedral. Boom. With a loud noise, a huge flame rose on the ground, and the last ruined wall of Notre Dame Cathedral was blown to pieces. The explosion in front of them completely stunned the cheering French crowd. No matter how naive and optimistic they are, they know that the government mourns the victims and will not let fighter jets launch missiles. Therefore, those planes in the sky must be enemy planes, or they were hijacked by the enemy. The citizens who reacted fled in panic. Screams and cries resounded across Notre Dame de Paris. Franklin stuck his head out and looked at the beautiful scenery below. He smiled triumphantly, and then raised the nose to resume cruising altitude. In the warden's office, the senior government officials are sitting at the conference table, deducing what will happen next. No matter how they calculate, the final result is their own victory. The depressed atmosphere gradually became relaxed and happy. At this moment, the secret call on the conference table broke the noise of the crowd. The commander got on the phone. It turned out that it was Mr. President. Mr. President told him what happened at the airbase very quickly. Simply put, the ambush plan has leaked. Franklin hijacked more than a dozen fighter jets and flew towards the prison, so please don't stay in the prison. After the conversation, the commander looked solemn, and he hadn't recovered for a long time. It seemed that the whole world changed in the blink of an eye. It was not until the warden patted him on the shoulder and asked what had happened that he woke up nervously and said the matter. Knowing that the prison was about to be bombed by fighter jets, everyone was not calm, and immediately ran out of the conference room. Upon receiving an emergency evacuation order from the commander, the prison guards and soldiers ambushing in the prison rushed to the prison gate. But when they had just escaped from the prison, they heard roars from the distant sky. The fighter group rushed to the vicinity of the prison, and Franklin decisively issued an attack order. In the next second, more than a dozen fighter planes fired missiles at the same time, and the missiles flew toward the prison like a flower. One missile hit the outer wall of the prison, blasting through the solid wall in an instant. With just the first wave of attacks, the five-story prison began to collapse, burying all the prisoners, guards, and soldiers who had not had time to escape from the prison. The group of fighter jets flew over the prison, drew a circle across the horizon, and fired missiles again to make up for the knife. The dust from the ruins of the prison was blown up, and the sky was full of broken stones and limbs. After completing the second wave of attacks, the group of fighter jets swooped down and rushed towards the prison again. The machine gun shot out densely packed bullets, and the prison guards and soldiers who escaped by chance were instantly killed and injured. They wanted to fight back, but the guns in their hands had been packed and transported away by armored vehicles. They couldn't beat, and they couldn't escape. In despair, they could only kneel and beg for mercy. Thinking that these people were still useful, Franklin didn't rush to kill them all, but controlled the Mirage fighter to land slowly. After the fighter plane stopped, the locomotive was the first to jump off the plane. The feeling of flying by plane is too uncomfortable. Only when you step on the ground can you feel at ease. The locomotive summoned all the defeated soldiers, and after asking about the general location of Ivan, he ordered them to clean up the ruins above. Time is running out. The locomotive gave them a death order. Within 10 minutes, all the ruins must be cleaned up, otherwise all of them will be killed without leaving them. In order to show His Majesty, he immediately used superpowers to kill 2 passive soldiers. The effect of killing chickens and monkeys is very good. In order to stay alive, they used their energies to clean up the ruins, and they dared not stop even if the palm of their arm was cut. 10 minutes later, the passage on the negative layer was cleared. Franklin waved gently and opened the cell door. The locomotive walked in and found Ivan lying on the ground with the iron chair. After confirming that he was just fainting and not worrying about his life, the locomotive ordered someone to unlock the iron chair and carry him out of the prison. At this time, Franklin passed the fighter radar circling the sky and found that a large number of fighter groups were approaching. Don't guess. It must have been sent by the French government from other air bases. Franklin launched his superpowers again, and the dozen fighters immediately roared to intercept. But watching the locomotive come out with Ivan, he immediately got a little troubled. Rafale fighter jets must take off and land through professional runways, while the Mirage fighter jet that supports vertical takeoff and landing has only 2 cockpits. If you take Ivan, you can't take the locomotive and leave. The locomotive stuffed Ivan into the rear cockpit and smiled. Don't worry, I can definitely escape easily with my superpowers. Franklin smiled and nodded, and then reluctantly said, then you should be careful and go to Detroit to find me when you have time. The locomotive stepped back a few steps, and said with a smile, definitely. You will teach me drag racing then. After the simple farewell, the Phantom fighter closed the cockpit and slowly lifted off, and then quickly disappeared from view. The locomotive waved to the sky and disappeared in place. Chapter 204 Recruit Ivan, the trump card in the hands of marinated eggs. New York, the clown organization stronghold. Jason received a message from Franklin in the clown community, saying that he had driven a Phantom fighter jet to take Ivan into the U.S. airspace and was about to land in an area of Long Island, New York. I went out to play for 2 days and finally came back. Jason changed into his clothes and drove a few of his men to meet him. Sitting in the back seat, Jason is in the clown community at. Franklin has returned. Where have you been? After a while, he replied, Boss, I have smuggled to the UK. If all goes well, I will be able to fly back to China tonight. Locomotive used superpowers to break through the French border, and then falsified his new identity to come to the UK by ferry. With the perfect fake identity created by Chloe, he should not encounter any trouble. After learning that everything went well for him, Jason was relieved. 3 Mercedes-Benz Big G drove for more than an hour, and finally came to a hidden forest on Long Island, New York. Franklin has arrived and sent location information in the community. Jason walked and watched while holding the phone, and finally found him with his men. The Phantom fighter stopped in a clearing in the dense forest. Franklin waved to say hello to Jason, with a person sitting under his ass. There were some burning scenes, which made Jason laugh. He smiled and stepped forward and asked, "What do you mean when you two men add a man? Do you want to show me?" Franklin waved his hand quickly and explained, "Boss, you know my sexuality. I am only interested in beautiful women." After finishing speaking, Franklin stood up from Ivan, stepped on his head with one foot and said, "This old boy is a little restless along the way. I can only use it as a mat to rest." Jason squatted down and looked at Ivan with a sneer. "Unrest? When you get back to the stronghold, make sure you look like a cat." Ivan leaned his head to the ground, glaring at Jason with a grim look. "I always feel that this face is a bit familiar, but I can't remember it for a while." Jason beckoned gently and ordered his men to take Ivan back to the stronghold. Then he stood up and looked at the Phantom fighter in front of him. "Awesome," not only brought Ivan back, but also took a fighter jet. Jason stepped forward and stroked the fuselage of the Mirage fighter. "By the way, how did you drive a fighter jet into American airspace?" "I was worried that you would be hit by a missile." Franklin raised his hand and shook it in the void, and the fighter hatch slowly closed. "I shielded electromagnetic reflections with superpowers. The US radar is blind in front of me." Jason nodded and said with some relief, "That's it. It seems that you haven't been lying on a woman every day during this period. You have practiced superpowers well." Franklin smiled and stroked his head. When the two met for the first time, Jason asked him to go to the big health care. This was the first time in his life. Almost 2 years have passed since time flies. He is no longer the poor ghost who was dumped by his girlfriend and hides in the bed crying, but the big villain who dominates thousands of younger brothers. "By the way, what are you going to do with this iron thing? It might be unrealistic to drag it back to the stronghold." Jason's words drag Franklin back from the memory. He pointed to the distant ocean road. "There are many uninhabited islands near Long Island. I am going to hide the fighter jet on the island. Maybe it will be useful in the future." "Then do as you say." Jason stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Go home. When the locomotive comes back, I will hold a celebration for you." The group got in the car and returned to the New York base with a smile. Jason asked Franklin to take Franklin down to rest, and he went to the underground prison on the first floor. In the dark prison, Ivan was tied to an iron chair immobile. There were also a few tall and majestic men staring at him closely. "Boss." Seeing Jason walk in, his men saluted him. Jason beckoned them out, then moved a chair and sat in front of Ivan. "Looking at your expression, you should remember who I am." Ivan grinned and said in a hoarse voice, "Jason Walter, the leader of the world's largest terrorist organization. Since you know me, you should understand why I rescued you from prison." Ivan nodded and replied, "Arc reactor." Jason smiled. "This answer can't be wrong, but it's not entirely correct. What I want is not the old arc reactor you used in Paris. I already haven't upgraded it. What I need is the new arc reactor on Tony Stark. I checked your information. Your father Anthony Vank and Howard Stark jointly developed the arc reactor. But because of disagreements, Howard expelled your father from the company and slandered him as a Russian spy and was deported. Lao Mozi had short-sightedness and saw no use value from your father, so he was exiled to Siberia for 20 years. I know you want revenge, you want to be respected, you want to live a life like Tony. I can give you all of this, provided that you want me to see your value." After listening to Jason, Ivan slowly closed his eyes, and his thoughts returned to that night in Paris. For that assassination, he was full of confidence. Unexpectedly, Tony actually developed a portable steel armor. What is even more frightening is that the armor uses a new type of arc reactor, which has a huge energy output limit. With just one move, he was knocked to the ground and lost the ability to resist. Compared with Tony, the reactor made by Ivan is not worth mentioning. The gap between the two is like the gap between the sun and the match. After Ivan was arrested, he was already desperate. But to survive, Jason sent someone to rescue him, as long as he is still alive, and then borrowing the huge resources of the clown organization. Wanting revenge is not impossible. After thinking for a long time, Ivan finally figured it out. He opened the mouth and said, "Tony's arc reactor is completely beyond my knowledge. If I want to crack and copy it, I have to see the real thing. This request is very reasonable. I will help you get it as soon as possible. You can live here during this time. You can enjoy everything here except you can't leave the stronghold." After speaking, Jason stood up and took the iron chair apart with his bare hands, looking at Ivan dumbfounded. Los Angeles, SHIELD. Secret Safe House. Since being dismissed from the post of Director of the World Security Council, Nick Fury has hidden and secretly controlled S.H.I.E.L.D. He first helped Tony Stark improve the arc reactor, and on this condition allowed Tony to help SHIELD build a batch of new energy steel armor. In response to the secret investigation of the clown organization, Nick Fury has never relaxed. Since no clues about them can be found on the internet, they return to tradition and take to the streets to conduct investigations using the old method of man-marking. As he said, "You may be able to see a different landscape from another angle." The first target Nick Fury selected was Los Angeles. He led SHIELD agents to conduct a follow-up investigation in Los Angeles for half a year, and achieved amazing results. Through traditional tracking methods, Nick Fury found all the strongholds of the Los Angeles branch of the clown organization. At the same time, the new energy steel armor has been manufactured, and SHIELD's next goal is to completely destroy the Los Angeles branch. This plan is top secret, and only Nick Fury knows the details, and the members who know part of the information are all old men who have followed him for many years. For the safety of personnel and intelligence, Nick Fury transferred them out of the Tri-Wing headquarters on the grounds of special missions, and they were all stationed in Los Angeles. This is also the reason why Stanfield was unable to see Level 7 agents in the headquarters of Tri-Wing. The plan to destroy the Los Angeles branch is set tonight. In order to ensure that it is foolproof, the engineers once again tested and adjusted the steel armor, and the senior agents in the conference room were determining the details of the operation over and over again. The detailed information about the clown organization filled the entire desk, which was also one of Nick Fury's biggest gains in the past 6 months. Agent Phil Coulson knocked on the door and walked in. He leaned down in Nick Fury's ear and said, "Sir, Stark is here." Nick Fury's dark face showed a weird smile. "Let him in." Coulson stood up and left. Nick Fury waved his hand to let the people in the conference room go out temporarily. Valuable casual wear, paired with light-colored aviator sunglasses, Tony Stark walked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room with one hand in his pocket and a cheeseburger in the other. Nick Fury is immune to Tony's performance art. He asked blankly, "I just came back from a vacation in Paris, so why don't you take a good rest at home? What can I do?" Tony pulled out the chair and sat down, raised his sunglasses with one hand, staring at Nick Fury's one-eyed, slowly swallowing the hamburger into his stomach. "Are you going to work on the clown organization? I have notified you of this in advance, but your choice is to fly to France for vacation the next day," Nick Fury said with a cold face. "Or, you regret it now and want to join in?" Tony snorted coldly. "Don't dream." "Before becoming a S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant, I will tell you. I will provide you with all technical support, but I will not work for you, let alone participate in the front line. Go in battle." "I know, so what do you want me to do?" Nick Fury said, but he was very disdainful. "Iron Man is no more than that." After being defeated by Jason several times, he began to feel fear. "Fortunately, I didn't put all the treasures on you. I still have a trump card in my hand." Tony pressed the watch, and a projection appeared on the table. You geese don't have any comments on the clown organization's move, but what does this second stage mean? Why did you pull me in again? Nick Fury looked at the plan and explained, you and Jason have an enemy, and you are more hateful, so it's no better to use you as a bait. Tony. Nick Fury smiled and said, trust me, everything has been arranged for the follow-up. You and Miss Pepper don't have to worry about safety. Tony put away his watch and snorted dissatisfiedly, thank you. I still believe that I am better. After speaking, he left the meeting room sternly. Chapter 205 Widow has a thorn. Attack the stronghold at night. In the underground warehouse of SHIELD, steel armors stood neatly on the console. The SHIELD agent who is about to perform the task is wearing a black tights, and is wearing a steel armor with the help of a robotic arm and humans. Among all the muscular men, there is a beautiful landscape. The black leather jacket envelops the graceful body of Agent Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, the attractive face and the graceful S-shaped curve, so that the engineer in charge of debugging can't look away. Hey, seriously? Black Widow reminded her expressionlessly. Oh, sorry. You stand up and try it. The engineer looked embarrassed and quickly lowered his head to operate the computer. The Black Widow nodded and stood on the console, wrapping herself in the steel armor. She has become accustomed to this situation. Not only is she not disgusted, on the contrary, she is very good at it, and she is also willing to use her physical advantage. For a female agent, a seductive body is the best tool to complete the task. The engineer made a crackling operation, and finally pressed the enter key. The sound of machinery full of industrial art sounded, and the mechanical arm began to install steel armor. 30 seconds later, the armor was installed, and there seemed to be no problems. The engineer executed the exit procedure and asked, everything in the system is normal, are you wearing a good fit? It's too crowded, it hurts a bit. The Black Widow muttered, rubbing the painful area with no one else. SHHH. Not far away, a frivolous whistle sounded. Everyone looked up and saw Tony leaning against the door, staring at the Black Widow with a mean expression. These steel armors are built according to the standards of adult men. If I knew that you were going to participate in tonight's operation, I will customize one for you separately, so that your part will be flattened by the breastplate. Tony has been a frequent visitor since he became an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D., not because he likes work but because of Black Widow. After seeing her shocked look and figure, Tony asked her to spend a wonderful night together. The Black Widow was angry and hit her with a chicken on her knees, almost GG directly. Knowing that it was a thorny rose, Tony didn't dare to make any mistakes, and instead began to talk smartly. He has a thick face and all kinds of flirting silly jokes blurted out, which made the Black Widow very headache. Fighting cannot be beaten, and cursing is useless. Over time, the Black Widow begins to ignore him, but Tony still perseveres. Seeing Tony's fancy dress, the Black Widow shook her head helplessly, and said sternly, why are you here? Tony smiled and walked over and pushed the engineer away, putting his hands on the keyboard to operate. I'll check the condition of the steel armor. By the way, remind the black-braced egg not to die. Even if he wants to die, don't take me with him. Upon hearing this, the Black Widow mocked. Hey, are you scared? No. You are just afraid. You are afraid that Jason will count everything that S.H.I.E.L.D. does on you. Tony frowned and pushed the keyboard out abruptly. With a click, the keyboard fell to the ground and several keycaps popped out. I've read the plan. Isn't it true? I'll take care of you if you mess up. Isn't it the case? Tony's roar made the underground warehouse instantly quiet. The Black Widow said with an indifferent expression and sad tone, trust me, if there is a better candidate, we will never choose you as a coward. HMPH. I'm timid. Tony snorted disdainfully, and said viciously, you have no fathers and no mothers, no friends, indifferent to taste. Of course you can't appreciate my feelings. Tony's words pierced like thorns into the Black Widow's heart. Her face became gloomy for an instant, a pair of fists squeezed, and her tone was harsh. Really? No. Stop. Tony realized that he had said something wrong, and quickly backed away to a safe distance. Forget it. Do whatever you want. as long as you don't involve me in it." Tony finished speaking and walked out of the underground warehouse quickly. "By the way, I have tested the steel armor and there is no problem. I wish you good luck." The Black Widow stared at his back with cold eyes, and after taking a few deep breaths, a pair of iron fists slowly loosened. "Scum." At night, the Los Angeles Clown Organization branch. The thousands of square meters of workshops on the ground floor were cleaned up, brightly lit and beaming. Hundreds of square dining tables are evenly placed in the workshop, and the white tablecloths are filled with champagne and food. Thousands of official members of the branch gathered in the factory. While they were tasting the food, they chatted with their companions, and the factory was full of laughter. Today is a special day for them. The clown organization burned Notre Dame Cathedral and stole the world-famous painting Mona Lisa. This is the organization's first victory overseas, and it is worth celebrating by all organization members. The most important thing is that their leader, Locomotive, is one of the two actors involved in the Paris terrorist attack, which makes the members of the Los Angeles branch proud. This gathering of all the official members of the dinner. It was a matter of course. Several high-definition projectors are also placed in the corner of the plant, which are looping the scene of the Paris terrorist attack. Whenever the fire burns and the explosion sounded, the members of the organization would raise their glasses and shout together. This scene is quite a religious gathering, with a sense of sight of a group of demons dancing wildly. However, not everyone sees these scenes and laughs from the heart. Several of the members were laughing and joking on the surface, but their eyes were full of anger and alertness. They are both insiders who spent months inserting into the Los Angeles branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. In order to prevent their identities from being suspected, each of them was contaminated with the blood of civilians before entering the organization. This means that they can only become lurking personnel hiding in dark corners for the rest of their lives. Even if these civilians are all villains who paid bail out of prison, they are burdened with infamy and abandon their wives and children, in order to break into the clown organization step by step, steal important information, and give the clown organization a fatal blow at a critical moment. The cocktail party lasted until the second half of the night. Empty bottles of whiskey and champagne were piled up. All members of the organization were ruddy and incoherent. "The opportunity is here." Several agents looked at each other across their seats, and the one with the highest rank secretly left the meeting and went into the bathroom. In the small bathroom, a few people have already become drunk. 4 of the 5 toilet cubicles were making an unspeakable sound. The agent looked disgusted and walked into the last compartment pretending to be a drunk. Pulling out the micro-communicator from the collar of his clothes, he vigilantly pricked his ears to listen to the outside sound, and quickly edited the text on the communicator. After confirming the delivery and getting a reply, he left the bathroom and returned to the factory building, and signaled the evacuation to the remaining agents. After receiving the signal, the agents stood up and mixed in the crowd and quietly left. Their true identities are highly classified, and only the former director Nick Fury knows in S.H.I.E.L.D. If they don't leave early, once S.H.I.E.L.D. comes in, they will die in their own hands. S.H.I.E.L.D. Stronghold. Nick Fury sat at his desk, waiting anxiously. Since working as an agent, this kind of nervousness has not appeared for a long time. Ding! The communicator made a beep, and Nick Fury picked it up instantly. Looking at the content on the communicator, his tense nerves finally relaxed, and he sneered, "Since you all get together to have a party, it saves me looking for them one by one." After speaking, Nick Fury strode out of the meeting room and went to the underground factory on the first floor. The entire 15 new energy armors have all been debugged, just waiting for him to give orders. There has been news from the inside that all the official members of the Los Angeles branch of the clown organization are having a party at Mission 1, and most of them are already drunk. Oh, it really is a mob. Upon hearing this information, the agents all smiled sarcastically. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must kill all the members of the organization tonight. At the same time, the heads of the branches must be captured alive as much as possible. Let's start. As soon as the voice fell, All the agents could not wait to enter the steel armor, and the engineers immediately started the activation process. The mechanical arms stretched out from both sides to quickly install the steel armor, and the pleasing mechanical sound penetrated the underground factory. After the installation, 50 steel armors lined up out of the stronghold. The boots ejected electromagnetic pulses, and they soared into the air to fly towards the target location. Los Angeles branch office. Even if a party is held, some people are deployed round the stronghold for defense. However, the members of the branch have been at ease for too long, and they have completely lost their vigilance. They never thought that anyone would dare to attack the clown organization branch, so the guards were holding a bottle of whiskey in their hands, and they were already blushing. The dark sky lit up one by one, but the guards' eyes were slightly dizzy and didn't notice it. This armored force is led by the Black Widow. After entering the effective range, she immediately turns on the intelligent recognition mode to mark all enemies outside the stronghold and share it with other agents. There are exactly 50 people on the periphery of the base. We are one by one. We must kill silently. Understand? Upon receiving the order, the battle armor troops immediately adjusted their directions in the air and flew towards their respective targets. The target of the Black Widow is the man who sits on top of the factory and drinks. The distance between the two parties was less than 100 meters, and the other party still didn't notice. He put the telescope aside to eat ashes, only knowing that he kept pouring wine into his mouth. The Black Widow sneered and rushed forward. When the distance was less than 10 meters, the other party finally noticed the abnormality, and instantly lost the sense of alcohol. "Oh, shit." It is a pity that this is the last word he said in this life, because in the next second, the Black Widow clasped his neck with one hand and squeezed her throat completely. He was thrown on the roof by the Black Widows, clutching his throat and couldn't say a word. In those bloodshot eyes, there is always the cold and merciless face of the steel armor. Chapter 206 Ruthless Torture. Sure as hell. 15 new energy steel armors attacked 50 drunken guards. The fighting power of the two sides is very different, and there is no suspense about the outcome of the battle. A few seconds after the offensive order was issued, the guards around the stronghold were all killed, without even a cry for help. After getting rid of the guards, the armored soldiers floated together in the air. The Black Widow activated the detection mode of the helmet-mounted display, and all the structures of the stronghold were exposed to her. The base is made of reinforced concrete, covering an area of 1,500 square meters, with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. There are 3 entrances and exits on the ground, and there is a secret passage on the second underground floor, which connects to the sewer network in Los Angeles. After carefully reading the structural drawing of the building, the Black Widow issued a combat order. 2 guards were assigned to the 3 entrances and exits on the ground, and a full 10 steel soldiers were sent to the most critical underground exit. The rest entered the party site on the basement floor from the ground entrance and exit, and at the same time activated signal shielding to prevent members of the organization from asking for help. After the order is issued, all team members perform their duties. The Black Widow took the lead and directly broke through the front entrance of the stronghold with a palm cannon. Boom! The heavy metal door was blasted by electromagnetic pulses, making a loud noise. The sound spread quickly around, and when it reached the party on the basement floor, everyone's ears were buzzing with tinnitus. The noisy party fell silent for an instant, and everyone was staring blankly. Someone reacted quickly and immediately threw the wine bottle in his hand to the ground and shouted, "No!" An enemy rushed in. As soon as the voice fell, all the members awoke. Dare to break into the clown organization branch, so who is so afraid of death? The members were furious, and immediately poured the wine bottle to break the bottom of the bottle, revealing the sharp jagged body. These people are all official members of the Los Angeles branch. They have been contaminated with human lives on their hands. In addition, they are drunk and unconscious, and they are not afraid of life. Boom! The Black Widow controlled the battle armor to break through the iron gate on the lower floor, floating above the venue. Those clown members who are fucking with bottles and ready to fight with others are all stupid. Have they ever thought that the enemy might be the police or the FBI, but never thought it would be Iron Man? The other person's titanium alloy steel armor. Even if you smash all the wine bottles in the venue, it won't hurt a bit. Black Widow activated face recognition, searched for important people on the list, and shouted, "Hey, scum! You are already surrounded. If you don't want to die, just hold your head and squat down to surrender." "Fuck you." Before he finished speaking, a roar sounded, and at the same time a wine bottle smashed into the air. The Black Widow dodged sideways. The wine bottle smashed to pieces on the ground. The crackling sound of the bottle burst was like the charge. In the next second, all members blushed, roared, and charged towards the Black Widow. Ho 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 ho! The dense crowds charged like beasts, and this scene was extremely shocking. Even though she was wrapped in steel armor, the Black Widow felt a cold back from her heart. The members of the clown organization are terrible. If these crazy mobs appear in the city center, the entire operating system of Los Angeles will be paralyzed. Thinking of this, the Black Widow was cruel, and immediately raised her arm to launch a high-explosive rocket. Boom! The rocket exploded in a crowded place, and the scorching flame instantly swallowed all the people around. The violent air wave spread out and knocked people to the ground like pieces of paper. As the gunpowder dissipated, the magnificent venue was full of blood. The stump has a broken arm, and the internal organs are splashing around, and they will not fall down even if they stick to the wall. The agents arrived one after another. Seeing the scene in front of him, even the SHIELD agent who was used to seeing blood and death felt a strong shock. What made them even more horrified was that the rockets killed and injured hundreds of people, but they did not defeat the clown's will to resist, but aroused their bloodthirsty and tyranny in their hearts. The group roared, frantically attacking the nearby Iron Warrior. However, this level of attack is not necessary for them to dodge. The steel armor was fully fired, and bullets and rockets poured out frantically. Strips of lively lives fell in pieces like wheat. As the agents attacked, they roared to make them kneel and surrender. But these people have become irrational beasts. Even if they have died and injured more than half of them, they still have high morale. It is a pity that modern weapons can no longer be filled by things like fighting spirit and courage. The venue is open and there is no place to hide, which allows the perfect output of bullets and rockets. The battle lasted only 1 minute. Under the firepower output of more than 30 steel armors, thousands of clown members died. The corpse, blood, residual value, internal organs covered the entire venue, and the bloody stench rushing into the nasal cavity makes people nauseous. This scene is a bit more frightening than the hell in the myth. The weapon module was closed, and the Black Widow was gasping for breath. With solemn expression. Although the battle was easy and free, the massacre brought her a huge psychological shadow, and she could not breathe at all. Not only her, but all the agents participating in this battle felt that their three views were about to collapse. Even though they were all villains, this was more than 1,000 lives, and they were slaughtered by bullets and rocket launchers in 1 minute. After a while, the Black Widow's breathing gradually calmed down and returned to a normal state. She looked around and said indifferently, "I didn't find the person on the list. They should hide in the second basement floor. Hurry up." As the Black Widow guessed, adhering to the principle of leading first, the management of the Los Angeles branch had already reached the second basement level as soon as possible under the protection of the faithful guard. Unlike those fanatics who use their lives to launch a charge, these managements know very well that they will never be satisfied if they want to win the steel armor. Only magic can defeat magic, and only steel armor can defeat steel armor. On the second basement floor of the stronghold, there are 10 homemade clown armors. The minute that more than 1,000 lives were delayed, just gave them time to put on the armor. It is a pity that these managers will not rush out to fight the Black Widow with the idea of revenge for the believers. They don't know that Black Widow uses new energy armor, but even the same level of armor has a threefold difference in number, and it is definitely dead or no life. So when the armor was worn, the management immediately fled from the underground passage, leaving only the trusted guards at the door. Being able to be selected as a Kron, There is no need to question the loyalty to the organization. Seeing the management put on the steel armor to escape, the cronies did not feel betrayed. On the contrary, they think this is the most reasonable, because only by letting the management escape, their sacrifices are worthwhile, and the Los Angeles branch will have the date to rebuild. Boom! The Black Widow took the lead and broke in. At this time, a close friend jumped out from a hidden corner and hugged her from behind. The Black Widow was startled, but not too alarmed. The new energy armor uses a fully enclosed shell, which can be operated at 100 meters underwater. If you want to hurt her, unless you break the shell, the firepower of the clown organization simply cannot do it. But what she didn't expect was that the close friend whispered "Long live the clown" in the ear of the Black Widows, and then detonated the high explosives hidden in her clothes. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded through the ground, and a huge fireball rose into the sky. The Black Widow was knocked out and hit the wall hard, and the crony was completely turned into a pile of flesh and blood. The rest of the cronies were carrying explosives and wanted to do the same. As a result, the agents who were prepared in advance had an electromagnetic pulse blasting their heads. After cleaning up these diehards, the agents hurriedly surrounded. "Are you okay?" The Black Widow pulled out her arm stuck in the wall and shook her head calmly. "Except for a little paint, there is no damage. The new energy battle armor is Tony's epoch-making work, impeccable power and firepower, and can absorb external energy like Jason. If this suit of armor is blown up so easily, what right does Tony Stark have to claim to be a genius?" The agents went to the depths of the second underground level and found that the equipment storing the steel armor was all empty. The Black Widow immediately notified the agent responsible for guarding the sewer exit. "Attention, 10 steel armors are flying towards you. These people should be the core members of the Los Angeles branch. Try to get alive." The agents received the news and confidently said, "Understood. Leave it to us." Soon, the dark sewers flickered, and the agents flew over. When the two sides met in the air, they immediately entered a state of fighting, and electromagnetic pulse waves blasted out. However, because of the gap in the Ark's reactor, the output power of the Joker's armor is far less than that of the new energy armor. As soon as the two sides fought, the Joker's armor was blown out. The management was shocked, and the steel armor, which usually does the task of unfavorable tasks, was easily bombarded by the opponent. "This world is too magical." Before they could react, the agents quickly began to assign targets. The management is not ready to wait and die. They open the weapon module and fire missiles desperately. The agents use the high mobility of the new energy armor to quickly get close while evading missiles. Seeing that the missile could not be hit, the management had no choice but to engage them in hand-to-hand combat in the sewers. However, the advantages of the new energy armor are all round. Whether it is firepower, mobility, energy, or systems, it can rub the clown armor on the ground. After only a dozen seconds, they were so scarred and unsustainable. There are tigers before and after the wolf, and there is only one way left to the management in despair. Blue. These people escaped decisively, and suicide was unambiguous. At almost the same time, an abnormal light appeared from the arc reactor on their chest. After the agents found out, they immediately let the intelligence system hack into the Joker's armor to stop the self-destruct procedure. What they didn't know was that the only advantage of the Joker's armor was the operating system written by Chloe himself. If it is the original Jarvis system, it might be able to compete with Chloe. But Nick Fury was suspicious by nature and did not want to use Tony's Jarvis. Instead, he chose the operating system developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Seeing that the Joker's armor could not be hacked in a short time, the agents immediately fled. The management sneered and beat the dog to chase after him. Boom! A loud noise woke the residents of Los Angeles from their sleep. 10 arc reactors exploded, the power of which directly exploded the sewers, and a series of 10-meter diameter pits appeared on the ground. The Black Widow arrived with the agents, and saw the scene in a mess, as if it had been visited by a bomber. "Everyone is okay?" The 10 agents stood up tremblingly. The armor on their bodies was already badly damaged, accompanied by electric currents. "It's okay. It's just that the armor is about to die," and the target characters are also killed. The Black Widow breathed a sigh of relief, and comforted. It's okay for people to be alright. This mission has been considered a complete success. Those people are fanatics of the clown. Even if they are caught alive, they can't ask anything. Hearing that, the big rock that was backlogged in the hearts of the agents finally fell. After half a year and forgetting to sleep and eat, they finally destroyed the Los Angeles branch of the Clown organization. This achievement is a huge victory for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the US government. Hurry up. You'll be discovered later. After speaking, 50 steel armors soared into the air and flew towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. stronghold. Chapter 207 Public Provocation. Assemble with the party. Early the next morning, Jason slowly opened his eyes and sat up on the soft bed. The two women beside him were sleeping soundly, and he carefully got out of bed and walked into the bathroom. Lie down in front of the clean basin and stared at himself in the mirror. Jason rubbed his temples, feeling his head extremely faint. Last night, the locomotive flew back to New York from England. In order to celebrate their first overseas victory, Jason hosted a grand celebration banquet for them at the base. There were more than 1,000 attendees, and the banquet lasted until early this morning. Jason was so happy that he accidentally drank 2 boxes of champagne and whiskey, and empty bottles piled up in the corner. After the impulse, there is a long pain. The feeling of a hangover is very uncomfortable, and the stomach has been ups and downs, and I can't sleep until midnight. I took a cold shower and felt much more physically and mentally. Jason sat down at the dining table and gently pushed aside the plate with sandwiches, and asked the maid to cook her a bowl of porridge. As long as the stomach is uncomfortable, he likes to drink porridge to relieve it. This habit has been maintained until now. Waiting for the porridge, Jason began to search for the phone, and finally found it in the trash can. Turning on the phone, he found that Chloe had left him a message in the early morning, but he had a splitting headache at that time, so he just put the phone in the trash can. Looking through Chloe's message, Jason frowned. Something happened in Los Angeles. Without waiting for Jason to think about it, Chloe sent another message. Boss, you finally woke up. Hurry up and turn on the TV to watch the news. Jason immediately went to the living room and turned on the TV. Tony Stark's familiar face appeared in front of the screen again. Tony wore a black suit and walked onto the podium with a yuppie smile. Today's emergency press conference is a great event to be announced to the world. Just last night, we successfully destroyed the clown organization Los Angeles branch. As soon as the voice fell, the media in the audience was in an uproar. After a moment of stupefaction, the reporters hurriedly raised their microphones and rushed forward in a rush. Mr. Stark, please tell me the details. A wall of security guards quickly stopped the crazy reporters. Hearing that, Jason looked solemn, his eyes condensed a ball of anger. Tony smiled and continued, the battle site is in the suburbs of Los Angeles. I think you already know that it was the place where the explosion occurred last night. The reporters suddenly realized that there was a big explosion in the suburbs of Los Angeles last night, which also caused serious damage to the sewer system, but they didn't expect the explosion to be related to the clown organization. In this battle, Stark Industries dispatched 15 U-Energy steel armors, killed 1,374 official members of the clown organization, and destroyed 10 imitation steel armors. The amount of stolen money and stolen goods seized was countless. This material has been transferred to Los Angeles City Hall. After hearing Tony's words, the reporters were surprised and at a loss. 1,374 regular members were killed. God. Since the establishment of the clown organization, it seems that it has never suffered such a big loss. That's it, this is a big trouble. Tony looked around, looked at the expressions of the reporters, and said, the reporters will ask questions below. You can just ask what you want to know, without any scruples. Reporters love to hear this. In an instant, hundreds of reporters in the audience raised their hands together. Tony simply clicked on the closest blonde woman with a good body and appearance. This girl is a bit familiar. I don't know if she has slept. Hello, Mr. Stark, this is Christine from Vanity Fair. The blonde woman stood up and asked very quickly, I have 3 questions about this incident. First, the clown organization's stronghold is deeply hidden. How did you find them? Second, how powerful is Stark Industries' new energy armor? Third, eliminate the Los Angeles branch and hold a press conference. Are you a blatant provocation to the clown organization? Kristen is worthy of being a veteran reporter, and she basically asked all the people who wanted to ask these 3 questions. In normal times, Tony doesn't have the patience to answer so many questions at once, but today is a special day and makes an exception. The first question is that although the clown organization is hidden deeply, the artificial intelligence of Stark Industries is at the world's leading level. Face recognition and big data search. These 2 are combined to find the stronghold of the clown organization. Easy. According to the plan, Tony did not confess the existence of SHIELD, and took all the credit to himself without shame. It's a pity that these words tricked the reporter, but not Chloe. When Jason asked her, she immediately retorted, "Boss, he is lying. It is impossible for Stark Industries network technology to bypass me and conduct surveillance and investigation of the organization's stronghold." Jason absolutely believed in Chloe's ability. Since the problem does not appear on the internet, it is that there is an insider in the Los Angeles branch. The second question is that the new energy steel armor is an epoch-making product and a miracle in industrial history. I don't want to tell you how good its parameters are. Just take the fighting situation last night as an example. 10 new energy battle armors against 10 old steel battle armors imitated by the clown organization. As a result, the clown battle armors were fragile with one touch and could only choose to expose themselves. But such a violent big explosion only made the new energy battle. The nail is slightly damaged. Hearing this, Jason asked quickly, "Chloe, this?" Chloe interrupted him and said, "Boss, just listen to what he said. Even if the new energy armor uses the new arc reactor, there is no major breakthrough in the shell material after all. I guess the big explosion last night, the loss of the new energy armor is not small." Jason sighed and asked sharply, "In other words, it is true that the first half of the new energy armor crushes the old armor?" Chloe hesitated for a moment and replied, "The core of the steel armor is the reactor. When the reactor is fully surpassed, it is very likely to cause a crushing situation." Jason nodded and said, "I understand." The third question, "You asked me if I was blatantly provoking the clown organization, and my answer was, yes, that's right. The emergence of the new energy battle armor marks the complete end of the lawless era of clown organizations. Los Angeles is only the first stop, and then clown organizations throughout the country will be devastated by the steel armor, and world order will be restored. Here, I want to persuade those who have done bad things for the clown organization to surrender to the nearest police station. If not." Tony took out a photo from the envelope and showed it out. "This is your end." That is a photo of the basement level of the Los Angeles base. More than 30 steel armors floated in the air, and the corpses under their feet were covered in layers, and there was no place to stand. The visual effect of this photo was too shocking, and there was an uproar at the press conference. Click. The flash blinks continuously. A reporter raised his hand and said, "Mr. Stark, I have." Upon seeing this, Kristen hurriedly said loudly, "Mr. Stark, I take the liberty to ask another question. Are you afraid of Jason's revenge by doing this?" "This bitch." The reporters immediately glared at her. Tony put away his smile and looked at her sternly. "I don't care, because I know Jason is afraid to come. If he dares to come, I will sit at home and wait for him to collect his body." After speaking, Tony turned around and left. The short press conference is over, but the huge amount of information it brings is enough for everyone to digest for a while. Tony dropped a blockbuster lightly and asked all TV stations in the United States to urgently adjust their programs. The news anchor was rushed to the company by the leaders of the TV station. After putting on a simple makeup, he took a fresh speech and excitedly announced the good news to the world. At the same time, this matter spread rapidly on the internet like a virus, causing intense discussions among tens of millions of netizens. With the rapid expansion of the clown organization, more and more residents were affected, resulting in all the comments on the internet supporting Iron Man. I hope he can eliminate all the group organization as soon as possible and restore the social order to its original appearance. The clown organization has once again become a mouse on the street, everyone shouts and beats. After reading the news, Jason sat alone on the sofa and said nothing. The second girl had already gotten up, and the locomotive and Franklin had also arrived here, but they all stood silently, not daring to speak. Jason bowed his head in silence, and his heavy breathing could be clearly heard in the quiet living room. The four of them looked cramped, and even more calmly. Every word Tony said at the press conference lit a fire in Jason's heart. After watching a press conference, he was already in anger and couldn't help himself. Also angry are Jason's comrades. The chat group in the small community has been fried, and the comrades are furious, clamoring that Tony's body will be broken into pieces. Especially Locomotive, as the top leader of the Los Angeles branch, his anger is no less than Jason. Ding. Daily task update. Jason raised his head, glanced briefly across his eyes, and found that the last task was about Tony. Release mission Vengeance. Task details: Tony Stark wiped out the Los Angeles branch, and still blatantly provoked in front of the media, which brought extremely bad effects to the organization. The host should give a strong response and revenge on Tony Stark. Task reward: 20,000 30,000 villain value. Reminder, it is a good choice to blow up Tony's house. God's will is so. Jason turned off the system and got up from the sofa. The four of them all looked at him. Jason sighed faintly, and said in a terribly calm tone, "All together." Upon hearing this, the faces of the four of them were full of excitement. After 6 months, the core members of the clown organization gathered again. Tony dared to provoke publicly, proving that he was fully prepared. Although Jason was angry, he didn't dare to be careless. In this action, apart from Stanfield who was lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D., Jason took out all his family assets, and even Harry and Belmode, who had just given birth to their children, were back on the battlefield. In the foreseeable future, a bloody storm is inevitable. Chapter 208 Return to Los Angeles. Harpy died. After issuing the combat order, all accomplices put on the clown armor and rushed to Los Angeles. Jason thought they were slow, so he took the first step and flew to Los Angeles at a supersonic speed of Mach 3. The UFO appeared in the airspace of the United States and was soon detected by SHIELD satellites and transmitted the signal to the Los Angeles base. In the conference room, senior agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. gathered together. The large screen is divided into several pieces, each showing the flight data of each party. According to their flight position, there is no doubt that Los Angeles is their target. Facing the menacing revenge of the clown organization, Nick Fury solemnly issued a series of combat orders. An hour later, Jason flew over 3,000 kilometers from New York to Los Angeles. Floating in the air to identify the direction, flew towards Stark Industry. The bitch Tony said he was waiting at home, but he didn't say where his home was. No way. Jason can only go to Stark Industries and try his luck to see if anyone knows. It was working time at this time, and the employees of Stark Industries said good morning to each other and swiped their cards to enter the office building. Although it has experienced countless disturbances, Stark Industries still stands firm. It's just that the huge factory area has become a virtual shell, and the most cow factory equipment has all been relocated. Some moved to other states, and some even moved overseas. But no matter what it is, the location of Stark Industries factories has become the highest level of confidentiality. After several battles with the clown organization, Tony learned to share the risks and understood the reason that eggs cannot be put in one basket. Hey, Badge. Tony Stark's former bodyguard, Harpy, who is now the manager of Stark's Industrial Security Department, is standing in front of the administration building and working seriously. However, his so-called job is just to remind all company employees not to put the badge in the pocket, but not on the chest of the clothes. Seeing the staff do the same, Harpy's sense of accomplishment is overwhelming. Being a leader is better than being a bodyguard. Really annoying. Yes, it's annoying. The two staff members put on their badges and whispered about Harpy. "You said why Mr. Stark asked him to be the security manager? He's fat and stupid, and he always likes to stare at female staff." The security of Stark Industries is a high-risk profession. Besides him, anyone who is not afraid of death would dare to apply. So that's the case. HMPH, I hope he won't pee his pants in fear when he encounters the clown organization. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in front of the administration building, and Jason fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. Wow! The violent shock radiated outward from him, shattering all the glass windows of the administrative building. What? Seeing that face clearly, all the staff were taken aback and ran away screaming. What a crow's mouth! I just finished talking about the clown organization, and actually recruited the boss. Bang bang bang. At this time, several bullets hit Jason and fell to the ground again. Jason turned his head, and a fat white man was holding a gun at him in horror. "Who are you?" Jason stepped forward and asked. Harpy emptied the bullets in the magazine and quickly replaced the magazine. Click. With a shake of his hand, the magazine fell to the ground. Harpy bent over to pick it up, but his extreme fear caused his legs to weaken and accidentally knelt on the ground. A pair of black leather shoes stopped in front of the magazine, and Harpy's extended hand suddenly froze. He slowly raised his head, saw a pair of cold and indifferent eyes, and the hairs all over his body suddenly stood. "Stand up." Jason's tone was flat, but he was under tremendous pressure. Almost a subconscious reaction of the body, Harpy immediately stood up and straightened his back. "Stark Industries, security manager." Jason looked at Harpy's badge and asked, "Do you know where Tony Stark is?" Harpy closed her eyes tightly, swallowed hard, and trembled. "No, I don't know." "Hey!" Jason raised the corner of his mouth and said disdainfully, "As a security manager, you don't even know where the boss is. What's the use of your life?" After speaking, Jason stretched out his hand abruptly, clasping Harpy's head with 5 fingers. "Give you 3 seconds to tell the location of Tony's villa and spare you not to die." 1. Harpy trembled nervously, but gritted his teeth severely and made a gurgling noise. 2. 5 fingers exerted slight force, and there was severe pain in Harpy's skull, and his head seemed to explode. 3. The strength increased by 1 point, and the pain suddenly increased. Harpy opened his mouth suddenly, and wailed heartbreakingly, "Ah, ha!" "Still have the backbone." Jason smiled faintly and poured energy into his 5 fingers. Snapped. Crisp like a burst. Harpy's head was squeezed, and the red and white things turned into mud and splashed on Jason's face, becoming more hideous and terrifying. Thump. The headless body crashed down, and Jason calmly shook the blood on his hand and strode into the administration building. There wasn't even a ghost shadow on the first floor, and he jumped up into the air like a rocket. Boom! In front of him, the hard steel concrete was as fragile as Japanese tofu. Jason easily smashed into the floor and jumped to the 5th floor. "What?" The staff on the 5th floor was shocked and burst into piercing screams. Jason was upset by the quarrel and roared, "Shoot up!" A loud shout made the office area silent, and everyone suppressed their breath. Jason looked around and asked, "Who knows where Tony Stark's villa is?" "Anyone who knows can avoid death." Upon hearing this, the office clerk was about to cry. "They only work part-time, so they don't know where the boss lives." I know too." At this time, 2 employees raised their hands excitedly and shouted. Jason smiled and beckoned, and the 2 immediately ran over with a flattering smile. "Mr. Walter, I know where Stark lives." "Mr. Walter, I know too, and I raised my hand first." Jason nodded in satisfaction, sitting on a wheelchair, and said, "Don't tell me. Find a pen and paper. If the answers are the same, you can all live. If the answers are different, he." Hearing this, the 2 ran into the office rolling and crawling, and ran back after finding the pen and paper, and slid down on the ground to write quickly. At almost the same time, they finished writing and handed over the paper. Jason took a glance and found that the addresses written by the 2 were exactly the same. 10,880 Malibu Street. The 2 nodded and said, "Yes." Jason grabbed 2 pieces of paper in his palms, and a ball of flame rose and burned the paper to ashes. He strode to the floor-to-ceiling window and turned round and said, "I advise you, don't work in Stark Industries." After speaking, Jason jumped and smashed the window. The surrounding air made a burst of noise, and Jason disappeared instantly. Stark's villa is located in Malibu. Jason flew away at a swift speed and passed the position to his comrades. Chapter 209 Shaking Conspiracy. The mist cleared. Malibu Seaside Villa. Jason arrived early and conducted a careful investigation of the surroundings. Tony dared to provoke brazenly in front of the media, and he must be fully prepared, and Jason did not dare to venture alone. An hour later, the comrades rushed here wearing grim-faced clown armor. Seeing that Jason hadn't been dazzled by anger and broke into alone, they secretly relieved. "Hanny, have you investigated the surrounding environment?" After staying at home for half a year, Hawley was suffocated. She is looking forward to today's battle very much and is already a little eager to try. Jason nodded, pointed his finger at the villa in the distance and said, "I have surveyed within a radius of 10 kilometers. But no matter whether it is air or land, there is no armed force, nor the shadow of the new energy armor, even in the villa. It doesn't look like a human being. There is no armor, no battle armor, not even a figure." A strong sense of conspiracy hit his face. Belmode frowned slightly, and guessed, could it be that the villa is full of explosives, just waiting for us to walk in? Her guess is very reasonable. After all, the only way to kill Jason is to release energy beyond the limit within a period of time and completely destroy him. Tony understands this, and setting up a bomb trap becomes a matter of course. Hearing this, Franklin said with disdain, "If it's a bomb, it's easy to handle. Just go in boldly. As long as there is me, whatever bomb can make him a dud." Jason nodded silently, and Franklin really didn't need to worry about these problems. The group walked cautiously towards the villa. As Jason said, there was no personal figure here, and judging by the traces of the scene, no one was living for at least 3 months. Stopped at a position about 100 meters from the villa, everyone cast their gazes at Franklin. Franklin gently placed his fingers on his temples, closed his eyes slightly and carefully retrieved all the electronic products in the villa. A minute later, Franklin said disdainfully, "Boss, there are really bombs in the villa, and there are a lot of them." While talking, he closed the remote control module of the bomb and opened the door of the villa at the same time. "All done?" "Okay." After dismantling the bomb, everyone walked into the villa with confidence. As Tony Stark's private mansion, this villa on the cliffside of Malibu is impeccable regardless of location, external structure, interior decoration, and furnishings. At least in terms of aesthetics, Tony can slap Jason. The villa was extremely quiet, except for their footsteps and breathing. There were no other sounds. Jason looked around, frowning slightly. What does Tony Stark mean? It doesn't seem to be his behavior style to openly provoke himself but avoid fighting. Another thing is also very strange. He knew that Franklin had the ability to control electrical appliances, so why did he fill the villa with explosives? These behaviors are somewhat difficult to understand. Drop. A strange noise suddenly appeared in the quiet villa. What? Franklin's face changed drastically, and he shouted in horror, "Bomb!" With his roar, everyone was stunned. "Bomb? Isn't it controlled by you?" The reaction of the comrades was a little slow, but Jason remained extremely vigilant since stepping into the villa. As soon as the abnormal sound appeared, the majestic energy came out. The energy that is so strong that it is visible to the naked eye forms a huge semicircular energy cover, which encloses all the comrades in it. Boom. The next second, a violent explosion sounded. The walls were cracked, the fire was blazing, and the mountains underfoot were shaking, and it was difficult to maintain balance. The valuable seaside villa instantly collapsed. The powerful shock wave instantly shattered the energy wall, and the aftermath alone blasted all the comrades into flight. Fortunately, they were in the living room on the first floor, and the side that was blasted off was a transparent floor-to-ceiling window. Wow! Everyone broke through the tempered glass and fell into the turbulent sea. The villa was blown to pieces in the sky, and even the foundation was blown away. Thick black smoke rushed straight into the sky, dyeing the blue sky black, and it was visible in a radius of more than 10 kilometers. At this time, the panicked comrades finally reacted. Halley moved for a few moments in a row, moving everyone to land a kilometer away. "Hanny, are you okay?" Jason sullenly shook his head silently. Because of the protection of Jason's energy hood, the comrades were not injured. At most they were cut out by glass fragments. This level of injury can be cured by Belmode with a wave of his hand. After calming down, everyone turned their unkind eyes on Franklin. If it weren't for his last warning, he would have been arrested as a traitor by the rest of the party. However, even if he didn't do anything, Franklin's suspicion still remained unsolved, which can be seen from the vigilant positions of his colleagues. Franklin was even more bewildered at the moment. How could his superpowers no longer work? The suspicion on his companion's face made him feel wronged and wanted to cry. He had to ask Jason for help. "Boss, I really don't have." Franklin couldn't say those two words, because from the moment he met Jason, the word betrayal was erased from his life dictionary. Jason stood up, looked at the black smoke billowing in the distance, and said in a long tone, "I believe you. But I'm curious, why your superpowers will fail." Los Angeles, SHIELD stronghold. Looking at the ruins and black smoke on the big screen, there were cheers in the conference room. All the agents were happy, and the hard work of months of Upside Down was finally paid off. The bombs placed in the villa seemed to be aimed at Jason, but in fact, the target of SHIELD is Franklin. SHIELD has placed a total of 50 high explosives in the villa, and different jammers are placed in each explosive box, covering almost all areas of electromagnetics. Yes, the goal of SHIELD is not to kill anyone, but to figure out which category Franklin's superpowers belong to, and whether they are in the realm of science. This experiment was full of uncertainty, but fortunately the experiment was successful. Nick Fury smiled and asked quickly, "Did you find out what bomb was it that exploded?" The engineer sitting on the side manipulated the laptop, and then replied, "It's number 31. Nick Fury spread out the information at hand, looked at it and said, "In the box containing explosive number 31, is a VLF radio jammer?" The engineer nodded excitedly. "Yes." This shows that the propagation frequency of Franklin's superpower is in the range of 3 to 30 kHz. As long as we interfere and shield the radio waves of this frequency, his superpower will be invalid. Nick Fury immediately asked, "Will shielding 3 to 30 kHz radio waves affect our normal traffic?" The engineer shook his head and explained, "The radio waves of this frequency are suitable for maritime navigation and underwater communication, and are mainly used for ocean-going ships and submarines. The satellite communication of SHIELD is ultra-high frequency and is not affected at all." After listening to the engineer's explanation, Nick Fury and the other agents understood. Nick Fury decisively issued an order, "Notify the Aegis Armored Forces. The plan is proceeding normally," and immediately start the action. "Understand." The meeting room became lively again, and everyone's faces were filled with joyful smiles. The deciphering of Franklin's superpowers meant that the mist shrouded in the clown organization had gradually dissipated. Although it was only a small part of the fog, it also brought great spiritual inspiration to all SHIELD agents. Boom! Suddenly, SHIELD strongholds shook the mountains, and dust fell on the walls and roof. Nick Fury stood up abruptly and called the agents outside. "What happened?" After a while, someone replied in horror. A steel armor rushed in and was rushing into the meeting room. Hearing that, everyone in the conference room was very different. Bad. Could it be that the clown organization discovered the location of the stronghold? It's not right, according to time. Even if Jason and the others are safe and sound, it is impossible to fly here from Malibu so quickly. And why is there only one steel armor? Nick Fury asked. Is it the armor of the clown organization? There was a scream from the communicator. It's Iron Man. Chapter 210 Turning Against Each Other. Hyde Agreement. The meeting room was silent, and everyone looked unbelievable. Iron Man rushes to SHIELD. Tony Stark's head was squeezed by the door. Just when the agents looked dumbfounded, the careful Black Widow suddenly thought of something. She tentatively said, Could it be because of the manager of Stark Industries who died? He used to be Tony's personal bodyguard. Hearing the Black Widow's speculation, the agents felt even more incredible. SHIELD's trouble was caused by the death of a bodyguard. It wasn't that the head was squeezed by the door, it was that the head was kicked by a donkey. The agents were chattering and arguing, and Nick Fury's face was covered with ice. Now is the critical time for the mission. He does not allow anyone to influence the execution of this plan because of anything. Nick Fury immediately contacted the armored forces and ordered them to put on the armor to subdue Tony Stark. No matter what, he was dissatisfied with SHIELD. He had to wait until today's mission was over. 15 new energy battle armors were damaged in yesterday's operation, and another 20 were dispatched to perform tasks. Now there are the last 20 new energy battle armors in the SHIELD stronghold. Tony broke into the SHIELD stronghold and rushed straight to the meeting room. Many agents were obstructed on the road, but none of them were his enemies. Although Tony was angry, he didn't kill him. He just knocked them all out. Stark, stop it. Are you crazy? At this time, the battle armor rushed to stand in front of Tony. Even if it was a 1 to 20 death, Tony was still not afraid of danger. I only say it once. Get out. Shit, he has completely lost his mind. Then it doesn't matter, control him first. After speaking, the battle armor troops rushed forward. Because they are acquaintances, the two sides did not use missiles and electromagnetic pulses, but used the most primitive hand-to-hand combat. There was no suspense in this battle. After only 10 seconds, Tony was firmly controlled by the armored troops. After the danger was relieved, Nick Fury walked out of the conference room with a group of agents. Tony opened the steel mask and stared at him with red eyes. "You damn liar," Nick Fury said with a dark face. "What's the matter with you?" "What happened?" Tony said angrily. "When I participated in this project, you promised me to protect the safety of everyone around me. But just now, Harpy was killed by a beast like Jason." Upon hearing this, the agents were taken aback. "It's really because of him." Nick Fury sighed and said, "I'm sorry for the bad news. SHIELD has limited staff in Los Angeles, and it is impossible to do everything." "Shut up." Tony gritted his teeth and said, "This is not the first time. You have never told the truth in your mouth." Seeing Tony's emotions getting more and more excited, the Black Widow quickly stood up and said, "Hey Tony, calm down, okay?" Tony glared at the Black Widow's, no tenderness in his eyes. There was a trace of sadness in the Black Widow's eyes. She stared at Tony's eyes and explained, "Tony, I understand your feelings, but no one of us can predict such an accident. You know the strength of Jason and the Clown Organization. Even if you send all the agents of SHIELD, you can't protect everyone you know. Even if Harpy escapes by chance, others will die. We have all experienced these tragedies, and we have experienced this deep-seated pain, and we are able to empathize with ourselves. Only then have we gathered together to resist the Clown Organization. The plan has entered a critical moment, and we have achieved amazing results, so I beg you to put aside the dispute for a while and help us completely eliminate the Clown Organization. This is the most correct way to avenge Harpy, isn't it?" Tony's face was gloomy, and he ignored the gentleness of the Black Widow's release. "Don't look at me with that look. You, like Nick Fury, are a liar full of lies. I won't believe you anymore." The acting was seen through, and the Black Widow stopped pretending. The sadness on his face disappeared instantly like the face of Szechuan opera. "It's unreasonable. Take down his armor, let him calm down." Nick Fury was worried about the task and didn't want to bother with Tony Doo. Upon hearing the order of the former chief, the Steel Fighters were ready to do it. Tony did not resist, but sneered, "Use my weapon to deal with me. You are really a group of hopeless idiots. I'm really blind if you are expecting you to eliminate the Clown Organization." "What?" Nick Fury realized what, and turned his head abruptly. "It's a pity that everything is too late," and Tony yelled, "Jarvis, start the safety program." Jarvis's voice immediately sounded, "Okay, sir." In the next second, 20 steel armored arc reactors were cut off at the same time, and the blue light on their chests slowly disappeared. Without power from the arc reactor, The steel armor is just a one-to-one masterpiece. Tony made a sudden force and broke free of their restraints easily. Just when everyone was stunned, Tony rushed up and grabbed the marinated egg. Tony, stop it! The Black Widow was shocked and quickly took out her pistol. Tony didn't even look at her. He flicked his arm and flew the Black Widow away, hitting the wall with a bang. The situation at the scene reversed 180 degrees, and all agents pulled out their pistols and kept a safe distance vigilantly. Although Nick Fury was caught, there was still no fear in that one-eyed eye. Instead, he asked in confusion, "The steel armor has been fully tested when it is delivered, and even the smart operating system uses SHIELD itself." "Yes, why can you still control the armor?" Tony sneered and said, "You are wrong. But I can't control the steel armor. I know that SHIELD will thoroughly check the system and protocol after receiving the goods, so I didn't do anything about the armor itself. I just hid a safety program in the power supply agreement of the arc reactor. As long as the safety program is activated, the reactor will be forced to power off." Nick Fury suddenly realized, and he sighed heavily. "No wonder you don't want to give us the technology of the arc reactor." "It turns out that my choice was right." Tony lifted Nick Fury up with one hand and pressed hard against the wall. "What you experience now is how Happy felt before he died. Is it angry, desperate, regret?" Nick Fury's head was scratched by the wall, and he still calmly said, "I said, this is just an accident. SHIELD cannot guarantee everyone's safety." Tony snorted and said angrily, "In that case, you shouldn't break your promise and force me into the water." "I said, you are the best bait to attract Jason," Nick Fury said with a serious face. "Even if time turns back, I will still do this." "Time reversal? Ha! You will never have this chance." Tony's iron hand began to exert force slightly. "Stark, please stop it." The Black Widow struggled to stand up and begged, "Kill Nick Fury. What should the clown organization do? You alone can kill Jason for Happy." "Revenge?" Tony said with a disdainful expression. "When I said I was going to kill him, I just came to tell you. From now on, I will dismiss the SHIELD consultant and stop all funding to SHIELD." After speaking, Tony released Nick Fury, turned around and strode away from the stronghold. "Stark, wait a minute." Nick Fury clutched the wound on his head and asked, "The 20 steel armors fighting outside, you haven't implemented the security agreement?" "Don't worry, I'm not as sinister as you." Chapter 211 Deathmatch is on. Data collection. Seeing Tony leaving behind, the stronghold fell into a dead silence. From this moment on, SHIELD has lost its biggest funder and technical engineer, which is a heavy blow to all agents, and the joy of cracking the mystery of superpowers has also diminished a lot. Nick Fury stood there for a moment, turned around and returned to the conference room. Without Tony's support, SHIELD's next path will be more difficult, so today's action must be successful. Only in this way can Nick Fury gain the trust of the World Council and a more generous budget than ever before. Nick Fury picked up the communicator and ordered the armored troops hidden at an altitude of 10,000 meters to start immediately, and at the same time connected the scene screen to the conference room. Everyone got busy again, and the Black Widow walked in carrying the medical kit and helped Nick Fury bandage the wound on his head. Malibu, seaside villa. The comrades are worrying about the failure of Franklin's superpowers, but there is the roar of aircraft on the horizon. Everyone looked up and saw 20 steel armors rushing out of the clouds and flying towards them. "Discover Jason. Discover Jason." "Shit. All the core members of the clown organization are here. These people are so deadly." Such an astonishing explosion didn't kill them. "Activate the radio shield. Get up. Get ready to fight." The comrades looked solemnly at the swooping armored core. Franklin deliberately took the lead to wash himself away from the shame, and immediately stretched out his hand at the sky and gave a strong grip. The superpowers were activated, but the steel armor was not affected in any way. "Shit, what the hell is going on?" Franklin frowned, anxious. "Okay, don't worry." David walked over and patted his shoulder. "When I knock them off, everything will be clear." After speaking, David walked forward alone, opened his mouth suddenly and yelled at the sky, The infrasound wave rushed straight into the sky, instantly covering all the armored legions. Even though David deliberately controlled his superpowers, his surrounding comrades still felt that his bones and internal organs were shaking. "Sorry." David smiled. The next second, the smile on his face was completely stiff. Facing the infrasonic attack, those armors rushed forward without any response. "There is no one in the armor?" David looked surprised. In the Aegis conference room, the agents smiled upon seeing this scene. Infrasound waves are mechanical waves, which are extremely harmful to the human body. But it also has its limitations, that is, propagation requires media, such as air and water, which means that mechanical waves cannot propagate in vacuum. Tony thought of the vacuum soundproof glass at home, and on a whim he made a vacuum layer between the steel armor and the human body. The effect of Tony's casual actions was so good that it exploded, which made the comrades in the conference room start to regret again. First Franklin, then David, the superpowers of the comrades failed one after another. Jason was puzzled, and spit out, "Could it be Hyalurok? Hanny, be careful!" After an exclamation, the armored army descended from the sky. John immediately squatted down and pressed his hands on the ground. A thin layer of ice appeared on the ground instantly, and it quickly spread forward. The third-level freezing ability is not trivial. As long as the steel armor comes into contact with these thin ice, it will quickly freeze and cause equipment failure. These agents knew the superpowers of the members of the Clown organization, and immediately jumped into the air, and then launched an attack. 5 of them aimed at Jason and raised their arms to release electromagnetic pulse waves. Bang bang bang. 5 golden electromagnetic pulses laced out. The huge energy shield released just now has exhausted the energy in Jason's body, and he is in need of energy replenishment at the moment. Jason didn't dodge, let the electromagnetic pulse hit his body. At the moment of contact with the body, the electromagnetic pulse disappeared into the sea like a mud cow, but Jason's face was full of surprise. 5 electromagnetic pulses with no charge have filled the empty body with 90% energy. The energy output of the second-generation arc reactor is really terrifying. Jason didn't hesitate. The energy in his body surged wildly, pulling away from the steel armor. 2 scraps. I will send you away. Hallie put her hand on the shoulders of Franklin and David, preparing to send them away. No need. I can still manipulate the Joker's armor. Franklin waved his hand, and the clown's armor, which was used as a vehicle by his comrades, flew from a distance. What about you? Hawley asked again. Holding a special sniper rifle, David said with a serious face. Send me to a nearby commanding height. Even without superpowers, I won't lose. Hallie nodded and teleported him to the hillside a kilometer away. David quickly assembled the sniper rifle on the ground, and then aimed at the fragile part of the steel armor to shoot. When Hawley returned to the battlefield, she immediately teleported behind an Iron Warrior and put her hand on his shoulder. Rush. The two disappeared in place. The Iron Warrior was fighting fiercely, and suddenly the sky turned around and his vision became pitch black like ink. What? The agent was a little confused, but he immediately understood that Harley Quinn must have teleported him away. Sure enough, when the agents broke the darkness, they found themselves in an underground warehouse, 10 kilometers away from the Malibu villa. Hallie did the same, and kept sending the Iron Warriors to the scene to reduce the pressure on the party. The battlefield is divided into several pieces, and each comrade has to face several steel fighters. The battle between you and me is very anxious, but with Hawley, a stick of shit, and Belmod's magical healing skills, the balance of victory gradually fell to their side. Everything that happens on the battlefield is transmitted to the big screen in the conference room through the camera. SHIELD engineers watched and recorded the data. Even in the crisis, Nick Fury and the agents present did not panic. Because this action was not intended to annihilate the Clown organization, Nick Fury knew that he couldn't do it with his current power. This operation is only to collect data on the superpowers of the same party. For example, Harley Quinn's teleport limit distance and spatial fluctuations. For example, Belmod's treatment effect, and its data. For example, the instantaneous upper limit and total upper limit of Jason's energy absorption. This evenly matched battle pushed the limits of the Clown organization and allowed S.H.I.E.L.D. to obtain a lot of precious data. Have all the data been recorded? Nick Fury asked. The engineer hit the last button, nodded and said, "It's all recorded." Nick Fury immediately picked up the communicator to notify the armored troops to withdraw. After receiving the order, the battle armor was ready to leave the battlefield. Hawley sensed their intention and immediately teleported back a steel armor that had left. She also yelled at Jason, "Honey, they are going to bugger." Jason dodged the attack and sighed helplessly. Knowing what they can do if they want to stray, they can't be kept by their own strength. Just when Jason was about to give up, the system light curtain appeared. Ding. The mission, Vengeance, has been completed. Chapter 212 Upgrade Plus, Cruel Torture. Ding. The quest, Vengeance, has been completed. Earn 20,000 villains, and the current progress, 5,200,48,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for rising to level 49 and gaining 10 attribute points. Looking at the war-armored corp preparing to flee, Jason showed a sneer on his face. "Come and go as you want, when I am a public toilet." He quickly added some upgrades, and purchased the third level of energy absorption superpower. Level 49, 400,049,000. Power 153,153, Agility 150,150, Endurance 150,150, Intelligence 140,150. Remaining attribute points, 0. Reputation, 69794378137394. Party, Locomotive, TX. Prestige required for the next recruitment, 10 million. Points, 634,740. Rechargeable points, 0. Abilities, Fighting Proficiency, Level 10, Driving Proficiency, Level 10, Firearms Proficiency, Level 10, Cold Weapon Proficiency, Level 10, Superpower Energy Absorption, Level 3. Mal, click here. A sharp pain came from every cell in the body. Hold back. Hold back. Can't faint. Jason forced himself to stay awake, his expression extremely hideous, and his body trembling slightly with pain. When the comrades saw this, they were taken aback, and then they showed ecstasy. Hawley shouted excitedly, "Great! Honey has upgraded." Seeing this joyous scene, the agents in the conference room were suddenly confused and didn't know what had happened. But an ominous premonition emerged in their hearts. "Quick, evacuate quickly!" Nick Fury shouted, clenching the communicator. The officer's tone was urgent, and the agents also noticed the abnormality, and immediately accelerated their departure from the battlefield. "Ha! You irritated me and want to leave? Leave your life first." The first battle after childbirth was so frustrated that Hawley was upset. She quickly used her teleport super ability, leaving all the steel soldiers who wanted to leave in place. Upon seeing this, the agents in the conference room were distraught. "No, they can't leave." "Shit. Teleportation is really troublesome. Look, Jason's aura seems to be different." After the absorption and digestion of the superpower level 3, the pain that Jason had overcome did not faint, but his body was saturated with sweat, and he was hungry again. He raised his head and looked at the 20 steel armors in the air, and his 2 iron fists slowly clenched. The energy absorption of level 3. The upper limit of energy has been increased 10 times again. "Hey, I don't know the effect. Let's use you to practice hands." Boom. There was a sonic boom in the air, and Jason disappeared instantly. When everyone saw him again, he had already appeared in front of a steel soldier, standing in the airspace, with an indifferent expression, bloodthirsty eyes, and slightly longer hair swinging in the wind. The agent showed horror and yelled to embolden himself, then stepped back a few steps and used the arc reactor in his chest to launch a full-power electromagnetic pulse wave. Jason did not dodge, let the electromagnetic pulse hit his body, and then absorbed energy eagerly. Seeing this scene, The engineer responsible for recording the data in the conference room was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the data on the computer and screamed desperately, "It's over. Jason is getting stronger again." What? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, bringing the tired agents in the conference room to the outside and the inside. According to the engineer's previous calculations, the limit of energy absorption by Jason is equivalent to the explosive equivalent of 1 ton of TNT, and the instantaneous absorption is 1/10 of the limit. What is the concept of the explosive equivalent of 1 ton of TNT? The explosive equivalent of an anti-tank mine that can blow up a tank is 5 kilograms. The explosive equivalent of a Tomahawk cruise missile is about 454 kilograms. In the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, criminals killed 168 people, injured more than 600 people, and damaged 324 buildings with just over 2 tons of explosives. In other words, Jason is a humanoid self-propelled explosive with unlimited charging. Fortunately, Tony Stark developed a new energy armor. According to the data calculated by S.H.I.E.L.D., the energy output of full-power electromagnetic pulse waves far exceeds Jason's instantaneous absorption upper limit. As long as Jason was struck by electromagnetic pulses, he was dead or alive, and this allowed S.H.I.E.L.D. to finally see a glimmer of light. But in a blink of an eye, Jason became stronger again. The only dawn is completely dimmed. How can this deep sense of powerlessness not make people desperate? Nick Fury deserves to be a veteran agent. He was the first to react and asked calmly, "What is Jason's current data?" While looking at the screen, the engineer quickly tapped the keyboard. "Wait a minute. He has not reached the limit." On the battlefield, Jason was still absorbing the energy of electromagnetic pulses. In order to protect electrical components from being burned, the full-power electromagnetic pulse can only last for 5 seconds at a time and requires a certain amount of time to cool down. After 5 seconds, the arc reactor stopped its energy output. At this time, Jason's energy was only half full. New energy battle armor. But so, Jason showed disdain, and the majestic energy came out. Rush! He teleported to the front of the steel armor, and in the agent's desperate haze, he raised his fist and slammed into the helmet. Boom! The strong armor is crushed into powder by a huge energy. A headless corpse slowly fell from the sky. Looking at the blood-stained fist, Jason was extremely excited. The new power brought by each upgrade makes him intoxicated. Jason was so excited. He shouted at Hawley, "Harry, send everyone here." "Hanny, no problem." Rush! A steel armor was teleported to Jason. Without hesitation, an iron fist fell. Hawley blinked playfully and quickly teleported away. As soon as the agent came back from the sky, he saw a fist getting closer and closer to him. Boom! After the loud noise, the headless body appeared again. Hawley kept sending people over, but Jason didn't refuse anyone who came. Punched a kid, and was very enjoyable. The agents were dying, but their resistance was as boring as a child's prank in Jason's eyes. It was of no use except to continue to provide him with energy. The S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room was dead silent. The agents stared at the screen without blinking, but could do nothing but pray. "Count. Figure it out." The engineer slammed a fist on the table, and said with an angry and desperate face, "Jason's energy limit has been increased tenfold." One word stirred up waves. The agents in the conference room were completely confused. 10 times. That is the explosive equivalent of 10 tons of TNT. This is equivalent to the explosive equivalent of the cloud bomb used by the U.S. military in the Vietnam War. This is the strongest conventional weapon, second only to nuclear bombs. What will happen if Jason is equipped with it? Just imagine it. And the agents in the conference room shudder. This mission completely failed, but what worries the agents even more is this near-desperate future. "Hanny, this is the last one." Hawley teleported the last steel soldier over and reminded loudly. Jason awoke from the monstrous killing intent and changed his fist to grasp the arc reactor in front of his chest. Click! With a crisp sound, the arc reactor was detained by him abruptly. Without energy, the steel armor is completely abolished. Jason threw him to the ground like a chicken, and opened the mask slightly. hiding a face of horror and despair under the mask. All the comrades gathered around. Franklin rushed up and gave him a punch, cursing, "Say, why is my superpower ineffective?" The agent was full of blood, closed his eyes and said, "Don't dream. Even if I said, you won't let me go. It's better to die." Hearing that, Jason sneered, "Yes, but you can choose to die happily, or be abused to death by the torture master of the clown organization." Chapter 213 The fog is gone. SHIELD, danger. Jason's words lingered like a demon whispering in the agent's ears, constantly impacting his defense. According to the internal data of SHIELD, 99% of the prisoners could not bear the pain of torture and confessed, while the rest died directly. As the most influential terrorist organization in the world, the Clown Organization's torture capabilities are beyond doubt. However, stop dreaming. I won't say anything. The agent gritted his teeth and said with a heartbeat, "He has parents, wives and children. If he doesn't confess, the SHIELD pension is enough to make his family safe. But once he confessed, he would become a traitor to SHIELD. Without a pension to make a living, he didn't know what the family would be like." After thinking about it, the agent decided to keep silent. No matter what kind of torture he suffered, he could not reveal the secret. HMPH. Have a backbone. Jason snorted coldly, and said to his comrades, "You have learned torture methods a lot in your stronghold. Who'll try first?" As soon as the voice fell, David opened his mouth and said, "Boss, let me come first." Jason nodded, and stepped back with the rest of his comrades. "Be careful and don't kill yourself." David nodded with a smile, obviously very confident in the mastery of superpowers. He slowly squatted down, moved his mouth, and activated his superpowers. What? The vacuum layer of the armor was damaged, and the infrasound easily penetrated the agent's body. David made the frequency of the infrasound wave consistent with the vibration frequency of the human internal organs, which immediately caused the agent's internal organs to resonate with the infrasound wave. The agent's internal organs began to jump wildly, his head became dizzy, his mood became irritable, his ears were full of tinnitus, and he felt nauseous. I thought the torture of the Clown Organization was similar to that of SHIELD, but I didn't expect to give him a horror at the beginning. Using superpowers to extract confessions is really unheard of. David controlled the sound intensity of the infrasound wave and tried to destroy the agent's inner defense line without causing fatal damage. On the other hand, Jason and others are also discussing this matter. At first, they thought these steel soldiers were mercenaries hired by Tony. However, Tony is mean and rude, and even company employees don't like him. Can these mercenaries willingly work for him with the power of money alone? Thinking about it in another way, it is estimated that Jason had explained everything honestly before they even started. After all, no matter how much money, you have to spend your life. You said, will he be from SHIELD? Belmode put forward a conjecture. In an instant, Jason's brain flashed. Why did Tony, who had been silent for half a year, suddenly attacked the Los Angeles branch and provoked publicly in front of the media? Why does Tony, who likes to fight head-to-head and show off, use bombs as a means of indiscriminate use, or in his own home? Why do these steel warriors regard death as home one by one, and would rather endure torture than tell the secrets of the armor? If SHIELD is behind this incident, then these unreasonable behaviors can all make sense. Jason turned and walked over. Stop it. Upon hearing this, David closed his mouth immediately. The discomfort caused by the infrasound wave disappeared, and the agent felt that he had walked from hell and returned to the world. He raised his eyelids weakly and looked at Jason in confusion. This murderous demon has come up with some cruel means of torture. Jason knelt down, staring into his eyes seriously, and asked nonchalantly, "Where is Nick Fury?" As soon as the voice fell, the pupils of the agent grew slightly, and his eyes were erratic. If it is in a normal state, rigorously trained agents will not show their feet. But he had just experienced the baptism of infrasound waves, his physical and mental state was extremely poor, and he was thinking about Nick Fury and his family. Jason asked suddenly, breaking his mind, naturally revealing the flaw. The agent reacted quickly, turning his eyes and expressions into the state he should have when he heard a strange name. But it's too late. Jason sneered and stood up slowly. S.H.I.E.L.D. It has been more than half a year since the last live broadcast event. They have forgotten the pain after the scar is healed, and they have started to die again. Jason clenched his fists slowly. In that case, I will slash your faces to see how long you can remember this lesson. Take him back to New York and give it to Billy the Bison for interrogation. You have a specialty in the art industry, and you are still too immature in this regard. Hanny, where are you going? Jason sneered. Washington. Sanquia headquarters. Upon hearing this, Hawley said worriedly, Hanny, it's too dangerous to use the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters alone, so let's go together. Jason confidently said, relax, with my current strength, as long as the government does not use nuclear bombs, no one can stop me. After that, the energy in the body burst out. With a loud bang, a big pit was exploded in the ground, and Jason soared into the sky. Flying in the airspace of the United States, Jason and his party were captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites without accident. An agent broke into the lifeless conference room and said, Chief, there are a large number of unknown objects flying over Los Angeles. Unknown object? Although the agent didn't say everything, anyone with a discerning eye knew it must be the clown organization. Nick Fury asked, where is their destination? New York. The agent replied, most people are on the waterway to New York, but one person is not. These words aroused the curiosity of Nick Fury. He quickly asked, who is that person? Jason? The agent shook his head and explained, his speed exceeds Mach 5. The satellite can't capture clear images at all. Speed of Mach 5. It must be that abnormal Jason. Where is his destination? According to the flight trajectory, it should be Washington. Upon hearing this, the agents frowned. Jason did not go back to New York to have a party after completing his mission. What would he do in Washington? The Black Widow's face condensed, and she exclaimed, that's it. Sanquia headquarters. What? Why did Jason go to Sanquia headquarters? Yes, according to common sense, he should go to Tony Stark for trouble. Unless the last captured Steel Warrior confessed the secret. Hey, the training of counter-extruding confessions is all in vain. It must have been the conscientious means of torture they used. No, I believe that agent did not confess us, otherwise Jason would not go to Washington, but would come here directly. It makes sense. So what do we do now? If Jason's goal is really the Sanquia headquarters, we can't stop it at all. Nick Fury stared at the screen with a map of the flight path of Jason and his party. After observing for a while, he opened his mouth and said, notify Hill, emergency evacuation. Nick Fury dare not care about the safety of the headquarters. I would rather believe it, not believe it. After speaking, he dialed the phone and reported the matter to the World Security Council urgently. Jason's strength skyrocketed and he was completely out of control. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strength alone cannot stop him, and multiple parties must work together to take action. Nick Fury was busy informing Hill to evacuate, and Jason did not forget that there was another person in the Sanquia headquarters. He urgently contacted Stanfield through the clown community. The emergency contact indicated that something serious had happened, and Stan frowned and immediately left the office and went to the outdoor smoking rooftop. After connecting the communicator, Jason's voice came, hiss ... Stan ... hiss ... Can you hear it? Stan's ears were full of noise, and he asked in a low voice, Boss, where are you? The noise around is too loud. Hearing that, the energy in Jason's body gushed out, creating a larger energy shield. Is it better now? Well, at least I can hear you clearly. In order to verify the correctness of the guess, Jason asked, I remember you said last time that senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agents went out on a mission in a group. Is there any follow-up news on this matter? Stan replied, there is news. I found some clues through Hydra's relationship later. But there are not many clues. I only know that these agents are lurking in Los Angeles and mingling with Tony Stark. As expected, boss. Do you suspect that the affairs of the Los Angeles branch were done by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Before it was suspicion. Now it has been confirmed. Then have you found their hiding place? No. These people are rats, and Chloe can't find them. But it doesn't matter, the monk can't run away from the temple. Hearing this, Stan was taken aback. Boss, you are not heading to the Sanquia headquarters, are you? Congratulations, you guessed it. S.H.I.E.L.D. has overshadowed me. I can't breathe. I will be there in half an hour. You must leave the Sanquia headquarters as soon as possible no matter what method you use. Okay, I get it. After the call, Jason narrowed the range of the energy shield and used more energy for power propulsion, again surpassing Mach 5. Suddenly, a golden light flickered in the distance. Before Jason could react, he felt he had hit something hard. With a loud bang, a ball of fire exploded in the sky. In the dark smoke, Jason burst out like a meteor. The explosion, thunder, heavy rain, and little rain, did not break through the strong defense of the energy shield, but Jason was really taken aback. What the hell is this? Soon, golden lights flickered before his eyes. After each flash, there was always an explosion around him, but he didn't see what the explosive was. When the golden light flickered again, Jason instantly stopped flying and flew in the opposite direction. When he maintained the same flying speed as the flying object, he finally saw clearly. This is an air defense missile. Jason suddenly realized that his coordinates and destination had been exposed. It's a pity that the explosive yield of the air defense missile is too small, let alone cause damage to him. Even the energy shield cannot be broken. Jason raised his hand and sent a wave of energy to destroy the missile. Knowing that the missile could not break the defense, he relaxed and continued to fly towards Washington. At present, there are only 3 major truths in the world that can surpass him in speed and cause damage to him: militia, Aspen, Dongfeng. But no fool would use an intercontinental missile to bomb a humanoid target. Chapter 214 Emergency Preparedness. Insight Plan. Washington, D.C., Sanquia Headquarters. On the top floor of the World Council office, a remote video conference is underway. Representatives of the 5 gangsters attended the meeting by means of holographic projections, and standing in front of them were the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill, and Secretary General Alexander. The atmosphere in the conference room is a bit oppressing. If possible, each of them does not want to have this meeting. Alexander held a communicator, which showed Jason's current flight path in real time. Jason has seen through Nick Fury's tactics and is heading straight to the headquarters of Sanquia. You should think of a solution first. Hearing this, Hill raised his head and resolutely said, I suggest abandoning the headquarters and seizing the time to evacuate all the agents. As soon as the voice fell, the lawmakers scolded one after another. Impossible. Are you crazy? Sanquia headquarters is the facade of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, no matter how much you pay, the headquarters can't fall down. With a sullen face, Hill cursed the 5 old ghosts half to death in his heart. When are you still paying attention to appearance? It is not your children who are emotionally dead. So I don't know if it hurts. She clenched her fists, slowly exhaled a grievance, and calmly said, Members, Nick Fury made it very clear just now. Jason's strength has skyrocketed again, and the existing weapons and equipment of S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot stop him at all. You just watched the tens of thousands of agents in Sanquia's headquarters. Were they all killed by Jason? Speaking of the end, the resentment accumulated in Hill's heart could not help but erupt. The 5 congressmen are all big figures in the upper class. When Hill was so rudely angry, their expressions changed. You, Mr. Member. Alexander hurriedly stood up to make a round. Director Hill is worried about his subordinates, so I am a little excited. Please forgive me. Members of Congress can show Hill's face, but Alexander has a special identity, and there are big people behind him who endorse him, and they want to show him a little bit of face. The congressmen's expressions eased a bit, and they looked at Hill and snorted coldly. What a stupid question. These agents are the cornerstone of S.H.I.E.L.D. How can we give up? Listen. The following passage is an order from the World Council! First, evacuate all non-combatants immediately. Second, convene all combatants in the headquarters and lift all weapons bans. Third, we have requested assistance from the military. You quickly send people to dock with the military to jointly resist the attack by the clown organization. Fourth, Sanquia headquarters is the facade of S.H.I.E.L.D. and must be guarded. Hearing these 4 commands, Hill frowned and was still very dissatisfied. Evacuate administrative and scientific research personnel, leaving only combatants. This is equivalent to letting these people go to death, and they have to catch a group of soldiers before they die. Hill felt that these congressmen were either old-fashioned, or did not know enough about Jason's strength. Energy absorption is a rather unsolvable superpower. The only way is to completely wipe out Jason with firepower beyond the limit. But power is dead, man is alive. Jason will not stand in place and be beaten, so it is extremely difficult to achieve this effect. Hill wanted to fight for reasons, but the lawmakers were not interested. The order has been issued, so just follow it. After speaking, the 5 congressmen went offline at the same time, and the light of the holographic projection slowly faded. Damn it, a bunch of old stubborns. Hill slammed a fist on the table. Alexander came over and comforted, we are not decision makers, but executors. Let's do it according to the orders of the Security Council. I see. Hill nodded with a sullen face, and then quickly left the meeting room. Stanfield ended the call and sat back at his desk again. He was thinking about finding a reason to leave the headquarters of Sanquia, when suddenly a shrill alarm sounded in the headquarters building. Beep, beep, beep. All the agents put down their working faces and looked at each other. Hill's hurried voice came from the loudspeaker. Attention all personnel in the Tricky Wing headquarters building. A dangerous incident occurred in the headquarters, and I announced that I would immediately enter into emergency combat preparations. Upon hearing the word emergency battle preparations, the agents suddenly showed serious expressions. Before joining S.H.I.E.L.D., every agent has undergone long or short training, and this is one of them. Once declared to enter the emergency battle preparation, it means that S.H.I.E.L.D. has encountered a very serious attack. Non-combatants must be evacuated in the shortest time, while combatants are lifted from the arms ban and allowed to use all weapons of mass destruction. However, since the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D., there have been only a handful of emergency battle preparations, and many veteran employees who have been employed for several years have not experienced it. After a slight panic, all agents immediately stopped working and left the office building in an orderly manner. Hill's voice sounded from the loudspeaker again. All ground combatants, please go to the armory to collect equipment. All air combatants, please go to the airport to gather. Stanfield smiled, thinking that emergency battle preparations helped him a lot, because he was also a civilian of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s response was really fast, and he had just responded by calling Jason. Stan followed the flow of people to leave the building, but was suddenly grabbed by a hand. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be Mr. Bald Sitwell, Alexander's assistant. What happened? The Secretary General has something to do with you. But, don't worry. The Secretary General will arrange for you to leave after talking about the matter. Okay then. The two squeezed the crowd into the elevator and arrived at the World Council office on the top floor. Alexander was sitting alone at his desk thinking about things. Seeing Stan push the door and walk in, he immediately smiled and walked forward to greet him. Stan, I haven't seen you for a while. How's it going? Is the work going well? Not bad. In just over a year, I was promoted to the position of a 6th-level agent. Although I am a clerical officer, I am still very happy. Just happy. Come, sit down and say. The two of them sat down on the sofa after a polite meeting. Alexander went straight to the subject and said, time is running out, so I won't talk nonsense. I asked you to come here to talk about Jason. I do have a lot of responsibility for the destruction of the Los Angeles branch of the Clown organization, but you know, Nick Fury is very thoughtful, and he kept many things from me, so the information I can find is very limited. Shidan smiled and said, don't worry. The boss is wronged and the debtor is the owner. The boss is not a person who is right and wrong. But the sword has no eyes, so I suggest that your special forces should withdraw quickly." Alexander waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "I do a complete set of the show. I will withdraw from the special forces at this time. I will be investigated by the World Council tomorrow, and the loss of this manpower is completely within my tolerance." Hearing this, Stan was a little confused. "Then what do you mean by calling me?" Alexander put away his smile and said seriously, "Insight Plan." As a partner of the clown organization, Alexander did not conceal the Insight project from Jason. Besides, Stan couldn't hide it at all, so it's better to say it happily. The so-called Insight project is that SHIELD builds 3 huge aerospace aircraft carriers. When the 3 aircraft carriers fly into the sky and networked with satellites, their artillery ranges can cover the world. SHIELD has developed a special algorithm that can predict a person's future based on his current information. Once the algorithm determines that he will become a criminal in the future, he will be completely wiped out by the artillery of the aerospace aircraft carrier. Although cruel through this method, in the eyes of SHIELD and the Security Council, this action can wipe out all clown organization members and criminals lurking around the world. After all, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. As long as a person is thrown out afterwards to kill the dead ghost to vent public anger, all public opinion will eventually be eliminated. The construction base of the 3 aerospace aircraft carriers is hidden 100 meters below the Sanquia headquarters, and it will be at least 1 year before the completion of the construction. Alexander was worried that Jason used too much force and suddenly ruined the construction base, so he specially asked Stan to explain the situation to him. "Oh, I understand." Shidan suddenly realized, nodded and said, "I will notify the boss to let him relax a little bit." Hearing this, Alexander stood up with a smile and said, "Great. Then let's evacuate quickly. The helicopter on the roof is ready." Chapter 215 Aegis Agents Can't Be Defeated. On the apron of the Sanquia headquarters building, an armed helicopter rose into the air and gradually disappeared into the sky. Ground evacuees lined up and drove away from the underground parking lot in an orderly manner. In the secretary's office, Hill stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and stared at the endless stream of vehicles outside. The worry between her brows revealed her state of mind at this time. Jason single-handedly killed here. SHIELD has been forced to the edge of the cliff. But at this critical moment of life and death, there is not even a person around her who can discuss countermeasures. The pressure of the mountains pressed on her shoulders, making her almost breathless. "They are not there, and I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse." Hill lowered his head and muttered to himself! There was a knock on the door, and a heavily armed agent walked into the office. "Director, all the agents have been assembled in the combat position, and all the fighters have flown to the sky to stand by. In addition, the special plane is already waiting on the roof apron. You should evacuate as soon as possible." Hill put away his thoughts and slowly shook his head. How can the commander withdraw before the battle is fought? Even if he wants to leave, he has to wait until the battle is over. But once the situation is unfavorable, the helicopter may be difficult to get away. Hearing this, Hill thought for a moment and said, "Let's do it. Let the helicopter stand by on the tarmac. If the situation is really irreversible, I will leave early." "Okay, any more orders?" Hill sat on the chair and thought for a while and said, "Is the deployment of the army completed?" The agent replied, "SHIELD deployed inside the island and the army outside the island. Military tanks, armored vehicles, anti-aircraft guided missile vehicles, and 500 soldiers are all in place." "Very good. When all personnel are evacuated, immediately block the bridge and enter a state of combat." "Yes." 10 minutes later, tens of thousands of civilian agents were safely evacuated, and the bridge connecting the island and the island slowly rose. Although this is useless to Jason, it is a good placebo for the worried agent. More than 10 minutes after the evacuation, Hill received the latest information that Jason was less than 100 kilometers away from Washington. Hill immediately relayed the information. After receiving the news, all the agents and soldiers became nervous, a heart was raised to their throat, and even the breathing was subconsciously restrained. After a while, there was a muffled noise in the sky. A figure fell from the clouds and slowly landed in midair. Discover Jason. Discover Jason. The reconnaissance unit holding the telescope immediately pressed the communicator and shouted. Hill stood in front of the French window, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck this bitch." As soon as the voice fell, the rockets and anti-aircraft guns outside the island were all fired. Rumble. The earth is shaking, the mountains are shaking, and the artillery sounds. A long tail flame hung from one missile after another, flying towards the sky from all directions. The power of these missiles alone is not enough to cause damage to Jason, but the stack of such terrifying numbers can make him wipe out in an instant. Jason floated in the air with indifferent expression. Seeing the battle, he coldly snorted, "Stupid. This is using me as a target." After speaking, the energy from all over his body came out, and in the next second he disappeared in place without where he was going. The first round of attacks failed, which undoubtedly poured cold water on the soldiers. Hill held the communicator and calmly issued an order, "Reconnaissance troops, have you found Jason?" The reconnaissance troops lying around the island immediately reported. "No, no," Hill said, "be vigilant. When Jason is found, he immediately warns him with a signal." The explosion of level 3 superpowers gave Jason almost instantaneous movement speed within a short distance. As long as he was not set in place and set fire, it was really hard to die. There was not much remaining energy in the body. Jason jumped out of the concealment and went straight to the Army's artillery defense line, preparing to absorb little energy. Found Jason. The reconnaissance unit immediately fired a red flare. Puff puff. Seeing red smoke in the distance, Hill instantly understood Jason's intentions. She immediately issued an order, "Jason has no energy. Perform Plan C. Don't attack with artillery." The soldiers outside the defense island are all elites from 100 miles away. Although seeing Jason flying over is a little frightened, he still resists the desire to fire artillery and calmly executes Plan C. The so-called C plan is to take into account that when Jason has no energy, it is strictly forbidden to use artillery, but to use special anesthetic bombs and soft steel wire mesh to control him. Bang bang bang. Anesthetic smoke bombs fell on the position and raised white smoke. The soldiers put on gas masks and replaced magazines filled with special effects anesthesia rounds. Upon seeing this, Jason immediately used the energy shield to wrap himself up. Puff. Suddenly, an abnormal noise came from his side. A barbed wire flew to wrap him around, and dozens of needles came in the next second, but they were blocked by the energy shield. Stunned for a moment, the energy in the body gushed out and completely shredded the wire fence. "I can think of using narcotic bombs and barbed wire against me, but I look down on these idiots." Jason's expression was a little admiring, "but I can't make it on the table after all." After finishing speaking, he speeded up towards the artillery position. Along the way, barbed wire and anesthetic bombs flew in densely, but they were all blocked by the energy shield. Arriving at the artillery position, soldiers in heavy armor immediately surrounded him and desperately stopped Jason. However, even if the energy bottomed out, Jason's strength was not comparable to ordinary people. He rushed into the crowd full of energy, and solved most of the soldiers with his gestures. Blood and stumped arms spilled over the battlefield, and painful wailing sounded across the sky. A few minutes later, the soldier with the iron will finally collapsed, threw down his weapons and fled. Jason was stained with blood and walked to the place where the shells were stored. The palm wrapped the energy and waved vigorously. A row of shells was cut into several sections, and explosives and gunpowder were scattered on the ground. The energy was converted into heat to detonate the explosive, and the artillery position burst out a huge flame, but as soon as the flame appeared, it was greedily absorbed by Jason. In the SHIELD office, Hill sighed heavily after listening to the distant explosions and the conversation with the communicator. "It really doesn't work with this method," she laughed mockingly. Obviously, the result was known before the war, but because of the appearance of Plan C, she had unrealistic illusions. And now, all illusions are shattered. "Notify the helicopter, get ready to take off." The energy generated by dozens of shells exploded, making Jason a 7-point fool. He slowly floated into the air about 100 meters, staring indifferently at the Sanquia headquarters building not far away. Suddenly, Jason glanced at the building and found that a helicopter was taking off in an emergency. It must be a big man who left by helicopter. The energy gushes under his feet and quickly flies towards the helicopter. As soon as he entered the island, fighter jets roared from the sky, and missiles attacked him. Chapter 216 Capture Hill. Blast the shield building. Shit, broken missiles are really annoying. In the face of a dense phalanx of missiles, only the third-level superpower can't force it. Jason had to change the flying direction and flew straight into the sky. Because there is no heat source, the missile cannot track him. It crashed into the river, but the missile did not explode due to the fuse insurance. Jason is here. Quick, speed up the evacuation. These fighter pilots are familiar with Jason's abilities, so they dare not face him head-on, not to mention their task is to cover the evacuation of Chief Hill. When Jason flew into the air to prepare for a dogfight with the fighters, all the fighters immediately flew in different directions as birds and beasts. Jason wanted to chase them and kill them, but that was exactly what the other party wanted to see. So even though he was slightly upset, he continued to chase in the direction where the helicopter fled. There was also a fighter escort to escape, proving that the person sitting in the helicopter must be somebody. The majestic energy gushes out, the flying speed quickly surpasses the speed of sound, and a cloud-like sonic boom is immediately produced around it. Today, an image of Jason appeared on the airborne radar, and the pilot exclaimed, "Shit!" Jason flew towards the chief. God, he has surpassed the speed of sound, and the helicopter is about to be caught up. Quick, launch a missile. The fighter jet adjusted its position, aimed at the image on the radar and fired the missile again. It is a pity that the flying speed of air-to-air missiles is only Mach 3, while Jason's full flight speed exceeds Mach 5. The flying speed of the helicopter is only 200 to 300 kilometers per hour, which is almost a tortoise speed compared with Jason's Mach 5, so he was caught up quickly. Hill sat in the rear cabin, lying in the seat heavy. After this battle, the prestige of SHI. She now misses everything when working under Nick Fury. All the troubles will disappear under his thunder, and she only needs to work step by step. Just as Hill was thinking about it, there was a booming sound outside the door. She opened her eyes in surprise and turned her head to look around. I saw a hideous face printed on the glass window. Monkey shit! Hill yelled in horror, then drew his pistol and fired at the damn face. Bang bang bang. After a few shots, Jason's face still exists. However, bulletproof glass was shot with several bullet holes by large caliber bullets, and the whole glass was covered with broken screen texture. Click. Jason grabbed the cabin door with one hand, and pulled the cabin door directly to fly. A lot of air poured in, and the helicopter instantly lost its balance and began to swing wildly. Jason took the opportunity to get into the cabin and looked at Hill, who was armed with a gun, and said, "Although I really want to talk about the first meeting, you must have learned my information." Hill did not answer. The expression on his face changed from panic to calm. "Deep dick. Missiles are coming." At this time, the early warning system in the cabin issued a warning. "The space here is too narrow to display. Let's talk in another place." He grabbed Hill by the arm and jumped out of the helicopter, and Hill had no energy to resist, and was caught like a chicken. The missile galloped in, the helicopter fired a decoy bomb, and a cloud of flame suddenly exploded in the air. "My feast is here." Jason leaned forward to absorb energy greedily, showing a contented smile. Hill stared at it carefully, as if to engrave every frame into his mind. I didn't feel any discomfort to be stared at so hungrily by a mature woman. He looked down at Hill and smiled. "Does it look good? Show you something more exciting." After speaking, Jason raised his right hand and shot an energy ray, which accurately hit the helicopter's propeller. The propeller broke, and the helicopter lost power and fell awkwardly. "Do not." Seeing this scene, Hilton was stunned. Jason snorted and asked, "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" "You devil." "Go to hell." "Don't be the devil, I don't believe that." After speaking, the energy gushing from the body flew towards the Sanquia headquarters building. At the time Jason left, the soldiers outside the island had all been evacuated, and the spacious bridge was also full of escaped agents. When Jason took Hill to the top of the building, there was no one inside the building. Seeing the last wave of agents on the bridge, Jason was slightly surprised, and then asked curiously, "Don't tell me, you used to attract me on purpose and let these agents escape?" Hill took a few steps back, rubbed his red arms and said nothing. "This is also good. The upper person does wrong, but the lower person is punished. This deformed system is inherently unreasonable. As long as you catch your big fish, this action will be enough, not to mention those people give me the audience." Jason looked into the distance, and there were a few helicopters in the sky. He wanted to come to the TV station media that moved by the wind. "You arrested me. Do you want to take me hostage?" Hill asked. "Hostage? Ha ha. The clown organization does not raise idlers." "Then what do you want to do?" "What I want to do is very simple." Nick Fury sent someone to destroy the Los Angeles branch of the clown organization. As the leader of the organization, I must have revenge. The SHIELD headquarters and the current director of SHIELD are mine. Revenge object. Jason finished speaking slowly, and asked with a sneer, "How about it? Are you scared?" There was no fear on Hill's face, and he said seriously, "From the day I joined SHIELD, I was ready to die at any time." "Very good. Your long-cherished wish can be realized today." Jason stood there, slowly extending his hands. The energy in the body is like a dam discharge, frantically flowing into the palm of the hand, gathering energy into the body and manipulating it arbitrarily. This is a skill only available at the third level of superpower. As long as you practice more, you can easily create weapons made of pure energy, which Jason calls ability modeling. In order to prevent the explosion from entering the ground, Jason only used about 80% of his energy. The energy equivalent to the explosion of 8 tons of TNT is concentrated in the palm of the hand, forming a light blue sphere with a diameter of half a meter. "What do you want to do?" Hill frowned, and the light blue sphere in front of him was not a good thing. Jason held the ball with one hand and slowly floated into the air. "According to my habit, all people who offend me must be tortured before death. But since you're a woman, let you and Sanquia headquarters turn into dust together." After speaking, Jason threw the energy ball to the roof with one hand. "Shit!" Hill turned his head and fled quickly. Jason hugged his shoulders and looked at her pityingly. "Silly woman, you can't get off the top of the building." The energy ball fell to the top of the building and instantly smashed the floor into a smooth round hole, and then fell into the next floor. A few seconds later, assuming that the distance was almost the same, Jason immediately detonated the energy ball. Art is an explosion. Boom. ... I was bombed with a leader, and instantly broke my state of writing books in Buddhism. After thinking about it, I would like to thank you even more. By the way, I have paid off the debts that I owed. A few thousand rewards, and it happened that the end of the United States 2 inches was also cleared. Start to add changes tomorrow. Add until the debt is paid off. Chapter 217 Destroy the World. Reinstatement. When the energy ball fell to the middle of the building, Jason detonated it. Rumble. A huge fireball exploded in the building. The light was dazzling and could not be looked at directly, and the sound was deafening. Jason quickly stayed away. Immediately afterwards, the mountain was shaken, and the headquarters building of Sanquia was completely blown into powder by the energy ball. Fragmented building materials covered the sky and covered the sun, splashing around like goddesses' scattered flowers, and the surrounding lakes surging like boiling. The violent vibrations were transmitted to the surroundings, and there were obvious tremors tens of kilometers away. After dozens of seconds, the explosion and vibration gradually disappeared. Looking around, the Sanquia headquarters building and the surrounding area of several hundred meters have become ruins. The main building with dozens of stories was razed to the ground, leaving only sporadic ruins and black smoke. The explosive equivalent of 8 tons of TNT is so terrifying that Hill was really fried into minced meat in the explosion. The goal has been achieved. Jason left Washington and flew to New York without staying. SHIELD stronghold in Los Angeles. In the conference room, Nick Fury and others watched the entire process of the collapse of the Sanquia headquarters building through live TV. The meeting room was silent, and the faces of all the agents were full of sadness. In their eyes, the collapse of the building was irrelevant. What really distressed them was the death of Agent Hill. Nick Fury closed his eyes in pain. Of all those present, he has the closest relationship with Hill. Hill is not only an effective assistant in his work, but also one of the few best friends with whom he can befriend him. The reality is so cruel. Nick Fury was still in grief and couldn't help himself, and the World Council contacted him. The agents took the initiative to stand up and leave, and the conference room was locked. 5 holographic projections appeared on the 5 chairs in front of them. Nick Fury glared one-eyed and asked, "I know her. She is a sleek person. Knowing that she can't do it, it's not her style." As soon as the meeting was held, the congressman was immediately unhappy. "Are you questioning the decision of the World Council?" Nick Fury had a fire in his heart, but regardless of these things, he immediately nodded and said, "From the results, yes." From the results, Agent Hill disobeyed the order and retreated before fighting. If it weren't for her death, she would have gone to a military court. From the results, it was because Hill took the initiative to attract Jason's attention that thousands of SHIELD agents and soldiers survived. The order given to her by the Security Council is to protect the Sanquia headquarters at all costs, and Hill did not implement it. Because Hill is a wise man and will not execute stupid orders. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense, and the members of Congress were furious. Nick Fury: "This is an internal meeting of the Security Council. Please pay attention to the tone of your speech." "Huh." Nick Fury snorted disdainfully, leaned hard on the back of the seat, tilted his feet on the table, and said coldly, "Then please don't talk nonsense, and just point out the theme of the meeting." After being so unscrupulously provoked by him, the congressmen were very upset, but considering the relationship between Agent Hill and him, the lawmakers had to swallow this breath temporarily. The head of the bureau died, the headquarters was destroyed, and the people inside SHIELD were panicked, so the Security Council decided to let you temporarily take the post of director and let SHIELD resume operations. Nick Fury had a stern expression, and was not happy because the official was restored to his post. He wanted to handsomely reject the council's proposal, but he knew that now is not the time to fight the council. After this battle, the morale of SHIELD had completely fallen to the bottom. As the former director, he had the responsibility to lead it to the peak again. After thinking about it for a long time, Nick Fury sighed heavily and nodded. "I see." The congressman continued, "One more thing, SHIELD has become a thorn in Jason's eyes. Please don't take any action in the near future and turn all your attention to the Insight Plan. So during this period, let the clown organization make waves. Relax. General Ross will perform this task for you." Hearing this, Nick Fury frowned and said, "The Super Soldier Project is too risky. Be careful to lift a rock and hit yourself in the foot." The congressman smiled contemptuously and said, "What a pity." It turns out that the Super Soldier Project is more reliable and safer than Tharant Soldier Project. His words were satirizing Tony Stark's manipulation of the Iron Warrior to rebel. For this matter, Nick Fury could not refute, so he had to say, "Then let us wait and see." Soon after Jason returned to the stronghold, his comrades all rushed back. Besides, they also brought back the wreckage of the new energy armor. After violently demolishing the lower ship reactor, Jason took the elevator to the underground factory to find Ivan. This old boy has lived in the headquarters for so long, and has not produced anything except Ollie. He said that it takes a prototype of the arc reactor to start work, and now the prototype has been obtained for him. If he couldn't develop anything of value, Jason would let him swallow all the Ollie he pulled out. Ivan could not show his face, so Jason made a nest for him in the next room of the factory. When he walked to the door and was about to knock on the door, Jason heard a sound of despair. "Shit, it's not dark yet," Jason roared with black lines. "Ivan!" The roar startled the people in the room, and the sluggish sound faded instantly. After a while, The door opened. A blonde white girl ran out the door in a panic with her head down. Jason was about to enter the door when a black girl with short hair came out of the room, covering her face. Looking at the backs of the two girls, Jason suddenly showed a black question mark face. White with black. It's really fun. Ivan, come out and talk. He was afraid of being smoked by the smell inside, so he sat directly on the chair outside the door. After a while, Ivan walked out of the room with his bare feet in blue jeans and a white shirt with a toothpick in his mouth. Hey, boss, find me. Seeing the arc reactor on the table, Ivan's eyes lit up. This is Stark's latest arc reactor. I got it for you. Ivan's expression was stunned, then his face was ecstatic. He picked up the reactor and put it on the workbench, took up the wrench to dismember the arc reactor into parts, and then studied it carefully. Jason sat in his chair and watched silently. This was the first time he saw Ivan working seriously. Compared with the decadent tramp style before, he looked a bit like a Frankenstein. After a full hour, Ivan finally quit working mode. How is it? Jason asked quickly. The process is not complicated, and the imitation is also very simple. The only problem is the raw material. After getting the affirmative answer, Jason breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, isn't the raw material right in front of your eyes? Just copy it. No matter how rare the metal is, I can help you find it. Ivan shook his head and said, it's not that simple. The previous generation of reactors used metal palladium as the raw material, but the raw material of the new type of reactor is a substance that is not on the Earth and cannot be synthesized. Jason frowned and asked, how did Tony Stark develop it? It can't be dropped from the sky. And this armor has already begun mass production. Ivan did not know how to answer, so he narrowed his eyes and fiddled with toothpicks with his hands. Until Jason was getting impatient, he said, I have a guess in my heart, but it takes time to experiment. How long? At least 3 months. Jason stood up, patted Zuomar's ass and said, I can give you 3 months, and the equipment and raw materials will be provided to you. But if you still can't develop it in the end, you know. Entering the next chapter, you need to reorganize the outline, and add more from tomorrow. Chapter 218 Escape to Brazil. A drop of blood. The sun is rising and the earth is scorching. In a simple apartment in a Brazilian slum, Bruce Banner is sleeping soundly in a simple bed. The room was dim and the air was dirty. The most important thing was that there was no air conditioning yet, and Banner's white shirt was already wet with sweat. He is a top physicist in the United States. He once lived in a luxury apartment and enjoyed a generous salary. However, because of an experimental change, he was completely plunged into the abyss and the future will be dark. It has been half a year since the last accident. In order to avoid being hunted by the military and to prevent himself from becoming a guinea pig, Banner went to Brazil to work in a soda bottling factory after hardships. Although the environment is difficult and the salary is barely enough for food and clothing, it is already very satisfying for Banner, who fled. What? With an exclamation, Banner woke up from his sleep. After seeing the surrounding scenes and hearing the familiar but unintelligible foreign language in his ears, he gradually relaxed. For more than half a year, the laboratory accident and the tragic situation of his girlfriend Betty have been harassing him. 10 will dream, and 8 will be awakened by these scenes. Today, heart rate is 175. Look at the value on the heart rate detection bracelet that is about to burst. Banner immediately sat up cross-legged and used breathing to relieve inner anxiety and lower his heart rate. This is a practical technique used to regulate emotions in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Through 6 months of uninterrupted efforts, Banner has mastered it skillfully. Banner can handle many things that make ordinary people furious. This may be the biggest gain of this trip to Brazil. After stabilizing his heart rate, Banner got up to make breakfast for himself, and then turned on the TV while eating and watching. Although in Brazil, Banner has been following the news in the United States. He installed a satellite pot on the roof, which can receive satellite signals from dozens of countries in South America and North America, even those with colored channels. Of course, Banner is absolutely not to watch this stuff. Having not touched a woman for more than half a year caused him, a healthy adult man, to suffer. When he sees this kind of intimate scene now, his heart rate can't control his beating wildly. Even Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu doesn't work. Tuned to the U.S. News Channel, special programs are being shown on TV. Today is the second day after the Washington incident. Mr. President announced that the White House will lower its flag at half-mast and pay tribute to Agent Maria Hill, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Many citizens of Washington also took to the streets and presented flowers to Agent Maria Hill to show their condolences and memory. Scenes of people's flowers and weeping were shown on the TV screens, and videos of the ruined walls of the Sanquia headquarters building were interspersed from time to time, as well as pictures of the heroic Agent Maria Hill. Banner stopped eating, and gradually grasped the spoon in his palm. Clown again. When he wanted to join the research team of General Ross, Banner had set his goal proudly, to help the people of the world completely destroy the clown organization. After several years of hard work, the experiment finally succeeded. But Banner never thought that he was the result of the experiment. Although he was extremely disgusted with that thing in his body, Banner knew very well that it was the most critical part of destroying the clown organization. It's a pity that Banner didn't have the courage to stand up and sacrifice himself to save the world. He was afraid, horrified, and flinched. He didn't want to become a monster that everyone was afraid of. Looking at the photos of people who died as a result of the clown organization on TV, Banner was full of guilt and blamed himself. If they didn't run away, but gave it to General Ross, maybe these people would not die. Thinking of the bold rhetoric at the beginning, Banner has a strong self-loathing towards who he is now. After eating breakfast preoccupiedly, Banner walked out of the room with a backpack and walked to work at a soda factory a few hundred meters away. In the factory, he is not a genius physicist, but an ordinary filling worker. But how to say that sentence is that gold shines everywhere. In order to save money, the boss chose the site of the factory in a slum. The interior and exterior of the factory are messy, and even the important equipment in the workshop always fails due to aging. Banner has 7 Ph.D.s in science and engineering, and in just a few months helped the factory solve multiple equipment failure problems, which is loved by the boss and disgusted by the workers. Not long after I entered the factory today, there was a problem with the control switch that controls the belt drive of the production line, and there were even sparks. The boss quickly called Banner over for repairs. Banner proficiently disassembled the control box and simply repaired it, and the control switch could operate normally. Upon seeing this, the boss laughed from ear to ear. He really likes such a versatile and cheap staff. The boss told Banner with a smile on his face that he wanted to hire him as a full-time employee, but Banner was lack of interest in promotion and salary increase, and just silently installed the control box. Because of something on his mind, Banner accidentally cut his finger with an iron piece. 2 drops of blood fell from the second floor onto the filling line. Banner was taken aback and immediately told the boss to shut down the production line, and then rushed downstairs to look for blood drops. His blood is highly poisonous. Once dropped into a soda bottle and drunk, the opponent will die from gamma poisoning. When I came to the assembly line, I opened the empty glass bottle and finally found the drop of blood. Banner breathed a sigh of relief. After wiping the blood with a rag, he raised his head to signal the boss to restart the production line. Caracalo's voice sounded, and the empty glass bottles started running again. What Banner didn't notice, however, was that another drop of blood fell on the mouth of the glass bottle by accident, and was thoroughly mixed with the soda. The destination of this batch of soda is America. The busy and boring work finally ended, and Banner dragged his tired body back home alone. After dinner, he took out his computer as usual and contacted his old friend, Dr. Lan. This Dr. Lan is a professor at a university in New York and an expert in the field of biogenetics. The two met in an online forum. Banner posted on the internet saying that one of his friends had a miraculous disease and described in detail the state of the disease and the changes in blood cells. After listening to the description, Dr. Lan was very interested in it, and the communication between the two gradually became more frequent. Dr. Lan provided various treatment options to Banner's friends, and Banner tried them all, but all the treatment options failed without exception. Banner sighed and complained to Dr. Lan. Another failure. Dr. Lan, who lives in New York, also feels a headache. He has tried all the plans in the past 6 months, but they all ended in failure. Dr. Lan thought for a moment and replied, "There is no way. I need to meet your friend." Banner shook his head and typed quickly, "My friend is abroad. It's not convenient to meet each other." Dr. Lan, gamma radiation is very dangerous. If it is not convenient to meet, you must ask for a blood sample, otherwise I can't help him. Banner hesitated for a moment and replied, "Well, I will ask him to post it as soon as possible." After the chat, Banner immediately took off his coat and used a syringe to draw 50 milliliters of blood. Store the blood in a glass tube and wrap it in foam, and finally go to the courier point downstairs and mail it to the address given by Dr. Lan. First, add more and a little later. Chapter 219, The Shadow Spy. Capture action. Add 1/10 for the leader of the immortality must be destroyed. Time flies. 7 days are fleeting in the blink of an eye. Banner's package was sent to New York safely, and the bottle of soda tainted with blood appeared in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, USA, and was brought back by an old man with glasses and white hair. Banner's initial concerns were right. Soon after drinking the soda, the old man fell to the ground and died. The family members suspected that there was a problem with the soda, so they reported to the police. After a forensic autopsy, it was finally determined that the old man died of gamma poisoning. But the question is, why does a bottle of carbonated soda show gamma radiation? This strange incident was reported layer by layer, and finally appeared on the desk of the Pentagon. Banner's old man, Air Force Lieutenant General Ross, was sitting at his desk, smoking a cigar while reading government reports. Because of the complete defeat of SHIELD, the old man who was about to be forgotten returned to the eyes of the World Council. In order to fight against the clown organization, the Security Council gave him extremely high authority, allowing him to let go of promoting the Super Soldier Project. As long as the clown organization can be destroyed, the Security Council and the US government will not ask whether his experiments and actions are legal. This kind of heaven-defying privilege made General Rose's old friends envy, saying that his career finally ushered in the second spring. As long as he completes the task, he can go further in his career. But only General Ross himself knew that the corresponding pressure was enough to make him exhausted, and he didn't think about it! At this time, there was a knock on the door. The subordinate walked in and handed a document, saying, "General, there is something you might be interested in. An old man in Milwaukee died after drinking soda. The cause of death is suspected to be gamma poisoning." Gamma? General Rose immediately thought of the man who made him dream. He opened the document and glanced at it and asked, "Where is the soda bottling factory?" The assistant replied, "Brazil, Port. Brazil. This is the hidden country of Banner." "Great, I finally got news after waiting for half a year." General Rose stood up excitedly and ordered, "Immediately summon a group of elite soldiers and send CIA agents in Brazil to control the factory and monitor all the white people in the factory. Don't be stunned. If you let him run this time, go down. Not so lucky this time." "Understood." The assistant immediately set out to do it. Less than 2 hours after General Ross gave the order, a group of elite soldiers were seconded to Washington Air Force Base from all over the country. There is also an ace player, Emil Bronsky. This Russian-born and British-grown special soldier has served in the Royal Marines for many years and has performed a large number of dangerous missions. He is a veteran of many battles. Without further ado, after the soldiers assembled, they immediately flew to Brazil by military plane, and General Ross also accompanied them. On the plane, the subordinates were distributing ammunition while explaining mission actions. "You have the photo and location of the target in your hands. This arrest requires capture alive. You must use an anesthesia gun. You cannot shoot unless you have to." Bronsky looked at Banner's photo and asked, "Will he resist, or is he capable of resisting?" This question involves a part of confidentiality, and the assistant does not know how to answer it. General Rose stood up, looked at the ace soldier, and said, The target stole military secrets and killed 2 scientists. He also hid under the military's big search for half a year, so don't wait for him to resist. Bring him back with anesthesia immediately. After speaking, he looked at Bronsky and asked, "Are there any questions?" Bronsky shook his head. "Nothing, sir." "Very good. There are still 11 hours before the plane landed. You can rest after reading the task manual. The next battle will be a tough battle. Since learning that the Hulk was born, Jason has paid close attention to him. Although the relevant plot has been almost forgotten, he still remembers a few key points. For example, the Hulk's name is Bruce Banner, and he is a great scientist. For example, his father-in-law is a high-ranking military officer, and he wants to take his son-in-law back to work as a guinea mouse every day. For example, there is a big villain in the play who became an ugly monster after being injected with gamma serum. After understanding these key points, Jason asked Chloe to monitor the movements of the Air Force base at all times, and immediately notify him once they go abroad to perform tasks. After half a year of silence, Chloe finally heard good news. "Chloe, boss, there is something happening at the airbase." Just now a transport plane took off from the base and the target was the port of Porto in Brazil. The flight plan is provisional. I think it is very suspicious. Upon hearing this, Jason immediately thought of Banner hiding in Brazil. After hiding for half a year, he was discovered by his husband. After thinking for a moment, Jason decided to go and say hello to Banner before the army. It would be great if he could be recruited into the clown organization. Even if you can't, you can tell him about the upcoming army and sell him a favor, so that when he gets angry, don't ask the clown organization to get angry. Although the energy absorption level 3 superpower, Jason's strength became unprecedentedly powerful. But in the face of the Hulk, who had the ceiling of Marvel's early combat power, he was still a little guilty. Before he gained the crushing strength, it is better not to provoke him for the time being. "I know, I'll go to Brazil right away." "Chloe, you're responsible for keeping watch. It's best to find out where Banner is hiding." "Understood." Exiting the clown community chat, Jason walked into the bedroom and changed his clothes, and was about to leave. In order to prevent the location of the stronghold from being exposed, Jason deliberately drove out of New York City before flying to Brazil. The clown organization and the U.S. Air Force have not yet met, and the intelligence war between the two sides has begun. By stealing the flight plan, Chloe guessed that the Air Force had found Banner's hiding place. The Air Force also knew that the information had been leaked because of Jason's flight direction, and notified General Rose urgently. During the conversation, the intelligence department worried that Banner could not help being tempted and chose to join the clown organization. The military's hard work over the years was to make wedding dresses for others. However, General Roth was sure that Banner would not join the clown organization. As Betty's father and Banner's former father-in-law, he still knows this son-in-law. Banner is a man with 3 correct views and hatred. He has expressed his desire to destroy the clown organization more than once. Even after encountering many hardships, General Rose believed that he would not change his ideals and original intentions. His only worry is that because Jason's reckless actions will cause Banner to run away completely. If you can take the opportunity to kill Jason, it's fine, but if you can't, Banner will definitely run away again. It will be difficult to catch him in the future. Chapter 220 Go to Brazil. The negotiation broke down. In the evening, Brazilian slums. Banner was lying on the dormitory bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. The blood sample has been sent to New York. I don't know if Dr. Land's research has progressed. If the final answer is still no, then Banner really doesn't know what to do. Did he? A beep came from the laptop. Banner immediately got up and sat down in front of the computer. It was Dr. Land who sent the message. Dr. Land, good news. After many experiments, the number of gamma cells has decreased significantly. Seeing this news, Banner was stunned by happiness. He breathed steadily, and quickly asked, then ... can my friend be cured? Dr. Land, yes. Banner breathed a sigh of relief, and the boulder that had been in his heart for half a year finally landed. Dr. Land, but I need more detailed information, such as exposure level, gamma concentration, cell infection level, etc. Banner shook his head helplessly, and the stone that had just fallen to the ground was lifted by the crane again. These materials are stored in the university laboratory, where others go to get the materials for him in Brazil. Banner, no. The information is not here. Dr. Lan, where is it? Banner suddenly hesitated and didn't know how to reply. Looking up and looking at the picture of his girlfriend Betty in the newspaper, he gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. He wants to go back to the United States, find the information, cure Thulk, and then return to Betty. Banner, the information is far away. Dr. Lan, send me the information as soon as possible, otherwise your friends will be in danger. Banner, I will. Turning off the computer, Banner immediately went to the factory to resign to the boss, and asked him to settle this month's salary. If you want to smuggle from Brazil to the United States as soon as possible, you need a lot of money. Jason hovered in the clouds, and under his feet was a dimly lit dilapidated city. He took out his phone and checked his current location. Port of Porto. That's right, this is it. Slowly landing in the corner of the city, Chloe just happened to send him a message through the clown community. She searched carefully in the Pentagon's file vault, and finally found Banner's hiding place and sent him the location of the soda factory. Opened the navigation software, and the target is in a slum not far away. But here is a mountainous area, the road conditions are very complicated, and there are dilapidated low buildings everywhere. Jason followed the walking navigation prompts and asked for directions with banknotes, and it took more than half an hour to finally find the soda factory. It is getting dark and the workers have already left work. Only a middle-aged man in a suit and shoes was locking the door. Hello there. The middle-aged man turned his head. Bara. After talking for a long time, Jason didn't understand a word. Pulling out the phone and opening the voice translation software, the two can finally communicate. Knowing that Jason was coming to Banner, the boss took him to Banner's dormitory without saying a word. On the way, the boss opened the chatterbox. He kept talking about how good Banner is, how strong his ability, and how serious his work is, but it's a pity that he can't keep such a talent in this small temple. Just now, Banner has settled his salary and will leave Brazil tomorrow. Going around the door of Banner's dormitory, the boss left. Jason stepped forward and knocked on the door. Wow! There was a dog barking in the room. After a while, a vigilant voice sounded. Who? Your friend, Jason said in English. There was no sound in the room, and Banner seemed to hesitate. He has few friends in the United States, and no one knows who is the man outside the door when he is hiding in Brazil. Before long, he finally opened the door. Jason said, "Hello, Dr. Banner." Looking at the familiar face before him, the expression on Banner's face was completely frozen. Jason. Oh my God. How could it be him? At this moment, Banner prefers to appear at the door the soldier who arrested him, and he does not want to see this devilish face. Banner wanted to close the door, but Jason quickly reached out to block it. Dr. Banner, you and I are only meeting for the first time. I have no intentions. Hardened, the door frame did not move. Banner quickly let go of his hand and took a few steps back. His heart rate began to rise rapidly, and his breathing was a little bit panting. Jason walked in the door slowly, smiled and comforted. Relax. I'm just here to chat with you. If it runs out, there will be no way to talk today. Seeing Jason look like a good neighbor, Banner could barely believe it. He took a few deep breaths and lowered his heart rate that was about to burst. Jason walked into the house on his own, then found a clean chair to sit down. Is there any water? I flew all the way, a little thirsty. Soda? Anything. Banner opened the refrigerator and took 2 bottles of soda on the table. Jason opened the bottle cap with his thumb, took a sip and said, "It tastes good, sit down." Banner pulled a chair and sat far away from Jason, holding the soda bottle tightly in his hand, not daring to look at Jason. You. Why are you looking for me? I don't know you. Don't know me. Why are you so scared? Jason drank the soda on the table. I mean, you and I have never seen each other before. nor did you have any communication. Why did you come to Brazil to find me? Why? Of course because of it. Jason pointed at Banner's heart. I'll be straightforward. I'm very interested in the thing in your body. Do not consider changing the environment and come to our place to develop. I guarantee that both the benefits and the working environment are far beyond your imagination. Hearing this, Banner shook his head decisively. No, I will never go. So determined. Don't you think about it? Banner shook his head silently. Jason sighed and regretted the result, but he was not surprised. After all, it is the main character of Marvel. All three of you are in a mess. Even in the face of great suffering, he would not go to a place like the Clown Organization to make a living. Jason took out a business card and put it on the table, and said, let's do it. People have their own ambitions and don't force it. But if you change your mind or encounter any trouble, you can come to me at any time. The door of the Clown Organization is always for you. Open up. Banner still lowered his head, didn't even lift his eyelids, and seemed to have no interest in the business cards on the table. Ha ha. Without knowing the so-called smile, Jason stood up and prepared to leave. Originally wanted to tell him that the army was coming to arrest him, but Banner's attitude made Jason very upset. Mad, don't say anything, go and play peekaboo with your old man. Wait. Walking to the door, Banner's voice sounded behind him. Jason turned his head and saw Banner slightly raised his head and asked, why did you do this? Why did you kill so many people? The corner of Jason's mouth evoked a sneer and said, it's very simple. Because I am happy. Does only killers make you happy? Of course not. Jason took a few steps closer and said seriously, stealing, robbery, kidnapping, cuckolding others. All these can make me happy. Banner's eyes narrowed slightly. These are crimes. These will cause the victims to suffer. HMPH, haven't you heard that sentence? Happiness is based on the suffering of others. Upon hearing this, a layer of anger appeared on Banner's face. Jason smiled and said, can't you agree? Banner stood up, shook his head and said, I can't agree at all, but I am willing to go back to New York with you. Chapter 221 Banner joins. Air catastrophe. Follow me back to New York. Jason frowned and asked puzzledly, since you don't agree with my approach, why should you follow me? Banner's eyes drifted to one side and said seriously, because I have to go back. Jason followed his eyes and found a cut-out newspaper on the table. The newspaper printed a photo of a white woman whose name was Betty Rose. It turns out that the hero is sad for the beauty. Jason laughed softly. Banner smiled reluctantly, without denying it. Pack your things, I can give you a ride and let you see her before the sun rises tomorrow. Banner shook his head, picked up the backpack next to the bed, put away the newspaper on the table, and said, I have packed it up. I planned to leave early today. Very well, then let's go. Settling down the dog that had been raised for 6 months, gently closed the door, and the two slowly left the slum. When he came downstairs, Banner raised his head and looked at the familiar buildings around him reluctantly. If it weren't for meeting Dr. Lan, it gave him a glimmer of hope. He would have planned to live in seclusion here forever. Jason suddenly stopped and said, Dr. Banner, you are well known here. Someone will come to see you off in the middle of the night. See you off? Banner looked back blankly. Not far away, 5 ragged bastards walked towards this side with a grin. Banner shook his head helplessly. Oh, shit. What's wrong? Not a friend? They are the old oil in the soda factory. They had some conflicts with them before. Maybe they knew the news that I was going to leave, so I want to teach me the last thing. It turned out to be so. Jason smiled and stepped forward. Hey, Jason. Don't kill them. Banner quickly reminded him for fear that Jason would kill them. Don't worry, I know it in my heart. Seeing Jason walking out unkindly, the gangsters twisted their eyebrows, pointed to his nose and spoke foreign words that they didn't understand. Although Jason didn't understand, he guessed it to the effect, go away, trying to be the first bird to be careful of labor and capital killing you. Seeing the arrogant bully in front of him, Jason suddenly felt funny in his heart. This group of idiots first contradicted the Hulk who existed on the ceiling of Marvel's early combat power. Later, in front of the world's #1 terrorist, he made rude words. These people really don't know how to write the word teeth. Jason's eyes were full of pity, and the gangsters were immediately angry when they saw it. Mad, a foreigner dared to be arrogant in my place and beat him to death. A bastard walked around behind Jason, and suddenly stretched out his hands to knock him to the ground. But when his hand was a few centimeters away from Jason, he felt that he touched the copper wall and iron wall, and he couldn't move forward an inch no matter how hard he was. Immediately, a huge force struck him and directly pushed him out several meters away. Plopped and sat on the ground. The gangsters looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. They were overthrown if they were not pushed. They had never seen such a strange thing in their entire lives. Who is the man in front of me? Jason waved his hand expressionlessly, like driving a fly. Today is in a good mood. Go away. The 5 people ran away from the distance as if they were amnesty. Banner stepped forward, looked at the backs of a few people who had fled, and smiled. I didn't expect that you really let them go. Jason continued to move forward, disdainful of what he said. If you hadn't interceded for them, it would have turned into a pile of shredded meat at this moment because of their rudeness to me. Upon hearing this, the smile on Banner's face solidified. Oh, I'm so stupid. His hands were obviously stained with blood, but because he let go of these bastards, I came up with the absurd idea that maybe he is not that bad. Banner followed behind, looking at Jason's back, discarding all illusions in his heart, and firming up his previous decision. Jason is simply a topic terminator, and the two walked all the way to the outskirts of the city without a word. Banner looked around the dark and desolate surroundings, and asked, how do we get back to New York? Do you take a plane? Jason pointed to the sky and said, fly back. What? Banner was full of question marks. Jason raised his hand to activate his superpowers, and a cloud of light blue energy came out. Banner stared at the energy ball in front of him, his expression extremely surprised. This is your superpower? It's amazing. Jason said lightly, the Hulk in your body is not bad, but it's a pity that you haven't learned to use it. This touched Banner again, but the blind spot in his eyes. Hulk is an evil and terrifying existence. This kind of thing appears in the world, it will only bring endless killing and grief, so he wants to completely eliminate Hulk. Use it? How to use it? Jason didn't want to talk more, and said casually, go back and talk about it. After that, it manipulates the separated energy ball to wrap Banner to form a light blue transparent energy cover. As soon as the mind moved, the bottom of the energy cover changed its shape, ejecting a red flame. Oh my God! Banner exclaimed, and his body was lifted by the energy shield and slowly floated into the air. Jason rose into the air and said, let's go. Wait a minute. The heart rate on Banner's bracelet has soared to 180 beats per minute. And the alarm is beeping. Once the heart rate exceeds 200, that annoying guy will come out. When he took a deep breath to control his heart rate, Jason comforted, don't worry, I will control the speed. After speaking, he took Banner and flew slowly to an altitude of several kilometers. Watching the house in front of him become smaller, and finally disappeared into darkness, this was the first time Banner had experienced this. Considering that Banner's heart couldn't stand it, Jason did not fly quickly. Instead, it slowly flies towards New York like a tourist walk. After more than an hour, Banner gradually got used to the feeling of flying. He plucked up the courage and said to Jason, Jason, I can do it, speed it up. Jason didn't respond, just a face cold and not knowing what he was thinking. A moment later, Banner called him again. This time, Jason finally turned his head and smiled at him. Banner, do you know? Just now on the road, a strange thought suddenly popped up in my head. Banner jerked his heart, always feeling that Jason's smile was full of danger. What idea? Can you tell me why are you going back to New York with me? S. Betty. No, I don't think it is. Jason's smile became more and more brilliant, and it became more and more crass. My instinct tells me that you want to follow me back to the clown organization stronghold, and then release the Hulk there, and use poison to fight poison to destroy both. Am I right? Boom. Banner's mind roared, and his face suddenly turned pale. Although he is a scientist with 7 doctoral degrees, his knowledge of body language is almost zero. Joy, anger, sadness. Banner always exposed all the thoughts in his heart to his face. Jason, a man who has been with the gang for half his life, can see through them all at a glance. You just said that you can, so let's have something more exciting. Click. The energy shield that wrapped Banner suddenly cracked, and then turned into fragments like a glass window. Oh, shit. Banner lost the energy shield, and the whole person accelerated to the ground. There was a noise of wind in my ears, and I couldn't open my eyes at all. The fear caused by the strong sense of weightlessness caused his heartbeat to soar. Jason hovered in the air, looking at Banner with cold eyes as he was about to hit the ground, and said with excitement, "Hulk, come on." Chapter 222 Fierce Confrontation. Hulk is injured. Banner fell from a height of several kilometers, and his heart rate increased rapidly because of fear. 96, 142, 183, 200. When the heart rate reached 200, the eyes that had to be closed because of the wind suddenly opened, revealing dark green pupils. In the next second, Banner's bones, muscles, and hair began to swell rapidly. The skin changed from white to green, and the body shape was nearly 5 times larger than normal. Boom! With a loud noise, Banner slammed heavily on the ground, smashing a deep pit several meters in diameter, and the splashed mud was more than 10 meters high. Jason landed slowly and suspended in midair, staring at the entrance of the cave with interest. Suddenly, a sturdy green monster jumped out of the ground from the pit, and roared at Jason with unusual anger. Roar. The roar sounded like a thunderstorm, and the eardrum was aching. This is the Hulk. It really is domineering. There is no fear in Jason's eyes, full of excitement and eagerness. Hulk glared at Jason, then bent his knees and pushed hard on the ground, jumped out tens of meters high with a bang, and slammed his fist over. Jason folded his shoulders with his hands, and the energy gushed under his feet, instantly flying out tens of meters high. Hulk's fist hit empty, fell heavily to the ground, and then roared at Jason who was suspended in the sky. "Hee, don't yell at me. Who made you not fly?" Jason was condescending, and the huge Hulk looked like a pea in his eyes, slowly fell to the ground and pointed his middle finger towards Hulk. Upon seeing this, Hulk roared and rushed towards him. "Come on, just use you to test the limit of energy absorption level 3. The first is defense." As soon as his mind moved, the energy in Jason's body gushed out like a flood. He made all the energy into a blue shield in front of him, and at the same time stretched the rate of energy absorption. This is Jason's strongest defensive state, and I don't know if he can block Hulk's blow. Hulk ran at an amazing speed, and appeared in front of Jason in a blink of an eye. Seeing the shield in front of him, Hulk didn't want to throw his fist towards the shield. Bang! With a loud noise, Jason was hit by Hulk directly, and his body flew back uncontrollably. Click! The blue shield was shattered in an instant, and the remaining fists hit Jason's chest. The energy absorption power is fully opened, and the body absorbs energy greedily like a sponge. Shit! Too much energy, too late to absorb. There was a sharp pain in his chest, and Jason's brows suddenly frowned. It flew hundreds of meters upside down and knocked down more than a dozen big trees before this force was finally exhausted. Jason was lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Every breath affected the pain in his chest. He sat up and found that his shirt had already turned into rags, and a crimson fist mark appeared on his chest, which was a full centimeter deep into his skin. The third-level superpower can't even stop a punch. Marvel's early combat power ceiling is really not a joke. Jason stood up and looked at the Hulk who was flying over, with some worry. The strength shown by Hulk alone is far from enough to make Jason panic. What really makes him feel headache is that Hulk is a growth hero, and its strength will surge with anger and become stronger. Although this kind of power has its limits, the third level, fourth level, or even fifth-level superpowers do not want to exceed its limits. Hulk found Jason and ran over with a roar. "Hey, that punch just now brought you a lot of confidence." Jason tore off the cloth from his body and sneered. Head-to-head fights do not mean that the battle cannot be won. There are many factors that affect victory in battle, and strength is only one of them. The energy gushing from the body concentrated in the palm of his hand, and a long sword made of pure energy appeared in Jason's hand. The length of the sword is 85 centimeters, and its shape is similar to that of the bronze sword thousands of years ago. It has an inexplicable and simple texture. Jason held the sword in one hand, played a beautiful sword trick, and then rushed up face to face. Roar! Hulk roared and slammed his fist. Jason moved his step slightly, easily dodged the attack, and then pierced Hulk's big waist with a sword. The iron-hard feel passed from the tip of the sword to the hilt of the sword, and Jason's attack failed to pierce Hulk's skin. It's so hard. This long sword used 30% of the energy, and it didn't even pierce the skin. Hulk felt a tingling pain in his waist and swung his arm directly. Jason didn't dodge, letting his arm knock him into the air. This blow was far less powerful than the front punch. Jason absorbed most of the energy, and his body recharged immediately reached 70%. 10% of the energy was left attached to the surface of the body, and the other 60% were poured into the long sword. The color of the long sword was a bit darker than the naked eye. Hulk turned around and rushed towards Jason again. Although he was far stronger than Jason, he didn't know how to fight at all, and his attack intention was very obvious. Coupled with the gap in agility, Jason dodged the attack effortlessly, and stabbed Hulk's waist again with all his strength. This attack still did not pierce the skin, but the effect was still very good. Hulk roared with a ferocious expression and slammed a fist sideways. The power of this punch cannot be underestimated, and the wind under Jason's feet quickly retreats. Boom! A punch punched a hole in the ground, and Hulk ran towards Jason. Apparently that the sting of the sword had angered him. The angry Hulk had a significant increase in movement speed. But for Jason, this level of speed was far from enough. Relying on his flexible positioning, Jason avoided attacks from time to time, absorbing energy and giving him a few swords. After a few rounds, the energy in the body was finally filled. Jason held the sword in one hand, poured all the energy into the long sword, and then moved most of the energy to the tip of the sword. This is the strongest blow in the 3-level energy absorption state. Hulk, who was provoked by Jason, fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. It roared and ran over, but did not notice that the long sword had changed. Jason still easily flashed the attack and appeared beside Hulk, then lifted the long sword and stabbed it towards the waist with all his strength. Stabbed. The sword tip condensed huge energy successfully pierced the skin, and 1/3 of the blade was pierced in. A stream of green blood flowed down. Humphrey finally succeeded. A smile came up at the corner of Jason's mouth. Roar! Hulk was injured, and the anger in his heart took another step, immediately entering a state of rampage. Jason's heart tightened, and he ran away without even drawing his sword. Knowing that he couldn't catch up with Jason by speed, Hulk uprooted the big tree beside him with one hand, and threw it out. With a loud bang behind him, Jason hurriedly fell to the ground. A big tree hugged by 3 people flew quickly over his head. Jason was taken aback. If he was hit in the head, he would be gone. Hulk leapt into the air, but the long sword stuck in his waist suddenly exploded. Chapter 223 Victory in the First Battle. Discover the secret. Rumble. A violent explosion sounded. A cloud of flame rose in the sky, and shock waves hit in all directions, crushing and overturning the surrounding trees. In the flames, a black shadow fell to the ground, smashing a large hole. Jason hurriedly flew over to check, and saw Hulk lying on the ground. The wound stabbed by the long sword was already open and bloody. Hulk's skin is extremely resistant. General explosions and attacks are basically tickling to him, but the resistance inside his body is not so strong. Jason first pierced 1/3 of the long sword into its body, then moved the energy to the tip of the sword, and finally detonated the energy sword. This idea was planned by Jason a long time ago, and the source of inspiration is many movies in the past life. It turns out that the brain effects of movies are very good. The energy sword exploded a large piece of flesh on Hulk's waist, revealing a terrifying scar. Next time you try to insert the long sword into your chrysanthemum and detonate it. Jason floated in the air, arms folded. His expression was indescribable. The opponent is the Hulk with the ceiling of Marvel's early combat power. He can actually beat Hulk with a weak victory. which is enough to make him proud. Roar. Seeing Jason, Hulk yelled at him very angry. It's dark, no more play, it's time to go home and sleep with my wife. After that, the wind was blowing under Jason's feet, as if a rocket launched straight into the sky. It's so fucking cool to run away after pretending it. However, Hulk didn't intend to let Jason go. He jumped to a height of nearly 1,000 meters. Sure enough, the more angry the stronger. Jason frowned, and accumulated an energy ball like a spiral pill with one hand. When Hulk was about to jump in front of Jason, he flicked the energy ball out of his arm and hit Hulk firmly in the face. Boom! The energy ball exploded face to face, producing a powerful shock wave, which counteracted the rising power of Hulk. After the sky stagnated for a while, Hulk fell straight to the ground. Jason took the opportunity to speed up and flew away. Now he meets the angry Hulk, and it is estimated that he will lie down for a second. Roar! Seeing Jason completely disappeared before his eyes, Hulk slammed his fist on the ground angrily. His incompetent, furious appearance was very interesting. The battle between Jason and Hulk finally came to an end. On the other hand, the special forces led by General Ross also rushed to Brazil. Banner was not found at the soda processing plant, and General Ross immediately received information of fierce fighting in the suburbs. Hulk and Jason battled too much, almost changed the surrounding terrain, scared the residents living nearby and quickly called the police. Upon receiving this information, General Ross immediately judged that Jason and Hulk were fighting, and immediately led the troops toward this side. When they drove an armored car to the neighborhood, the battle was over. More than a dozen special forces armed with anesthesia guns leaned forward cautiously, only to find that a green monster was sitting depressed on the ground and sulking. Seeing this scene, even the experienced special forces fighters were completely confused. Hulk-site, what kind of monster is this? Bronski looked solemn and quickly contacted General Ross, who was in charge of the command. This is our goal. Immediately fire a narcotic bomb at him. General Ross ordered calmly. The order was issued, and the special forces restrained the fear in their hearts and fired at Hulk. Bang bang bang. The dull gunfire sounded, and the anesthesia projectiles, similar to a syringe, hit the Hulk accurately. It's a pity that the needle tube hits Hulk's skin, just like it hits a steel plate and bends it 90 degrees. Roar! Hulk stood up abruptly and charged toward the jungle where the soldiers were hiding. It was too late for them to come, and Hulk was suffocated in his heart and there was no place to vent. Shit! The monster rushed over and shot. Bang bang bang! The anesthetic bomb poured out, but failed to pierce Hulk's skin. Use live ammunition. Bronski roared and quickly changed the magazine. Bang bang bang! However, the brass bullet hitting Hulk was like tickling it. It was useless except to provoke Hulk. Hulk crushed into the enemy's formation, raised his fist and smashed it when he saw someone. The soldier who was hit instantly turned into mud. It was just a round of charge, and the soldiers had been killed and injured more than half, and Bronski quickly slipped away when he saw this. Fortunately, Hulk was not very interested in these miscellaneous fishes. After seeing them fled, he just stood there and shouted and did not chase them. General Ross witnessed the whole process of Hulk's madness through the monitors on the soldiers. He had anticipated the defeat in this battle. If only bullets and narcotic bombs could solve Hulk, then this power is not worth pursuing. General Ross gave an order to retreat. While cursing Jason fiercely. If it weren't for Jason to spoil the situation, they would be able to catch Banner before he turned. Jason didn't know what happened after that. He flew unimpeded all the way to New York and returned to the Clown Organization's stronghold. Jason went to the Stronghold hospital to check his body immediately. Hulk's punch was really powerful, and he could make such a deep scar on his chest, and his chest still ached when he breathed. After several hours of comprehensive inspection, Jason finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the wounds looked scary, they were all just skin injuries, not bones or internal organs. The skin trauma can heal slowly. Belmode's stronghold is quite far from New York, so Jason didn't toss her back and forth. After checking his body, Jason sat down at the dining table, enjoying the delicious feast after the war, while checking the backpack he had returned from Banner. There are not many things in the backpack, including a wallet, a computer, a picture of Betty, and a few pieces of clothing. It's a pity that Banner fell from a height, and the computer had fallen into electronic parts. The organization recruited many computer experts and inspection experts. Jason called them over to see if he could find valuable information through these electronic parts and daily necessities. When Jason woke up after a good night's sleep after eating a big meal, the expert team heard good news that they really found something in a pile of rubbish. The first message is very obvious. Is Banner's girlfriend Dr. Betty. Banner also treasured her photos because of her return home. This truth is very rare, but for a villain like Jason, this represents Banner's fatal weakness. The second piece of information. The experts repaired the computer hard drive. Although most of the content has been damaged, fortunately they found the most critical part. During the 6 months when Banner was hiding in Brazil, the pseudonym Mr. Green has been seeking help on the internet, and has maintained close contact with a person named Dr. Blue. It's a pity that the hard disk is badly damaged, and the mailbox of Dr. Blue could not be found. After listening to the report, Jason immediately contacted Chloe and asked her to monitor Dr. Betty's mobile phone and closely monitor internet mail communications. Pay particular attention to the words Dr. Blue and Mr. Green. Since you have a bad relationship with Banner, you must be prepared for any accidents. Chapter 224 Smuggling the United States Super Soldier. When Banner woke up again, he found himself lying on a wet rock wall. A clear stream passed in front of you, and you could see that there were dense forests around, and Jason had long been lost. Banner sat on the rock wall and shook his swollen head. He has no memory of what happened last night, whether Jason was killed by Hulk. After washing his face with stream water and sober, Banner walked through the forest to a muddy path with his ripped pants. In the distance, a small truck carrying fruits drove up, and Banner rushed forward excitedly for help. Stop the truck. The driver is a kindly gray-haired old man. He looked at Banner's situation and asked, "Young man, are you lost in the forest?" "Yes." "What is this place?" "This is Guatemala." "What?" Banner looked dazed. Hyuk Soan played for a whole night, and actually sent him abroad directly. "I'm going to town to deliver fruit. Do I need to take you for a ride?" "Yes, thanks." Banner was overjoyed and quickly got into the co-pilot of the pickup truck. By talking with the driver on the road, Banner got the details of the place. Guatemala borders Mexico, and Mexico borders the United States. In other words, if Banner wants to return to the United States, he must enter the country illegally through Mexico. Fortunately, there is no wall on the US-Mexico border at this time, otherwise Banner's smuggling plan would go bankrupt. General Ross led the special forces and returned without success. His face never smiled along the way. Not only that, Bronsky, who has no eyesight, has been asking about Hulk, which makes him even more upset. Because there were outsiders present, he couldn't explain clearly, so he refused him on the grounds of insufficient authority. The plane landed at the Air Force Base, and General Ross rushed to the Pentagon to report on the battle. It took a few hours to finally deal with those idiots. General Rose was relieved and just walked out of the door. He saw a Bronsky in combat uniform sitting on a chair. Obviously he hadn't even changed his clothes. "You are really stubborn." Browns got up and said, neither humble nor arrogant, "Excuse me, General. That monster is the most terrifying thing I have ever encountered in my military career. I desperately want to know the truth. If you don't tell me, I'll grab the class myself." "Nah, force him to say." Suddenly, General Ross said nonchalantly, "That's Banner." "What?" Bronsky's words stopped abruptly, and the expression on his face froze like a second fool. General Rose stepped forward and repeated word by word, "You heard it right. That monster is Banner." After a long silence, Bronsky said seriously, "General, what is going on?" General Rose thought about it for a moment and asked, "Do you want to know the truth? Do you want to become stronger?" "Yes." "I can't wait to fight that monster a second time." When he said this, he did not hesitate or think, as if the pursuit of strength had become a physiological instinct. General Rose was satisfied with his decisive answer. "Come with me. What you want to tell you next is top secret." "Top secret?" Bronsky frowned, eager to try The two walked towards the secret laboratory of the Pentagon, and General Rose said as he walked, in order to defeat the Axis powers during World War II, the U.S. military secretly carried out a number of weapon developments, one of which was the biotechnology strength enhancement experiment with the purpose of creating super soldiers. Bronski nodded and said, I know that Captain America is the most successful person in this experiment. Yes. After World War II, this experiment has apparently stopped, but in fact it has been going on intermittently. My thinking is different from the group of people in the weapon development department. They like to develop new types of weapons, such as Stark's steel armor, while I like to build stronger soldiers. Banner was originally the scientist who carried out this plan, and this experiment can't be applied at all when it is only carried out at the preliminary stage. But he was arrogant and blindly confident in himself, so he started conducting human experiments in private, and the experiment turned out to be unexpected. General Rose paused, thought of the green monster, and smiled, or he really succeeded. In any case, Hulk belongs to the research results of the U.S. military. Bronski digested all the shocking news and asked, in that case, why did Banner run? General Ross said helplessly, he is just a scientist, not a soldier. It turned out to be so. Bronski nodded in understanding. While talking, the two walked into the underground laboratory. General Ross pointed to the room and said, go to the dressing room and take off your clothes. I'll get the injection medicine. After speaking, he walked into the storage room and signed his name on the receipt. Although this storage room is not large in size, it stores the most confidential and core research results. Picking up an inconspicuous object is enough to shock the world. General Ross held a syringe, walked to the low-pressure storage tank, and extracted two light blue liquid medicines. These flowing liquids contained the mysteries of human genes. When Bronski took off his clothes and walked into the operating room, General Ross and the researchers were already waiting for him. The experiment is about to begin, and General Rose said seriously, I will inject you with the lowest dose of medicine. If there is any discomfort in the process, I will stop immediately. Bronski nodded and lay on the operating chair, securing his body and limbs. The researcher took out the syringe and said, you have to get 2 shots, 1 shot into the muscle, 1 shot into the spinal cord, and the second shot will hurt a bit. Seeing Bronski nodded in agreement, he took out a shorter syringe and gave him an intramuscular injection. For the Special Forces members, this level of pain can be completely ignored, and Bronski completed the first injection with no expression. The operating table was turned over, and Bronski's spine was exposed face down and back up. The researcher took out a 20 centimeters long syringe and slowly pierced his spine. A deep pain came, and Bronski closed his mouth quickly, not letting himself make a sound. He knew that as long as he screamed, General Ross would definitely stop the injection and would never mention the matter of helping him become stronger. This is the most precious opportunity in his life, and he must stick to it anyway. Relying on tenacious perseverance, Bronski did not even make a whimper and completed the injection of super soldier's potion. At the end of the experiment, he sat on the operating chair and clenched his fists, and found that his strength showed no signs of becoming stronger. Upon seeing this, the researcher explained, it takes 24 hours for the medicine to have an effect. During this time, you just need to take a good rest. Chapter 225. Back to campus. Banner is green. These days may be the worst moments in Banner's life. He was unclothed, hungry, wading through mountains and rivers, eating and sleeping, living a life of begging like a refugee. But the strong belief in returning to Betty made him clench his teeth and persisted. In the end, Banner finally smuggled back to the United States, which took half a month. Culver University, Virginia. The weather here is sunny and sunny, busy and smiling students are everywhere on campus. Banner was mixed in the crowd, looking at the familiar scenery and architecture around him as if a world away. After half a year, he returned to this place that changed his life. I walked to the door of the laboratory with emotion and melancholy. All the data about the transformation of Hulk was stored on the top floor of the laboratory building. The mixed crowd walked through the door of the laboratory, but the metal detector and the security checkpoint appeared in front of them. "If you want to enter the laboratory, you must first show your passport, and then pass the metal detector test before you can enter the laboratory building." Banner glanced at the security gate. The guard at the security checkpoint was a sharp-eyed black man. Seeing his serious expression, he knew that he was not a fool who could fool the past in a few words. Helpless, Banner had to lower his hat and quietly leave the laboratory building. It doesn't matter, Plan A fails, he still has Plan B. His girlfriend Betty is a professor in the university. Banner can get a pass through her, or directly ask Betty to retrieve the information for herself. Leaving the laboratory building and coming to the teaching building, Banner sat on the bench on the lawn outside the building with the newspaper in his hands, staring at the exit of the teaching building. Not long after, Betty, wearing a professional female suit, walked out of the school building with coffee in her hand, talking and laughing with several colleagues. The moment Banner saw his lover, the corners of his lips curled up unconsciously, but thinking of the identity of his suspect, he still left the bench and hid in the bushes behind him, and then came forward to explain his identity. When Betty was alone, parting with her colleagues at the entrance of the teaching building, Betty sat alone on a bench to check text messages. Without knowing what was written in the message, she suddenly burst into a bright smile. The sun shines on the face, making this smile even more charming. Banner hides behind the tree and looks mesmerized. Betty's holy side face washes his body and mind, and the pain and irritability of many days are purified by the smile at this moment. Suddenly, Betty moved her gaze to look at Banner from the air. The expression on her face instantly froze, but then she showed a loving smile again. "She found me." Banner hid behind the tree subconsciously, but his heart beats wildly. He couldn't restrain the excitement and joy in his heart, and eagerly wanted to rush to kiss his long-lost lover. No matter what, even if General Ross is waiting for me in front, I have to stand up and confess everything to Betty. Banner was completely dazzled by love. He plucked up the courage to lift his feet out of the bushes with the pride of a strong man with a broken wrist. Betty seemed to sense him, and took the initiative to stand up and walk towards him with a smile. Banner was ecstatic, and his pace picked up a bit. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the side and stood in front of Banner. The man was taller than Banner and of medium build. He wore a light blue shirt underneath and a brown sleeveless waistcoat on the outside. He was dressed as a British gentleman. The man stepped forward and hugged Betty intimately, then hugged and kissed in full view. Banner stopped abruptly. The expression on his face was like seeing a ghost. "Betty, have a boyfriend." In an instant, Banner's world collapsed. In the dark, the green hat must have fallen from the sky and clasped tightly on his head. He joined General Rose's research team for Betty. He hid in Brazil and worked hard to find a way to eliminate help for Betty. He tried so hard to sneak back to the United States at the risk of being arrested, also for Betty. However, he never expected that after just over half a year, Betty had a new boyfriend. Banner couldn't believe everything in front of him. He stood there like a fool and watched the two leave the campus hand in hand. It wasn't until the two of them disappeared, until his legs became numb, and until his vision blurred, that he lowered his head in loss and slowly left. The city of Connaught is noisy and bustling, but Banner's heart is silent. He was like a walking dead walking on the street aimlessly with his soul sucked away by the devil. Keep going, keep going, keep going, until the sky darkened. He woke up from a muddle-headed state. After frankly accepting this ruthless reality, Banner went to a pizzeria near Culver University. The owner of this shop is Banner's year-end pay. Although he is more than a few years old, he still insists on making pizza by himself. Almost everyone in Culver University has tasted his craft. Knocked on the door and walked into the shop, explaining to his old friend his intention to borrow the night, and the other party promised to also ask about Banner's recent situation. In the meantime, I talked about Betty's new boyfriend, who is said to be a top psychiatrist and a gentle personality. Being able to get such an evaluation from an old friend shows that Betty is good at picking people. Okay, that's good. Banner can only comfort himself so much. After tossing and turning overnight, Banner regained his spirit and began to consider sneaking into the laboratory. No matter what the future of himself and Betty, Hulk is the obstacle in front of him, so the elimination of Hulk can't wait any longer. When he talked about this to his old friend, the other party handed him a takeaway order, which completely solved the problem. This is a takeaway order from the top floor of the laboratory. Putting on a takeaway costume, Banner rode his bicycle to Culver University. When he came to the security checkpoint with a pizza, he found that today's security inspector was a middle-aged white man with a red neck. Banner walked in and said, "Brother, I want to deliver pizza to the 5th floor." The security guard glanced at him and said casually, "There is no one on the 5th floor now, you can't go up. Please, if I don't receive the money, I will lose my job. Please let me go up and take a look." The security guard glanced at the pizza box and said nothing. "I asked you for this box of pizza." Banner understood, and immediately passed the pizza. The security opened the box, confirmed that the pizza taste was what he liked, and then smiled and made a go-up look at Banner. Banner was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Man, you are really on the road. Good luck." After speaking, the security guard sat back on his seat and began to enjoy the prostitute's lunch. Carrying a pizza box and quickly came to the 5th floor, as the security said, "There is indeed no one here." Banner sat in front of a computer and used Betty's account to log into the university's internal network. He entered the password and prayed that Betty had not changed the password. Fortunately, Betty really did not change the password. Unfortunately, Banner searched through the internal network and could not find any data about that experiment. Even his own information was deleted. Don't guess, this must be his old man's handwriting. No. He should be called General Ross now. Slowly closing his eyes, his mood was a bit bitter, but also a bit sad and hopeless. In desperation, he could only log onto the social network platform to contact Dr. Lan, hoping that he could think of other ways. Chapter 226 Banner Exposed. Gamma Technology. Social Network. Dr. Lan, Mr. Green, you haven't contacted me for half a month. Have you found your friend's information? Banner quickly tapped the keyboard to reply. The information is missing. Dr. Lan, I'm sorry, but I can't help without information. Banner, is there no other way? Dr. Lan, we have tried all other methods, haven't we? Yes, all the methods have been tried in all these years in Brazil. Thinking of this, Banner's eyes were dim, and he was at a loss while sitting in front of the computer. Dr. Lan's words completely sentenced him to death. Without data, there would be no cure, and the information was taken away by the military. Unless Banner turns into Hulk and makes a big fuss, forcing the military to surrender information, this problem is unsolvable. But Banner happened to be a bad guy who didn't dare to ask questions when his girlfriend was green. It's harder to let him take to the streets to make trouble and kill people than to make Hulk obediently obedient. Who are you? The voice outside the door interrupted Banner's thoughts and looked up to see that it was a graduate student in the laboratory. Did you order the pizza? Oh yes. A total of $20. Thank you. This is your tip. Banner took the $25 and left the laboratory building and returned to the temporary pizza restaurant. Dr. Lan couldn't eliminate Hulk, and his girlfriend's empathy gave him no reason to stay. Banner can only choose to continue to flee. Perhaps leaving this time, he will never come back again. But what Banner did not expect was that Chloe discovered the chat between him and Dr. Lan and deciphered their IP address. New York. The clown organization stronghold. Jason received a message from Chloe that he had found Banner and the mysterious Dr. Blue. Banner has returned to the United States, according to IP. He is in the laboratory of Culver University, and that Dr. Lan's true identity is Dr. Sam Stearns from the Department of Cell Biology, Gibbon College in New York. Not only that, Chloe found out all the previous chat records of the two people. She sent the chat log, and after reading it carefully, Jason suddenly became interested in this Dr. Stone. Because the remaining memory told him that the biggest villain in the movie was to inject medicine with the help of a certain doctor, and eventually became a monster that could rival Hulk. If this potion can be obtained, the combat effectiveness of the clown organization will undergo a qualitative change again. Jason was a little moved, and without hesitation he immediately took his men to Jebang Academy. According to the IP positioning, it was learned that Dr. Stern was in the laboratory, and Jason went alone to order his subordinates to stay nearby for surveillance. In the laboratory, Dr. Stern is using a microscope to observe Banner's red blood cell tissue. This is the most tenacious cell he has ever seen in his life. No matter what medicine he uses, he can't kill it. Even the fascinating viruses and bacteria are not worthy of being compared with him. Under the microscope, the green tissue fluid was threatened and began to expand rapidly, and soon occupied the entire field of vision. Click! With a crisp sound, the glass slide broke into slag. Hey! Dr. Stern sighed helplessly. Failure, failure, failure. Countless day and night efforts, but ended in failure again and again, which made Dr. Stern a little discouraged. It seems that if there is no detailed information about the Gamma accident, this biggest mystery in human history will never be solved. At this time, a voice came from behind him. Are you Sam Stern? Dr. Stern said without looking up. It's my break time. If you have any questions, I will ask you during class. Please go out immediately. Hearing that, Jason smiled and walked up. I'm sorry, I'm not your graduate student. Dr. Stern hurriedly turned around, and a plain middle-aged man stood in front of him. Who are you? Is there anything to do with me? Jason did not answer, but walked deep into the laboratory like visiting his own home. A large number of blood bags, countless dead and mutated white mice. Tusk. This doctor is really not easy. Hey, I'm asking you something. Dr. Stone yelled, a little dissatisfied. Jason turned a deaf ear, but pointed to a dead mouse with green hair and 2 or 3 times the size and asked, can these medicines be used on humans? Dr. Lan. Are you Mr. Green? No, I am Mr. Green's friend. Friend, that's you. Dr. Stone was overjoyed, took up a syringe and walked over. You gave me too few blood samples. Take another tube. Jason smiled slightly, put his right hand on an iron chair, and the chair was slowly bent by the force of his arm. You misunderstood. I am not that green monster. Also, please answer my question quickly and don't let me ask it again. Dr. Stern stopped and stared at the discarded chair dumbfounded. God, this chair is solid. Aren't you? Oh, I understand. Dr. Stone said vigilantly. You intercepted the chat between me and Mr. Green, and you came for it. Ha, I finally reacted. Jason approached step by step. Go ahead, unless you want to end with this chair. Dr. Stern frowned, struggling and hesitating inside. But after a while, he still sighed. Human experiments are not yet possible unless Mr. Green can provide me with detailed information. I know the information. What I need to know is, if I give you all the information, what can you return to me in the end? Although the origin of the person in front of him is not clear, and the credibility of his words has yet to be verified, when it comes to this great undertaking, Dr. Stern replied passionately. The potential of this kind of gamma technology is endless. It can develop hundreds of antidotes, so that everyone in the world will not regenerate disease. This item alone can make me soften the Nobel Prize. At the same time, gamma technology can greatly enhance human body functions, allowing a skinny tramp to beat boxing champion Ellie's strength data, and allowing an overweight fat man who loves to drink Coke and eat burgers to run faster than Bolt. Speaking of the future, Dr. Stern began to speak freely. He described to Jason the infinite possibilities of gamma technology in detail. These thoughts opened Jason's eyes. He thought that this thing could only turn people into monsters, but he didn't expect there to be so many applications. Okay, you convinced me. I will get the information for you as soon as possible. But from now on this technology belongs to me alone. You are alone. No, this is the wealth of all mankind. Jason reached out and took her off his mask, and Dr. Stone's words stopped abruptly. You are? Yes. It's me. I never expected that there is such an excellent professor of cell biology in this third-rate university. As the leader of the clown organization, I officially invite you to join. The mysterious man in front of him turned out to be the most dangerous terrorist in human history. Promise is a dead end, and disapproval is a dead end. Dr. Stern's face was pale, and he didn't know what to say. "If you don't speak, then I will assume that you agree." Chapter 227. Find the information. Green Hat each other. Jason has always done things vigorously. In the afternoon of the same day, he moved Dr. Stern to a stronghold outside of New York. The materials and the most advanced equipment in the laboratory were also moved there. In this way, Dr. Stone became a member of the Clown organization under semi-forced circumstances. The plan for Hulk has been launched, but Banner, who is the party involved, has no idea about it, and is packing his luggage in his old friend's pizza restaurant. It is a great kindness for an old friend to take the risk to stay in his accommodation. Banner can no longer trouble him, so he plans to leave the city overnight. After the luggage was packed, the sky was already dark. The raindrops floated in the sky, just like his mood at this time. The pizzeria is closed, and only old friends are cleaning the used tableware in the kitchen. At this time, the store door was pushed aside and a pair of men and women walked in. The old friend wiped his hands and quickly stepped out to explain, "I'm sorry, the sample is already proofed." The woman smiled and said, "Please, today is Friday, so let's close later." When the old friend looked up, his expression suddenly became a little cramped. "So it's you." The woman sat down at the bar and said, "I'm hungry, I'm eating pizza now." The old friend glanced at the back kitchen in a panic, then said, "Now only tomato flavor is left." "No problem, I love to eat." This man and woman are not others, but Banner's ex-girlfriend Betty, and her current boyfriend, a neurologist. The two of them worked late, and after get off work they met together to the pizzeria for dinner, but unfortunately they came too late. While making pizza, the old friend looked nervously at the direction of the chef. He is in a conflicted mood now. As a friend, he certainly hopes that Banner and Betty can meet. The love affair between the two is witnessed by him in this pizza restaurant, but since the school laboratory accident, Banner has become a wanted criminal and his whereabouts have been unknown. After Betty was discharged from the hospital, it took a long time to get out of the psychological shadow and make a new boyfriend. Time flies and things are different, and they are no longer people in the world. If you really meet here, you don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. According to Murphy's law of psychology, if something has the possibility of going bad, it will always happen no matter how small the possibility is. Banner went downstairs with a backpack, ready to say goodbye to his old friend. But when he opened the door of the back kitchen, he saw Betty sitting with her boyfriend, chatting sweetly and happily. Banner was a little bit sorrowful in his heart, but thinking of his own situation, this might be the best ending. Betty was happily talking with her boyfriend, but from the corner of her eyes she caught a familiar face. But when she looked at the door, there was no one. Hallucinations? No, it's not like an illusion. Betty stood up with an expression of astonishment and walked towards the back kitchen. Her boyfriend yelled a few times and she didn't listen, so she followed curiously. There was drizzle in the dark sky. Betty pushed open the back door of the pizzeria, but there was no one inside or outside. "Bruce." Betty stood in the dark alley and muttered to herself, letting the rain drop on her body and wet her clothes. There was a huge trash can 1 meter away, and Banner was hiding next to the trash can at the moment, with a ferocious expression in his heart suffering. Although no one was found, Betty insisted that she was not mistaken, so she immediately walked into the store and asked, "Tell me, is it true what I saw?" Banner's old friend looked tangled, and lowered his head and said, "I don't know how to say it." "Then please tell the truth." The old friend looked at Betty's extremely serious face, hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. In an instant, Betty looked happy. She rushed out of the store and drove away quickly, only leaving her boyfriend standing still at a loss. The rain is getting heavier. Banner walked alone on the streets of the city, his clothes already wet by heavy rain. He wanted to find a ride, but no one dared to park for a homeless man late at night. At this moment, a dazzling light lit up behind him. Banner turned his head and saw a car slowly parked behind him, and a woman got out of the car. Betty. A few meters away, they finally saw each other clearly. The impulse in Banner's heart was hard to restrain, and he ran towards Betty. Under the heavy rain, they hugged each other hard. The rain mixed with Betty's tears, and she hugged Banner tightly and pleaded, "Don't go." The hero is sad for the beauty of Banner's determination was vulnerable to the sound of Betty's sobbing. She eventually followed Betty and returned to the faculty apartment at Culver University. After taking a shower and changing clothes, the two sat on the sofa and began to talk to each other. When talking about the experimental accident, Banner said quickly, "I have been to the laboratory today, but all the materials of the experiment have been deleted." Betty nodded and explained, "Shortly after your accident, the laboratory was blocked by the military, and all the experimental data and equipment were taken away by them." She went back to the bedroom, took out a jewelry box and handed it over. "But before that, I secretly copied a copy." After receiving the jewelry box, it slowly opened, and there was a U-disc inside. Banner took out the U-disc, and the extinguished flame in his heart burned again. "As long as there are experimental data, Dr. Lang can create an antidote, but only if the data is correct." Banner squeezed the USB flash drive and asked, "Does the general know about this?" Betty shook her head. "I don't know. I have a very bad relationship with him. I haven't spoken to him for 2 years. This matter is very important, you must be sure." Betty is a little embarrassed. "There is no way to be sure about this kind of thing." "Bruce, why can't we go to him together and solve your problems in your body?" Banner said with a serious expression, "Because your father told me that he wants to extract my cells, then analyze it and copy it. He wants to turn it into a weapon to deal with the clown organization, but your father ... You know." Knowing the truth of the matter, Betty opened her mouth slightly in surprise, and at the same time understood why Banner had to run away. As a daughter, she knows her father. General Ross is a hawk. He is greedy for power and advocates violence. If he really has such a powerful weapon in his hand, then he will take the initiative to initiate the Third World War. As people familiar with the matter, they knew that the potential harm of General Ross was greater than that of the clown organization, so they were determined not to give Hulk to him. The night was long, and the two talked a lot. However, what they didn't expect was that Betty's phone had automatically recorded the audio of the conversation and sent it to the clown community. After waiting for more than half a month, this trick finally came to fruition. Jason was just planning to invade the Pentagon to steal information, but Chloe suddenly brought him this good news. Now that Banner has the test data, Dr. Stern must be contacted in the next step. Jason doesn't need to do anything, just wait for the fish to get the bait. Chapter 228 Round Up Hulk. Bloody battle on campus. Banner and Betty reunited after a long absence, and the joy in their hearts needless to say, but because of his sudden intrusion, they hurt another man. Betty's current boyfriend who was abandoned in the pizzeria. Betty's abnormal situation made her boyfriend feel puzzled. He asked the owner of the pizzeria for details, but the other party didn't know. The boyfriend is even more puzzled. Neither Betty nor the boss want him to see who it is. Suddenly, he thought of a rumor in the school. Betty's ex-boyfriend was also a professor at the school, but he was wanted by the military for stealing important experimental data and became a wanted criminal in exile. If it is really him, it will be troublesome. Facilitating the wanted criminal is a federal felony, and Betty will go to jail. He dare not care about his girlfriend's future. Immediately call General Rose's private number and tell him Betty's abnormal behavior. The daughter went astray with the wanted criminal, and only the father, who is an Air Force lieutenant, has the energy to rescue her. General Rose was overjoyed after answering the call. This dark game, buried for half a year, finally worked. If it weren't for him to devote himself to his back, he would be a neurologist. How could he catch Betty in half a year? I really thought he could do whatever he wanted if he was handsome. On the phone, General Rose promised to send troops to rescue Betty immediately, and he would not leave a record to affect her future. But after hanging up the phone, he tore off his father's false mask, and urgently summoned a special force to take a military plane to Virginia. Banner woke up in another room early the next morning. Although the two were once lovers, they have not seen each other for more than half a year because of Banner's leave without saying goodbye. Betty already has a new boyfriend, and the good old man Banner can't bear to cuckold him. The most important thing is because of the heart rate problem. Now he is no different from the eunuch. In other words, you can see and touch, but you can't shoot. After packing their luggage, the two walked out of the apartment building together, and Betty was about to send Banner to the station. The sky is dark, and the campus in the early morning is full of birds and flowers, and fresh air. After taking a few deep breaths, Betty felt relaxed a lot, and took the initiative to step forward to tidy up Banner's messy top. Same as before, still so rough. The girlfriend's face was so close at hand, and he could even feel her body temperature, and Banner suddenly felt a little worried. But at this moment, a strong sense of crisis struck. No, they are here. Who? Banner didn't answer, but pushed Betty away, then fell to the ground. Puff puff. More than a dozen anesthetic catapults hit the spot where he was standing. Banner quickly got up and shouted at Betty, "Go, go. Stay away from me." After speaking, he turned and rushed into the teaching building, preparing to use the terrain to escape. In the next second, dozens of military Hummers and hundreds of soldiers with live ammunition appeared from all directions, like a huge fishing net, slowly gathering. In order to capture Banner, they have been waiting for a long time. Banner ran wildly in the teaching building, and the soldiers behind him chased him, and from time to time anesthesia bombs passed by. The army came well prepared and deployed manpower in many corners of the school. A few minutes later, Banner was blocked on the glass bridge connecting the teaching building and the laboratory building. The iron doors on both sides were locked, and Banner could not escape. He quickly threw away the backpack and stuffed the USB flash drive with the data in his mouth. With Hulk in the body, these soldiers shouldn't worry. The most important thing is to protect the USB flash drive. Banner just swallowed the USB flash drive into his stomach when a few tear gas broke through the glass and threw in. Sizzle. The dense white smoke filled the space, and Banner quickly took off his shirt and covered his mouth and nose. In the suffocation state, his heartbeat began to accelerate rapidly. Outside the bridge, General Ross's troops are all in place, and everyone's eyes are on a glass bridge covered with white gas. Roar! Suddenly, there was a roar from the bridge, and a green palm pressed against the glass. Wow! The glass shattered and Hulk jumped off the covered bridge and yelled angrily at the soldier in front of him. The soldiers who saw this scene for the first time were shocked. General Ross took command. He pressed the intercom and calmly said, "Strike with all strength." The soldiers who rounded up Banner were all warriors. After being frightened, they immediately recovered their minds and raised their rifles to shoot at Hulk. Bang bang bang. M16 7.62mm bullets rained down on Hulk, but Hulk's hard skin bounced them all away. Upon seeing this, General Ross pressed the intercom and said, "Large caliber infantry vehicle." As soon as the voice fell, two Hummers rushed over. The top of the Hummer is equipped with a large-mouth machine gun, and a soldier stands on the roof to control it. Da. The large-caliber machine gun bullet hit the Hulk and was still flying, but compared to the rifle bullet, it obviously reacted to the Hulk. At least it made him more irritable. Roar! Hulk roared and rushed towards the Hummer. Upon seeing this, the driver hurriedly turned to avoid. Although Hulk has poor agility, it is also relatively speaking. For the heavy machinery such as the Hummer, Hulk is a flexible and fat man. Boom! Hulk crushed up and hit the top of the Hummer with his arms. This legendary military vehicle was overloaded and punctured in an instant, and the entire structure of the vehicle was deformed. With both arms, he tore the Hummer in half, then grabbed the fallen tire and threw it at the other Hummer. Boom! It can be seen that Hulk is very talented in baseball. It hit a Hummer 100 meters away with a single throw, and directly forced it to scrap. The scene was silent. Hulk tried his skills slightly and taught the young soldiers a lesson. Rifle bullets and machine gun bullets are tickling for Hulk, and tickling a grumpy man is the final end. The soldiers were a little timid, but General Ross said that I was just an appetizer. He pressed the intercom and ordered, "Bronski, you can take action." Since the injection of super soldier serum, Bronski's speed, strength, and physical functions have been significantly improved. He can't wait to come to an actual battle to test his abilities. Raising a grenade launcher, Bronski strode towards Hulk. Boom! A grenade focused on Hulk's back and exploded a cloud of black smoke. Hulk turned his head and slammed his fist to smash the sneaky dwarf into meatloaf, but Bronski had a beautiful in-situ somersault, avoiding Hulk's attack, and raised a grenade gun to his head. God, he really got stronger, General Rose said with emotion. After all, the super soldier serum was a product of World War II. He didn't know if it had expired. Now it seems that the effect is not bad. Relying on his extraordinary agility, Bronski dodged Hulk's attacks one after another, and was able to wait for the opportunity to return. The soldiers around and the students who came after hearing the news all screamed at God with wide eyes. A human being can actually fight back and forth with a monster that tears a car. This simply subverts their three views. However, Hulk is a growth hero. As the anger surges in his heart, his attack speed is getting faster and faster, and Bronski is gradually at a disadvantage. Bronski, lead it to the soundtrack cannon, General Ross yelled, finally offering his killer. After hearing the order, Bronski threw down his weapon and ran towards the predetermined trap. Hulk was so angry that he naturally refused to let him go. The two ran one after another on campus at a speed that made Bolt ashamed. Near the scheduled ambush point, two Humvees loaded with soundtrack guns are ready, just waiting for the prey to be hooked. It's now. Fire! With an order from General Ross, the soundtrack gun was activated at full power. Two sound waves invisible to the naked eye swept across. Bronski was the first to be hit by the soundtrack cannon and luckily fell outside the attack range. But Hulk, this stun green, was hit by the soundtrack, and immediately changed from running to walking, then standing, and finally fell to his knees in pain. He could not hear the sound, his ears were full of tinnitus, the brain was swollen and painful, and the bones and organs all over his body were shaking, so he couldn't use any strength. Great, effective. Seeing Hulk kneeling to the ground, General Rose was ecstatic. Enough, stop it. At this time, Betty rushed over, but was stopped by the soldiers. Stop. You will kill him like this. General Rose waved his hand upset. Take her down. He didn't want to say a word of explanation. Stupid daughter, you can't see the future at all. As long as I capture Hulk and extract his serum for research, I will have the key to the next world war, and the future pattern of the world will be redefined by me. At the critical moment of the success of the plan, no one should stop me. The soldiers dragged Betty away arbitrarily. She was powerless to resist and shouted at Hulk, who fell on the ground in despair. Bruce, Bruce. The voice reached Hulk's ears, which had been completely changed by the soundtrack, but he knew that someone was calling himself. Boom. The fists lay hard on the ground, slowly supporting the huge body. Hulk bent his knees and jumped sharply. Boom. Then he fell from the sky and sat down on the soundtrack car. Without the influence of the soundtrack cannon, Hulk's sanity and power were restored. He tore a piece of iron from the car and smashed it hard, and the other soundtrack car was directly cut in half. The last killer was destroyed by Hulk, and the morale of the military plummeted. General Rose was unwilling, but he could only order a retreat. At this moment, a figure walked up to Hulk in a carefree manner. Everyone looked intently, and it turned out to be Bronski. Hey, big guy, are you doing these two things? Bronski put on a boxing posture, and his speech was full of provocation. He is going to fight Hulk. God, this guy is crazy. Bronski, come back soon, we retreat. He has fought Hulk back and forth, maybe he has a chance to defeat. Before he finished his words, Hulk raised his foot fiercely and kicked Bronski dozens of meters away, knocking down a big tree before stopping. Soldier, this monster can only use fists. Now it can actually use feet. Chapter 229 Beauty and Beast. Round up the Hulk. Bronski was kicked by Hulk and completely fainted. Soldiers, firearms, and soundtrack guns did not harm Hulk. He glared at the audience with an invincible posture, and everyone retreated in horror. At this time, Betty broke free from the restraints of the soldiers and ran towards Hulk. Betty, come back soon. General Rose was startled, but Betty ignored his warning and ran to Hulk. Bruce. Dark green pupils stared at the woman in front of him, and Hulk's eyes were a little more gentle. Instead of yelling, He walked towards her slowly. Suddenly, there was a roar in the sky, and military gunships arrived on the battlefield. Monkey-tied shit. What kind of monster is this? No matter, attack. Because of the angle, the onboard screen did not see Betty, and the pilot pressed the button as expected. DA. The multi-barreled machine gun rotates at high speed and ejects bullets. Case fire. General Rose's order was too late, and the bullet was out. Hulk immediately took a step forward, squatted down to block Betty in front of him, and the bullets hit his skin and bounced away. Roar. The angry Hulk ripped off a piece of car parts and threw it forcefully, directly destroying the propeller of the gunship, and the fuselage fell towards them. Boom! With a loud noise, the wreckage of the helicopter turned into a huge flame, swallowing Hulk and Betty. No! General Rose screamed and ran over. But in the flames, a huge figure slowly stood up. Hulk was unharmed. His sturdy arms were holding Betty, who was in a coma. Except for some stains on her face, there is no obvious trauma. Hulk protected her. General Rose stopped and stared at everything in front of him in a daze. This disgusting monster is sane. Hulk glared at him with a grin, a beast-like noise in his throat. This is a warning. Don't approach me anymore. Crouching down and accumulating energy for a long jump, Hulk jumped directly over a distance or several hundred meters. After 3 or 2 hits, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The former university campus is now full of black smoke and bomb craters. The soldiers seized the time to treat the wounded. Except for the soldiers who died directly, Bronsky was the most injured. The medical soldiers carried the stretcher and ran over to check the situation. They were shocked when they turned his body to the front. He was covered in blood, all bones were broken, but the majestic heart was still beating. The medical soldiers didn't know about the super soldier's potion. Seeing this, they called for medical miracles. General Rose sat on the ground with a heavy heart, his eyes dull, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Betty's boyfriend walked over and stood in front of him. General Ross raised his head and asked, "You are right to call me. I need to know where they are." Betty would be dangerous to be with him. Do you have any ideas? The boyfriend snorted coldly. Danger? Who is hurting her? I have seen it all. He protected Betty, and you almost killed her. Betty is my daughter. Her safety will always come first, the boyfriend said with disdain. As a psychiatrist, I can see who is lying. General Rose's mouth was open, and there was nothing to say. I don't know where they went, but I finally understand why Betty never mentioned her father in front of me. After the young man ridiculed himself and strode away, General Rose shook his head helplessly. How come Betty's boyfriends are all freaks? This matter is so violent, you can't hide it. After only half an hour, the empty playground was occupied by reporters and the media. They were armed with long guns and short cannons, interviewing soldiers, interviewing students who were secretly photographed, and carefully inspecting every trace on the scene like detectives. TV stations broadcast the incident simultaneously, and Jason, who is in New York, will naturally not miss it. In addition to the reporters' on-site interviews, the TV station also broadcast the scene of the battle at the time, all of which were secretly photographed by college students. After watching a few paragraphs, Jason's expression was very calm, but when the soundtrack was played, he frowned and had a bold idea. Ordinary soundtrack cannons can strongly suppress Hulk, so what happens if the target of the infrasound is David, who has a third-level superpower? He recorded this video and sent it to the clown community, specifically at about David. The comrades were discussing this matter. After watching the video sent by Jason, they immediately had the same idea. David, boss, I'm not sure about the specific situation, but I really want to give it a try. Franklin, give it a try? You are so courageous. The boss can't beat this monster. Harley Quinn, if one person can't win, then a group of people can fight. What are we afraid of? Locomotive, yes, no matter how strong he is, I can walk it as a dog. Bell mode, it will be delivered in a few days. Why are you so eager to do it? Bell mode's superpowers belong to the auxiliary type, and the way of thinking about problems is naturally different from those of the same party with attacking superpowers. When a person holds Colt 1911 in his hand and has the ability to easily kill a person, his way of thinking will slowly change. He will feel that he has become as God and has the power to execute others at will. In this state of self-hypnosis, trivial quarrels have a high probability of turning into shootings. This can be done with a pistol, not to mention the superpower that changes the world. The dispute between the same party is very fierce, and it is roughly divided into the main battle group and the main peace group. Both sides stick to their own opinions and no one can convince anyone, so Jason can only make the final decision. Jason actually couldn't pay attention. He wanted to test his conjecture through actual combat, but also felt that flying to Virginia to find Hulk was too troublesome. At this time, the daily tasks are refreshed. After Jason clicked it casually, he smiled helplessly. Mission 31: Beat Hulk. Task details: Hulk is the early stage of Marvel's combat power ceiling. Although its intelligence and agility are slightly low, it has strong strength and high endurance, and is almost immortal. Task: the host to defeat Hulk and show him the strength of the Clown Organization. Task reward: 50,000 100,000 villain value. Reminder: if you can't beat it by yourself, group fighting is also a good choice. 100,000 villains. What a big handwriting. The current level is 56. If you complete the task perfectly and get 100,000 villains, you can get 2 consecutive levels. After hesitating for a moment, Jason decided to do this vote. Harley Quinn, honey, tell me what you think. Jason: I haven't received a big order recently, and the organization's influence has been improving a bit slowly. I think we can go out and take a stroll, and then we will be a group tour. But this is not mandatory, and interested registration. David: I must go. Harley Quinn, and me. John Wick: I have time recently, so I can go. Locomotive: there are still a lot of things waiting to be dealt with in Los Angeles. I will not go this time. Franklin: without the new energy armor, my superpowers won't be of much use, so I won't join in the fun. Belmode: I'm not interested. Chloe: not going. Stanfield: I want to go, but I can't go. Franklin: by the way, I haven't seen Stan in years. Locomotive: the new member said that he did not know the senior at all. Hallie: Mr. Civil Servant, how have you been recently? Stanfield: the headquarters of SHIELD is busy rebuilding, and things are piled up every day. Jason: that's good, I will go again when it is completed. Chapter 230: Space Imprisonment. Hulk was charged. More than 3 hours later, Jason, David, Hallie, and John met in Richmond, the capital of Virginia. Chloe planted a virus in Betty's mobile phone in advance. Even if Betty does not call, the virus can still send GPS signals uninterrupted in the background. According to the location data provided by Chloe, Betty's mobile phone signal finally disappeared deep in the forest outside. Jason injected energy into the other 3 people, giving them the ability to fly temporarily, and then quickly flew over the forest. The dense forest is an excellent place to escape. Even if criminals who do not understand counter-reconnaissance methods drill into the mountains, it is difficult to find them without tens of thousands of people conducting a carpet search. Although Hulk's intelligence is like a child, this subconscious choice is extremely correct, and the most important thing is that it also conceals the GPS signal. Jason's superpowers are not good at finding people, but there is a tracking expert in the team. David: find out Hulk. Okay, look at me. David flew forward alone, pulling into the ground while staying away from the other 3. He swallowed, his eyes closed slightly, and then suddenly he opened his mouth and shouted an ultrasound. The invisible ripples spread to the surroundings, feeding back the ground conditions within several kilometers to David. 10 seconds later, David shook his head and flew to other areas, while Jason and others waited quietly. Thinking of the next battle, Hawley couldn't help but ask, Hanny, do you think David's superwave can really defeat Hulk? John: infrasound. Hallie: it's all the same. Jason smiled and shook his head and said, according to the video, infrasound can indeed suppress Hulk, but infrasound alone cannot defeat Hulk. It is me who can really defeat Hulk. As he said, he stretched out the palm of his right hand and flipped it, and a light blue energy sword appeared in his palm. Hawley leaned closer, staring at the blade for a closer look. The energy longsword is simple in shape, and looks a bit like a crystal material from the outside. It has a fragile feeling, but a closer look reveals that the energy in the blade is flowing. It's so beautiful. Hawley nodded in admiration, but asked in confusion, Hanny, you said last time that the full energy sword can only open a hole in the waist of Hulk, even with David's infrasonic wave, thinking it's hard to beat him too. Jason put away the energy sword, looked at the two people in front of him and said, so, I still need you two to control Hulk. John's ability to freeze naturally goes without saying. He is naturally suitable for control. As for Hallie, you have been developing superpowers according to the method I taught for more than half a year. What is the effect? Hallie's eyes lit up and said with joy, I can lock an RPG rocket into space for 10 seconds. Yes. The action plan is like this. David will suppress Hulk first, you and John will work together to control him, and finally I will attack. Hearing that, John interjected and asked, Boss, although this plan is perfect, the only problem is insufficient output. You, who has the highest output in the team, can only cause Hulk to be slightly injured. Jason smiled and said, John, you were originally a legendary killer, and you should understand that you want to attack the weak position of the human body. John nodded and frowned. Yes, but the waist is already considered a weak position. As long as you control the angle, you can use a short knife to penetrate the ribs and insert the internal organs. Jason waved his hand, with a grinning smile on his face. Don't worry, I found a part that is weaker than the waist. John asked curiously, what part? Jason was about to answer. David had flown back from a distance. Boss, found that monster. Let's go. What exactly is it? You will know in a moment. The location where Hulk hides is a cave 10 kilometers away, and David's echolocation has already learned his detailed location. Betty was lying unconscious in the depths of the cave, and Hulk was guarding her. Let me say hello. The four flew outside the hole, and Jason condensed a ball of energy with one hand and threw it towards the hole. Rumble. There was a loud piercing noise from the entrance of the cave, and the surrounding rocks were blown up and crashed to the foot of the mountain. After a while, an angry roar came. Hulk walked out of the hole, his fists clenched, his dark green pupils full of killing intent. The explosion just now almost affected Betty. How could he not be angry? This monster is angry. Be careful. Among the four, only Jason had fought Hulk. He was too familiar with Hulk's current state. Hulk bent his knees to the ground and flew toward the four with a bang. Spread! Jason yelled, and immediately avoided. Hulk threw himself in the air, and fell straight to the ground to smash a big hole. Good opportunity. David, do it. David, who had been accumulating strength, immediately descended. When the distance from Hulk was less than 50 meters, he took a deep breath and emitted infrasound waves. What? As soon as Hulk stood firm, he felt a strong vibration from above his head. The vibration frequency of the infrasound wave is the same as the vibration frequency of its internal organs, immediately causing internal organ resonance. If ordinary people encountered this situation, they would have died, but Hulk was just on his knees. At this time, John and Hallie descended rapidly and fell outside of David's attack range. John squatted down and slapped the ground with his palms. The cold visible to the naked eye glowed white and struck straight and quickly toward Hulk. The cold air hit its lower limbs, and a thin layer of ice immediately appeared on the green skin. Roar! Hulk noticed something was wrong, and roared to break free. The thin ice was very fragile just after it formed, and large cracks appeared in the ice cube with a little effort. Don't move, you monster! Hawley appeared on the other side. She stretched out her hands parallel, palms facing inward, and then pressed together. Snapped. The moment the applause sounded, Hulk's struggle came to an abrupt end. Hallie's principle of space confinement is simple. First, create a space barrier that is 1-to-1 in size with Hulk, which is easy for space superpowers. Then put the space barrier on Hulk, and constantly strengthen the maintenance of the barrier. The size of the barrier is exactly the same as Hulk. There is no error of 1 millimeter, and Hulk is trapped inside and can't move at all. With Hawley's help to suppress it, The pressure on John's side dropped sharply, and the thin ice quickly froze Hulk all over him. Not enough. I want to freeze your whole blood. The freezing superpower is once again strengthened. A large amount of cold air penetrates through Hulk's skin, and the green blood is slowly frozen. At this point, the three of them worked together to finally control the beast. Although the cooperation between them can't be regarded as perfect, but considering that there is no rehearsal for the first actual battle, it can be regarded as qualified. Very good. It's my turn. Jason slowly landed from the sky and walked over slowly with a full-energy sword in his hand. Chapter 231. Harry, open up your space barrier. Jason was holding a sword in one hand, standing outside the range of David's infrasonic attack. Holly stretched her hands straight, and asked without looking back, "Honey, which opening?" Jason chuckled, his expression slightly wretched. "You look at Hulk's current posture. Don't you feel a bit familiar?" Familiarity? Holly looked suspiciously, her face suddenly shy. Kneeling on the ground with both knees and palms, of course she is familiar with this posture. The red cloud on her cheek flashed by, and Holly returned to her normal form, opening a hole with a wave of her small hand. "Honey, it's done. Be careful. David's infrasound also affects you." "I know." Jason attached the remaining sporadic energy to the body surface to form a protective layer, and then rushed into the attack area with a long sword. The vibration caused by the infrasound wave, coupled with the biting chill, hit immediately. Even with the protection of the energy shield, Jason couldn't help frowning. Only the aftermath of the three attackers made him extremely uncomfortable, and Hulk, who was the main target, did not know how much pressure he was under. In an instant, Jason had new understanding of Hulk's endurance and resistance. But even so, it will definitely lose to this trick. Jason clenched the long sword, stabs the Hulk's chrysanthemum vigorously. Puff! The sword tip with terrifying energy pierced the ice and drove straight into it. Hu Yuanhua suffered unprecedented pain, and Hulk's eyes were bloodshot, and she began to struggle frantically. Hallie, John and David quickly increased their output to prevent him from escaping. Stabbed. The slender blade was submerged into Hulk, and only the hilt was left outside. "Oh Maker, it must be painful." Holly frowned sympathetically. "It's going to explode." "Withdraw!" Jason yelled and quickly exited the attack circle. Hallie nodded and quickly activated her superpowers to teleport the four of them several kilometers away. After releasing the control, Hulk trembled like a sieve, and the frozen blood immediately resumed flow. There was severe pain, and Hulk clenched his fists and yelled to the sky. Roar! This roar is extremely miserable, like a beast that has been abused, making people hear the hairs bursting. A few kilometers away, Jason snapped his fingers softly. Boom! In the next second, there was a loud noise in the forest, and a red mushroom cloud rose slowly in the distance. The explosion was deafening, and all the birds and beasts in a radius of tens of kilometers fled to the distance with a roar. The violent shockwave spread to the surroundings, and even after a few kilometers, the four of Jason felt the soil under their feet loosened and stood unstable. David, successful? Hallie, such a big explosion, it must have succeeded. Now the only thing to worry about is whether the monster was killed. John was cautious and solemnly said, "No. You must not be careless if you haven't seen the corpse in person." Jason nodded and said, "John is right. Let's go and have a look." The violent explosion destroyed all the trees within a radius of 1 kilometer. The wet and loose ground was blasted into a huge deep pit, hundreds of meters in diameter and more than 10 meters in depth. The four flew from the sky to the outside of the pothole, watching the surroundings vigilantly. Holly's superpowers are ready. If Hulk is not dead and suddenly launches an attack at them, she will immediately teleport the four of them away. "Look," Jason smiled, pointing to the pothole. Everyone looked intently, only to see Banner lying naked on the ground unconscious, with large patches of green blood all around. This should be considered a success. Holly turned to ask. John's expression was still serious, his palms stretched out to activate his superpowers. A cold air rushed towards Banner, then stopped in front of Banner, condensed into crampons and held him up. After careful identification, John said, "It's not a pretense, He really fainted. Hallie breathed a sigh of relief. What about Hulk? Was it blown to death? Jason shook his head. How can Hulk be killed so easily? Just because the explosion caused him huge damage, so he had to return his body to Banner. But our task is finally completed. David pointed to the entrance of the cave not far away and said, "Boss, there is still a woman hidden in the cave. Do you want to catch her too?" "That's Banner's girlfriend, Betty. Take her with her. Banner is obsessed with her. Keeping her might be useful in the future. Then I will get her over." Hallie took the initiative to take the task, and teleported into the cave. After a while, she teleported back again. "Honey, which woman is missing?" "It's probably the fight or the explosion that woke her up and ran away. David, use your echolocation to find her." David nodded and opened his mouth to send out a very wide range of ultrasound. After a while, he smiled and said, "Found it." Ha. In the dense forest, Betty ran forward desperately. She has lost her way, and her physical strength is approaching her limit, but thinking of the enemy behind her, she dare not stop at all. Jason thought she was awakened by the big explosion just now, but in fact Betty was already awake in the first round of the explosion. When she walked out of the cave and lay on the ground and looked out, she saw a scene she would never forget. The Hulk, who was carrying bullets and tearing tanks by hand, treated hundreds of soldiers as ants, but was actually controlled by 3 men and 1 woman. This incident once again bombarded Betty's collapsed 3 views. When she saw the looks of the 3 men and 1 woman, she was even more shocked. Jason Walter. As an American, almost no one does not know the Clown Organization, the world's largest terrorist organization. It's just that they didn't expect them to be eyeing Banner, let alone the invincible Hulk would lose. Heavy blows followed, but Betty did not learn from the heroine of the bad movie, and rushed to save Banner like a madman. Reality is not a movie. If she had just rushed down to save someone, the greatest possibility was that she would be involved in a battle of several people and be directly bombarded and killed. Betty's thoughts turned sharply and immediately turned to escape from another exit of the cave. She wants to run to a place where there is a cell phone signal and call her father, General Ross. Although the military's goal is also to capture Hulk, and their strength can't shake the Clown Organization at all, if they bite the dog and fight, Banner has a chance to escape. With this thought, Betty, who is not good at sports, desperately ran towards the city. Even if she was exhausted, she did not dare to stop. Betty checked the cell phone signal while running, and after running for 10 minutes, the cell phone finally showed a signal. Great! Betty was ecstatic and immediately stopped and dialed his father's private number. This number has been stored in the mobile phone for many years, but because the father-daughter relationship has deteriorated in the past 2 years, it has not been through the phone for 2 or 3 years. Beep. Hey, Dad. Listen to me. Banner is controlled by the Clown Organization. Please come and save him. The address is... Boom. A bullet slid across Betty's cheek, and the phone was smashed with a snap. The pupils suddenly dilated and her arms trembled. She turned stiffly like a robot. Not far away, a blonde beauty with a double ponytail was suspended in midair, holding an ivory pistol in her right hand, and the muzzle was still emitting smoke. Harley. Queen. As the daughter of a military boss, Betty has more information than ordinary people. She recognized the sexy, charming but evil woman in front of her at a glance. Hi Tilda. Harley dragged the long tone to the ground slowly, and then stepped forward and stretched out her hand like an old friend she hadn't seen in years. You are Betty Rose. I'm glad to meet you. The legendary criminal was close in front of him, and the Bettys were so frightened that they were trembling and dare not say a word. Hallie smiled kindly and put her hand on her shoulder. Go, someone wants to see you. Huh. Betty felt the world spin around for a while, and appeared in the ruins a few kilometers away in the next instant. When she got rid of the dizziness and looked intently, her legs suddenly softened and she knelt on the ground with a plop. 4 people stood before her eyes. Ace mercenary, marksman David, legendary killer, night demon John Wick, psychiatrist, Harley Quinn, as well as the world's #1 terrorist, the king of crime Jason Walter, These big men who have only been seen on TV are now only a few steps away from her, and Betty's inner fear is hard to describe in words. Her heart was beating violently, like a motor. Sweeping her eyes, she saw Banner lying on the ground. Betty's heart suddenly despaired. Even the Hulk lost. How strong is the clown organization? Can no one get rid of these wicked people? Just when Betty was thinking, Jason asked, I only ask one thing, where is the USB? What? Huh, don't pretend to be a fool. I ask you, where is the USB flash drive containing the experimental data? Hearing that, Betty's face turned pale. U-Disk. Only she and Banner knew about this. How did the clown organization learn about it? Betty panicked completely, but she still gritted her teeth, ready to resist to the end. If you are asking about the data of that experimental accident, it was taken away by the military. Cool. Jason sighed, showing sad eyes. Miss Betty, don't play these careful thoughts in front of me. You secretly copied the data to the USB drive before the military arrived, and handed it to Dr. Banner last night. Anything else? Betty lowered her head and said nothing. Sure enough, they knew everything, but how did the information leak? Say it. Jason suddenly raised his volume. Betty looked up in horror, seeing a pair of cold and merciless eyes. She didn't dare to look at him, and quickly bowed her head and said, I really don't know. I gave Banner to Banner last night, and then this happened this morning. I really didn't know Banner took the USB drive. Where are you hiding? I don't know. Very good. Jason walked forward slowly, condensing a short knife in his right hand. At this moment, Hallie spoke suddenly. Honey, what she said is true. I used to be a criminal counselor in prison. I know if she is lying. Jason stopped, and after watching Betty think slightly, put away the energy knife. Banner plans to go to New York this morning, when the USB drive must be on him. Afterwards, they were attacked by the army. Banner wanted to escape but did not escape. Finally, he was forced to become Hulk and ran into the forest with a riot. Hulk's intelligence is worrying, and the difficulty of hiding a USB disk is comparable to that of him. The only possibility is that Banner had hidden the USB drive before becoming Hulk. Baggage? No, Banner can have 7 PhDs. It can't be so stupid. In another way, if I were Banner, where would I hide the USB flash drive? There was a moment of silence, and a smile appeared on Jason's face. Harry, check Banner's belly with space power. Both David and John were smart people, and instantly understood Jason's guess. Although Hallie didn't know why, she still held out her palm towards Banner's belly. I found it. Huh. Suddenly a slimy black object appeared in Harry's hand. Tilda, it's disgusting. Hawley frowned in disgust and quickly wiped it on John. John, wipe off the mucus. The black object showed its original shape, and it was the USB flash drive that was swallowed by Banner. Miss Betty, you have to come with us next. Jason walked over to Betty and put his hand on her shoulder. Betty did not speak, but nodded quietly. She knew very well that from the moment she was caught by Hawley, her life had completely lost her freedom. It's life or death, only between Jason's thoughts. It's worthy of being, ladies and gentlemen, so sensible. Jason activated her superpowers and made an energy shield for her. The four of them took Betty and Banner, floating in the air and flying towards New York. Chapter 232 Tracking Hulk. Reverse Detection. Virginia, Military Airport. General Ross is taking his remnants of defeated generals, preparing to fly back to Washington. Just before boarding the plane, he actually received a call from his daughter. 2 years later, this is the first time Betty has called him on the initiative. After answering the call, Betty's panicked voice came from the speaker. After listening to the content of the call, General Ross was immediately stunned. The clown organization actually wants to attack Hulk. More than half a month ago, Jason had a fight with Hulk in Brazil. According to General Ross's inference at the time, Jason should be trying to win Banner, but Banner refused, and conflict broke out. But since Banner has rejected him, why did Jason make a comeback? Is it because he was fat to beat him to vent his anger? No, there must be a deeper reason for Jason to do this. Betty hung up before she finished speaking. Presumably it was discovered by the clown organization. With his daughters in danger, General Ross did not hesitate to summon all the soldiers who had already boarded the plane, and then borrowed 3 helicopter gunships from the airport to fly to the forest outside Richmond. Since learning that Betty and Banner are together, General Rose has ordered someone to monitor Betty's cell phone, so he knows where Betty is. 3 helicopters carrying 20 heavily armed soldiers roared to the outskirts forest. What is going on here? Seeing the potholes at their feet caused by the explosion, the hearts of all the soldiers were shocked. How is this a battle between humans? It is almost the same if it is a local war. We are late, the battle is over. Seeing the sight in front of him, General Rose frowned deeply. The helicopter landed near the pothole, and soldiers armed with rifles patrolled the surrounding area. General Rose stepped cautiously into the pothole and found green blood all around him at a glance. He squatted down and dipped a little with his finger and placed it in front of him to observe. This is Hulk's blood. Could it be said that Hulk was defeated by the Clown Organization? Thinking of this, General Rose could no longer calm down. The reason why he wants to capture Hulk is to study his genes, so as to manufacture Hulk in large quantities. The purpose of making Hulk is to completely eliminate the Clown Organization. But if even the original Hulk couldn't beat the Clown Organization, what he did was not in vain. General Rose sat on the ground with a heavy heart, and the motivation that had been supporting him to advance completely disappeared. General. At this moment, the assistant jumped out of the pothole and ran over to report the situation. We found several different footprints at the scene. Presumably they were left by members of the Clown Organization. How many footprints? General Rose muttered to himself, and a smile appeared on his face. I understand. In order to capture Hulk, the Clown Organization dispatched all core combat forces. Hulk's single-handed combat power is still invincible. But no matter how strong it is hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, not to mention the opponents are superpowers. General Rose sighed for a long time. As long as I cracked the secret of the serum, I could create a lot of Hulk in a short time. And the Clown Organization can only deal with one group, and the final victory is still on my side. Having figured this out, General Rose was no longer frustrated. The soldiers searched several kilometers, but did not find valuable information, and finally returned to the airport by helicopter. After the flight plan was delayed for 3 hours, the transport plane finally took off from the runway and cut through the blue sky. The atmosphere in the cabin was very depressing, and the soldiers all closed their heads and said nothing. Before coming here, their team was tidy and morale was high. But after the Hulk battle, the team suffered most of the casualties, and the aisle of the cabin was full of body bags, and almost everyone was hung with color. After an unprecedented fiasco, the soldiers' mood naturally became depressed, and some people even had the idea of retiring. General Rose did not reassure them, and discussed matters with his assistants. As a soldier, self-regulation of emotions is the most basic skill. If he can't even do this well, then he is not a qualified soldier. General, according to the site survey, we did not find a trace of Hulk leaving. It is speculated that the Clown Organization took it away. So I think the Clown Organization besieged Hulk, not for revenge, but for another purpose. What do you think is the purpose of the Clown Organization? The assistant guessed boldly, like us, for the Hulk serum and for mass production of Hulk. General Rose nodded in agreement, with a very serious expression, as I guessed. The Clown Organization is already strong enough. If we let them get Hulk, it will really be over. There is only one task we have next, and that is find Hulk in the shortest time. The assistant sighed heavily, and then said, General, I have an idea about this. Say it. If the Clown Organization wants to study the serum of Hulk, it must purchase the corresponding scientific research equipment. Can we start from this aspect and find the whereabouts of Hulk? Hearing this, General Rose's eyes lit up. Find Hulk through medical equipment. Great idea. Complimented by the boss, the assistant smiled and added confidently, there are many manufacturers that can produce this type of equipment, and it is very troublesome to check. But the Clown Organization is rich, and Jason is a typical upstart mentality. They buy the best medical equipment will be bought, so the scope of investigation will be reduced a lot. Very good. Then we will first check that the delivery address is a high-end medical equipment order near New York. Time was running out, and General Ross immediately took out the satellite phone and ordered Yuan's men to start the investigation immediately. The leaders personally called, and the efficiency of the military agencies became extremely high. The transport plane has just landed at the Washington airport and the investigation has already had results. There are not many orders for this kind of high-end medical equipment, and the delivery address is limited to around New York, so it is naturally not difficult to investigate. General Ross sat in the Hummer back to the Pentagon, and the assistant beside him was holding 3 copies of medical equipment orders. General, the first 2 orders are from medical universities. I don't think it is very likely. I will exclude them for now. The third order is for a pharmaceutical company. The address is in Manhattan, New York. I think it is the most suspicious. General Ross asked, why is it suspicious that pharmaceutical companies buy medical equipment? It is understandable that a pharmaceutical company buys medical equipment, but you have seen a pharmaceutical company that buys 30 sets of the same medical equipment at a time. The most important thing is that these 30 sets of equipment are all serum separation equipment. General Rose lit a cigar and said after thinking for a moment, it seems that the clown organization also wants to hurry up and conduct experiments. Notify the field service and send a few plainclothes to this company to investigate. My instinct tells me that this is just a shell company responsible for procurement. Chapter 233 Suppressing Serum. Second injection. A few hours later, the 4 Jasons took Banner and Betty back to the lab outside New York. Fearing that an accident in the experiment would expose the New York base, Jason temporarily set up a top-level biological laboratory on the second basement of an abandoned factory. In this case, even if the laboratory explodes or is detected by government agents, it will not cause much loss. In order to prevent civilians from entering by mistake or spying by government agents, hundreds of organization members are patrolling with guns around the factory. Boss. Several of Jason descended from the sky, and his men immediately ran over to say hello. Is there anything abnormal nearby? Jason asked as he walked. There is nothing unusual. Minxie Huey reported. Well, are all the equipment in the lab ready? And how is Dr. Stone's mood? The equipment has all arrived, and the debugging is complete. Dr. Stone is in a relatively stable mood and seems to have accepted his fate, without any abnormal behavior. Very well, you continue to patrol. Yes. After a brief inquiry, Jason walked into the laboratory on the second basement floor of the factory. The laboratory covers an area of 1,800 square meters and is divided into 2 parts, a working area and a living area, separated by a transparent glass door. The work area has been sterilized, and the surrounding area is full of advanced laboratory equipment. Not to mention the living area, everything is readily available. The entire space has not been divided into a large flat layer, which is more convenient for security to monitor. Boss. Walking into the laboratory, the security guard in charge of monitoring immediately stood up and said hello. The 2 of them, especially this man, must be guarded strictly. Jason pointed to Banner and Betty and said, yes, perhaps the injury was too serious, and Banner has not yet recovered. The security guard locked Betty in the corner with handcuffs, then carried Banner to a medical bed and tied his limbs with steel ropes. When they finished all this, Jason walked to the glass door. The situation in the work area is at a glance. Dr. Stone is working hard. It seems that he is really resigning. In addition to him, there are more than 24 scientific researchers in the work area, all of whom Jason recruited from the organization to help Dr. Stone! Jason knocked on the glass door. Dr. Stone, I brought you what you asked for. After speaking, he walked to the sofa and sat down and put the USB flash drive on the coffee table. This is experimental data? Dr. Stone stepped out and asked. Yes. Jason took a sip of tea. Great. Dr. Stone, who had a bitter face, finally showed an excited expression. He took the USB flash drive to go back to work, but saw a pair of strange men and women tied up, especially the man, actually tied with steel rope. He is? Dr. Stone asked curiously. He is your old friend. Old friend? Dr. Stone frowned slightly, then suddenly realized, oh, he is Mr. Green. Yes. And there is one more thing you may not know. The friend who was infected by gamma rays in Mr. Green's mouth is actually himself. Hearing this, Dr. Stone was surprised, and it took a long time to recover and mutter to himself, oh Maga, it turned out to be like this. Dr. Stone, not only the experimental data, now I even brought back Banner himself. I have done everything that I promised you. I hope you can work hard to crack the secrets of gamma technology as soon as possible. Don't worry, I will. Dr. Stone nodded earnestly, but I have to say something more. In fact, as long as there is experimental data is enough. Jason asked puzzledly, why? Can I draw blood if I have Banner? Dr. Stone explained, I have obtained Mr. Green's blood sample. The experiment only needs to cultivate and proliferate blood cells. Unless Mr. Green mutates again, there is no need to draw blood. So that's the case. Jason squinted his eyes and looked thoughtfully at Banner lying on the medical bed. Now that Banner is useless, it's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Although there is now a way to control Hulk, David and the others have their own work to be busy, and it is impossible to stay in the laboratory and stare at him every day. It would be better to completely eliminate Hulk once and for all, and also to eliminate an unknown hidden danger. After all, Hulk is a growth-type hero. If one day he can't control it, he will lift a rock and hit him in the foot. After thinking for a while, Jason asked, I heard that you are making a potion to destroy Hulk. How is the progress? Dr. Stone replied, it is almost finished. As long as the experimental data you provide is correct, the inhibitor can be manufactured tomorrow. Very well, I'll give you 1 day. After speaking, Jason called the security guard over to remind him. Give him an anesthetic right away, and then every hour to make sure he never wakes up. Okay, boss. The Pentagon, Intensive Care Unit. Bronski, who had been in a coma for a long time, finally woke up. His recovery ability far beyond ordinary people shocked all the doctors present. When he was at Culver University, all his bones were kicked off by Hulk, but after only 10 hours, he was completely awake and could walk around. After an X-ray examination, his skeletal muscles were completely recovered, as if he had never been injured. Many senior doctors who have been in the field of medicine for half their lives see this situation. They can only call on God to appear. The first thing Bronski did after waking up was to go to the office to find General Ross. Seeing a dying person, he appeared in front of him again and again. In addition to being shocked, General Rose was more affirmed of the Super Soldier Project. As long as this plan can be successful and promoted throughout the army, the eradication of the clown organization is just around the corner. Major, nice to see you. Bronski sat on the chair at the desk, his expression unhappy or sad. What's wrong? Could it be that the fight just now has extinguished your fighting spirit? Bronski sneered, on the contrary, I can't wait to play the 3rd round. Super unhappy. General, I apply for another injection of Super Soldier Potion. Seeing that he was still fighting spirit, General Rose was relieved. You have seen the strength of Hulk, but only with the Super Soldier Potions left over from World War II, you can't beat him at all. But it will be very helpful for your next mission. What task? Find Banner. I just heard about this. General Rose lit the cigar, took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly. A plume of smoke filled the air. Jason kidnapped Banner in order to study the manufacture of serum, but the study of serum must require experimental equipment, so we investigated the order for experimental equipment and locked a biomedical company. It's a pity that this company is only a shell company. They are only responsible for ordering experimental equipment. The final flow of this batch of equipment is not clear. The only valuable information is that the delivery address is near the western suburbs of New York. Bronski nodded. Western New York. I see, General Rose said. The new special team has been formed. After your second injection is successful, take the team to New York. Chapter 234 Madness. Betty. Banner conferred. The Pentagon, basement. General Ross signed the document, entered the secret storage room again and took out 2 super soldiers' injections. Looking at the light blue potion in his hand, General Ross snorted contemptuously. Those stupid guys guarded a golden mountain without knowing it, and instead spent a lot of money to develop weapons. If the research on genetic medicine had not been stopped, the army would not have lost so badly in those wars, and the world would not be so bad. Back to the injection room angrily, Bronsky had taken off his coat and lay on the operating table. The doctor took the syringe and said, "Major Bronsky, this time the injection is the same as the last time. One injection is in the muscle and the other is in the spine." Bronsky nodded. He was ready in his heart. As long as he can become stronger, this pain is nothing at all. The doctor took out the syringe and gave him an intramuscular injection, and then turned the operating bed over. "It has started." After speaking, he took out an extra long syringe and pierced Bronsky's spine. The almost fainting pain came again. Bronsky gritted his teeth and frowned, completing the injection process without a word. Withdrawing the syringe, the doctor nodded in appreciation and said, "Major, it's over." The operating bed turned over again, and Bronsky sat up slowly. "Today you will go back and have a good rest, and wait for the potion to work. You don't need to ask me for instructions tomorrow morning. You will go directly to the base and lead the special forces to New York. At that time, military agents will be responsible for receiving and assigning tasks." "Understood, General." Bronsky put on his clothes and left the Pentagon to go home to recuperate. There was throbbing pain in the back spine, but he thought it was a normal reaction after the injection and didn't care. But what he didn't know was that his spine had begun to bulge outward, becoming like a monster. New York, the clown organization stronghold. Hulk's problem is not over yet. In order to prevent accidents, David and the others are temporarily unable to go back, so they stayed in New York for one night. After Jason and Hallie stayed for the night, they got up early and brought everyone to the laboratory in the western suburbs. "Boss, the security guards have just finished changing their defenses, and the day shift security guards are eating breakfast." Looking at the past, the laboratory is extremely quiet, except for the sound of the machine running, only the snoring of scientific researchers. "Is there anything unusual last night?" "No, everything is normal. This man has an injection of anesthetic every hour, and he has never regained consciousness." The woman is also very honest. Well, Jason and a few of his party members sat down and ate breakfast while waiting for Dr. Stern to get up. It was heard that he had been working until the early morning last night, which gave him such an honor, otherwise the security guards would have kicked him awake without him speaking. It took a while before Dr. Stern woke up from his sleep. Knowing that Jason had been waiting for him, his expression was a little horrified, as if the underachiever who had been the last in grades was praised in person by the head teacher. Jason put down the coffee cup and asked, "Is the inhibitor finished?" "Well, it was just finished in the early morning." "Very good. How do I do it? Do I need to do anything?" Dr. Stern pointed to the machine in the work area and said, "Suppressant medicine requires Banner to be completely turned into a monster before being injected. During this time, he cannot pull out the needle. Just keep him under control." "I understand." "Suspend the injection of anesthetics and wait until he wakes up. In addition, to ensure safety, you make several backups of the experimental data and serum materials, and I will send them to other locations for storage." "Okay, boss." After eating breakfast, completing the backup, everything is ready. Banner was tied to the operating table, and a few needle tubes were pierced in his arm. The other section of the needle tube was connected to a glass tube storing the inhibitory agent. A large area was vacated in the laboratory, and Dr. Stone and the researchers left temporarily, leaving only Jason and 3 accomplices. 3 hours after the anesthetic injection was stopped, Banner finally regained consciousness after a long sleep. He opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was hazy. His head was dizzy, drowsy, and accompanied by throbbing pains. "Bruce." Seeing Banner wakes up, Betty shouted excitedly when she was handcuffed to the corner. "Betty." Banner's eyes lit up, and he tried to turn his head along with the voice. With a little effort, I felt that my limbs were tied up by something. Looking down, it turned out to be a circle of thick steel ropes. Banner was a little panicked, and while struggling hard, he shouted, Betty, what is this place? Are you okay? At this time, a familiar face appeared before his eyes. Banner stopped struggling, eyes full of incredible. Jason Walter. Did you kidnap me? Huh. It seems that the memory after you became Hulk is not shared with the ontology. Become Hulk? Banner frowned, searching for the most recent memory in his mind. He only remembered that he and Betty were at the Culver University station, preparing to take a bus to New York to find Dr. Lan, but the army soldiers arrived and forced him onto the bridge between the teaching building and the laboratory building, and his memory disappeared completely. Up. You. Have you beaten Hulk? Jason snorted coldly. Yes, and it's easier than expected. Well, it doesn't sound like it is true, Banner said, unconvinced. Why did you catch me and Betty? If you want to force me to join the clown organization, don't bother. Even if you die, I won't agree, and I don't think you can kill me. Really? Jason snapped his fingers, and a security guard immediately pressed Betty over. Jason grabbed Betty by the hair, raised her with one arm, and said grimly, "Now, can you repeat what you just said?" "Shit, damn, let Betty go." "Come at me if you have any means." Banner's angry veins violently rose, his face flushed, and the medical bed creaked. "Yes, that's it, hurry up and get angry, otherwise." "What?" Jason shook his fingers hard, and Betty immediately let out a scream. "No!" Banner roared loudly, and the exploded blood vessels instantly turned green. It has started. The three accomplices were serious and ready to use superpowers at any time. The angry Banner began to transform, his muscles and bones began to swell, and his skin changed from white to green. Interesting. This was the first time Jason saw Banner transforming. His eyes were full of excitement. With a flick of his hand, Betty threw Betty out of the work area, full of energy, and put energy masks on several of his comrades, and then walked to an instrument to prepare to inject inhibitors. Jump, jump, jump. The hard muscles snapped the steel rope, and the medical bed could not bear Hulk's weight and was directly crushed, and he sat on the ground. Wait a while, roar. Hulk's transformation is over. His eyes are red and Jason roars. Humphrey, this monster still remembers me. Jason pressed the injection button to prevent the medicine from flowing into the syringe from the hose and then into Hulk's body. Hulk was very alert. He realized that these tubular objects stuck in his arms were not good things, and he stretched out his hand to pull them out. Action! Jason yelled, and the three accomplices immediately launched their superpowers. Infrasound, freezing, space confinement. All the triple controls were given, and Hulk was frozen in place and motionless as if he had been subjected to a whole technique in actual combat. The inhibitory medicine was injected smoothly, and everyone's eyes were placed on Hulk. Succeeded? Still failed? After a few seconds, Hulk's body reacted. He opened the air valve like an overinflated doll. His huge body began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the green on the surface of his skin began to fade. Soon, Hulk changed back to Banner again. Jason heaved a sigh of relief and waved to them to remove their superpowers. Dr. Stern and the researchers also walked over and looked at the weak Banner like an orangutan in a zoo. "Did you succeed?" Jason asked. Dr. Stern shook his head and said, "This is only the first experiment. It is still uncertain whether the medicine suppressed this transformation or completely eliminated Hulk." "How do I try?" "It's very simple. Use violence or other means to force Hulk out, and see if it can succeed." "Violence?" "I understand." Jason clenched his right fist. A ray of light blue energy surrounded it. "Dr. Stone, I'm asking again. Whether Banner is alive or dead, it has no effect on the experiment. Right, boss? You have asked many times. Don't worry." What are you doing?" Suddenly, Betty rushed over here like crazy. The two security guards rushed up and threw her to the ground, then rode on her and pressed her head with both hands. "What am I going to do?" "The answer to this question is not obvious, isn't it, Dr. Banner?" Jason walked over and knelt down and sneered. "No. He is already an ordinary person, and there is no threat to you. Please let him go." Betty was pressed to the ground, crying heartbreakingly. "Is there any threat?" "You have to try to know." "Considering that this may be the last conversation between you and me, I want to ask you." Jason looked at Banner coldly and said, Now, at this moment, you are right. Have you regretted our conversation in Brazil that night? Banner was weak and weak, as if he had just come out of the bathing center. He stared at Jason with his eyes wide open, and tried hard. Fuck you, huh, what a pity. Jason's eyes flickered fiercely, and he slammed his fist into Banner's face. No, click. The fist with energy smashed the floor into a hole. The blood and brain plasma splashed around instantly. The clean and tidy laboratory was dyed red, and a strong smell of blood came. Jason stood up slowly, his body covered in blood and brain. But if you look closely, there is a light blue energy shield between the blood and the skin. He waved his hand, and the energy fell to the ground with blood and minced meat. Looking at Banner, who was lying motionless on the ground, Jason smiled cruelly. The head is blown up. See if you still die this time. Chapter 235 Rebirth from a Drop of Blood. Enema warning. The clean and tidy ground was contaminated by Banner's blood and brain plasma. Everyone in the laboratory stared at Banner's headless body with wide eyes. No, Bruce. Betty was lying on the ground, her head squeezed by the security guard and unable to move. 2 lines of clear tears flowed from her eyes, and her expression was painful and hopeless. Let her shut up. Jason was distracted by the nasty crying noise. Okay. Security immediately took out a few smelly socks and stuffed them into Betty's mouth. After waiting for a while, Banner was still quiet. Jason was relieved in his heart, but at the same time he felt unreal. Marvel's early combat power ceiling was solved so easily. Iron Man, who was much weaker than him, was still alive and kicking, and even Whitty began to take the initiative to avoid him, not to have a direct conflict with him. And Hulk, the absolute protagonist who has a lot of roles in the future, just received the box lunch in advance. The protagonist Halo. When will it not work? Just when Jason was puzzled, Banner's body changed. The neck of the fractured throat can be clearly seen, and it starts to become active quickly. Starting from the neck, Banner's missing brain began to regenerate, and the bright red blood quickly turned green like ink dripping into clear water. What the hell? Is the blood rebirth? Jason's eyes were filled with puzzlement and surprise. He quickly raised his fist, wrapped in light blue energy, and slammed his head toward Xin. Boom! A dull crash sounded, but the touch from the fist was different from last time. Smashing Banner's head last time was like a punch on tofu, but this time it was like hitting an iron plate. Banner received a punch in the head safe and sound, and the rapid proliferation gradually formed the contour. Jason let go of his fist, his face pale. It seems that Dr. Stone's potion can only inhibit the transformation, and cannot completely kill Hulk. Harry, David, John. Understand. The 3 of them stood in their respective positions, their superpowers ready to activate at any time. Those scientific researchers who love to study bizarre events saw this scene and ran out of the laboratory like Yi Gong along. Only Dr. Stern remained at the scene. It was his responsibility to fail to kill Hulk, and he was crazier than those scientific researchers, and he was more obsessed with the unknown. The dead body unexpectedly grew again. This scene completely broke the knowledge structure he had studied for many years. If he is not allowed to see the end with his own eyes, it is as if the movie is about to come to a climax, but the movie theater suddenly loses power and feels frustrated. Dr. Stone, don't look at it yet. Jason gave him a push and withdrew him from the ocean of knowledge. Hurry up and prepare the inhibitory potion. I have a hunch that this transformation is unusual. Okay, I get it. Dr. Shideng reluctantly walked to the test bench and seized the time to deploy inhibitors. After tens of seconds, Banner's head grew back, and at the same time, the musculoskeletal body began to swell. The transformation has begun. It's too late. Hurry up and delay time. Jason gave an order, and the 3 accomplices immediately launched their superpowers. Infrasound, freezing, and space confinement. The triple control was given at the same time, and Banner's transformation stopped immediately. At this time, Hallie's face changed and she said loudly, "Honey, you are right, this time it's really different." A creaking sound came to her ears, and her spatial confinement was about to be broken. Hold on. Jason looked back anxiously and urged, "Dr. Stern, it's not all right." Quickly, wait a minute. Quack quack. John's freezing energy couldn't support it at first, The surrounding ice began to crack, and the frozen green blood also began to thaw. What? John frowned and urged his superpowers to the extreme, and the equipment beside him stopped operating due to the ultra-low temperature. Boom! A few seconds later, the freezing and space constraints were broken at the same time, and Banner's body took off his tights like a fat house, and the flesh of that body directly popped out. Stern. Immediately, there are 10 seconds left. It takes 10 seconds to prepare the medicine, but the transformation of Hulk is over. Raw. Hulk reappeared, and it screamed at Jason with scarlet eyes, as if mocking his overweight. This transformation is indeed unusual. Not only broke away from the dual control of Hallie and John, even David's infrasound has no effect on him. Ha, just beast. Jason's eyes were contemptuous, and the energy from all over his body came out, and the Chinese long sword that made Banner fearful appeared in his hand again. Seeing this long sword, Hulk remembered that unbearable memory, and instantly became violent and angry like a cat exploding. He raised his casserole-sized fist and threw it at Jason, trying to smash him to vent his anger. The speed is indeed a level faster, but it is still not enough in front of me. Jason moved and dodged the attack sideways. The long sword flew, slashing a dozen times in the blink of an eye. Stabbed, more than a dozen fine wounds appeared on Hulk's body instantly, and green blood slowly flowed out from the wounds. Raw. The confident attack was easily dodged, and he was attacked, and Hulk's anger rose to a higher level. He clenched his fists, turned around and started hitting Jason. The huge fist shook quickly, and countless after-images appeared. Unfortunately, Jason is far more agile than him. Even if Hulk had broken through himself, Jason could still walk in the after-images, accurately avoiding every attack. Boss, the potion is ready. Dr. Stone sweated profusely and handed out a glass bottle with trembling hands. Seeing that dark blue liquid, Hulk frowned. It was obvious that the experience of being forced to be expelled just now was still vivid. In order not to repeat the same mistakes this time, he immediately stopped attacking and rushed towards Dr. Stern. Although Jason's speed is faster than him, his attack power is too weak. As long as he runs, no one can stop him. Shit, save me. Dr. Stone's expression was distorted with horror. Raw. Hulk roared and raised his fist to prepare to smash the hateful human in front of him into meatloaf. Boom. With a heavy fist, the equipment on the experimental platform was instantly smashed, but the target, Dr. Stern, was gone. Hulk turned his head angrily, and saw that man appeared 10 meters away with a woman standing beside him. Harry. Good job. Jason took the inhibitory potion from Dr. Stern, who was still in shock. Boom. With slight force, the glass bottle was crushed into slag. A touch of blue energy wrapped the potion and blended into the blade of the Chinese longsword. You stay away a little. This beast will be handed over to me. Jason brandished his sword and said, full of himself. Okay, you have to be careful. Hawley leaned forward and kissed Jason on the cheek, then quickly moved everyone out. Jason walked slowly with one hand. Okay, now there are 2 of us left. Raw. Hulk grinned fiercely, obviously not ready to catch it. Hey, don't get angry. A sick child must get an injection to get better. Jason walked over like an evil doctor in the hospital holding a huge syringe. Hulk looked around in horror, trying to find a way out in the desperate situation. Suddenly, he saw the biological instruments stacked in the corner. The not-so-smart head had a clever idea and reached out and took the 2 instruments over, one left and the other right like a glove. He straightened his arms. The huge instrument blocked all the access in front of him, and Hulk's legs accelerated and rushed over. Want to use this method to force a breakthrough? Humphrey, the IQ of 3 years old has risen to 4 years old. Jason stepped lightly and moved up lightly, appearing on the roof. Banner's thrust pierced loneliness and exposed his back. Then just raw. Suddenly, Hulk, who broke through halfway, kicked the ground with his feet, and his huge body flew into the air at an incredible speed. The ugly face showed a smug expression, and then slammed his fist. There was a touch of surprise in Jason's eyes. It's awesome. Not only strength, but intelligence is growing. Only. He gently stepped on the roof with his feet, and the energy surge made him search out. Rumble. Hulk punched through the wallboard. Jason dodged the attack and dropped to the ground lightly. This time Hulk froze in the air and couldn't exert any force. Facing the attack Jason launched from behind, he could no longer evade. Ended. Jason yelled. At the moment he landed, his toes bounced quickly, holding the long sword and stabbed towards Hulk's backyard flower. Stabbed. A familiar voice sounded. The long sword completely sank into Hulk's body. Roar! Hulk shouted in despair. At this moment, the structure of the sword body changed. The bottom of the hilt became like a syringe, pushing out the inhibitory medicine stored in the blade. Anal injection. Carry out. Boom. Hulk fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily. He has a hideous expression, full of anger and reluctance, just like a drowning man desperately trying to catch the straw. But unfortunately, his life-saving straw does not exist at all. Even if there is more reluctance and unwillingness, it will not change the reality that inhibitors destroy gamma cells. He could only exchange his body to Banner, ending this round of competition. The huge body quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary human, like a deflated leather ball. Banner is back again. After 2 or 3 blows, Banner was extremely weak, and this time he even fainted. Jason walked forward and squatted down to look carefully. The face remained the same as that, but the skin was nothing compared to the previous one. Acne scars, blackheads, enlarged pores, these skin problems all disappeared. This face is almost perfect except that it is not handsome. If those skincare brands see it, they will definitely give sky-high prices and let Banner endorse their products. If your head is smashed, it can grow back, so you can't be the undercover of Hydra. Looking at Banner, who had completely changed his face, Jason said silently, "Rebirth from a drop of blood, more frustration, more courage. I am coming back after a big trouble." Chapter 236. The Price of Power. New York Air Force Airport. After a second injection, Bronski, who once again broke through in speed and power, led a special team to New York by plane. The Air Force has already prepared vehicles and entourage. As soon as they got off the plane, they got into the Hummer and went to the secret base established by the military in the western suburbs of New York. Although the base was hurriedly established, the personnel and equipment are well organized. There are hundreds of civilian soldiers responsible for surveillance alone. In addition, the military sent thousands of special agents to search the western suburbs, dressed as tourists. But 24 hours have passed since General Ross gave the order, and they still haven't found Banner and the Clown organization. Bronski came to the base, and the officer in charge of the reception immediately reported the incident to him. Knowing that there is no news of the Clown organization so far, Bronski's face suddenly darkened. A bunch of wastes. It's been so long, and there is no gain at all. Hearing that, all the soldiers in the base were stunned on the spot, and then an anger surged into their hearts. "Where is Tai Han, who popped up? Can you speak human words? We searched for 24 hours without interruption, and there was no credit for it, but you, an outsider, made irresponsible remarks. Since you think we are rubbish, you have the ability to find it yourself." Although these words were not uttered, the eyes and expressions of the base soldiers had conveyed the anger without a trace. The accompanying Special Forces team members also looked very surprised. Although they knew that the Major Comrade had a bad temper along the way, they really didn't expect him to say such excessive words. If he is not on a mission, this sentence alone would be enough to suspend him. Some soldiers in the Special Forces have participated in operations with Bronski, and are even more puzzled by his rude behavior. Major Bronski had a good temper, but how did he suddenly become like this? Facing the hatred of the base soldiers and the doubts of the Special Forces, Bronski did not explain or apologize, and his face was cold without any expression. He walked to a chair and sat down, and said loudly, "Hurry up and find it. You can rest when you find something." Hearing this, the base soldiers were even more furious. Even if it is an emergency task, it is necessary to take turns to rest. This is not only responsible for the health of the soldiers, but also responsible for the task itself. Why do you prohibit rest? Seeing their unconvinced expressions, Bronski threatened, "This mission is very urgent and very important. So before we set off, General Ross gave me some privileges. If any of you dare to disobey the order or meet the sun, not only if you don't wear this uniform, you will have to go to a military court afterwards. In order to find Banner as soon as possible, General Rose did give him privileges. This is an indisputable fact. Therefore, no matter how unhappy the soldiers in the base are, they have to bite the bullet and behave honestly. The man above is really blind. All the soldiers thought so in their hearts. Bronski sat in the monitoring room. The atmosphere in the base was suppressed to the extreme. The soldiers stared at the monitor, not daring to slack in the slightest. Even when talking and communicating with plainclothes agents outside, he deliberately lowered the volume to avoid annoying the uncle. After sitting for more than 3 hours, Bronski's patience has reached its limit. Finally, a soldier shouted in surprise, "Sir, find the situation." Hearing that, Bronski's eyes changed, and he violently stood up and walked over to grab the communicator. "What's the situation?" "Say it." "Sir, we found a large number of suspicious persons carrying guns around an abandoned factory." "Look clearly." "Are gangsters trading here?" "You can't read it wrong. These people don't look like gangs at all, and the gangs in New York are all monopolized by clown organizations." This is a very crucial clue. Now that the New York gang has been controlled by the clown organization, these people, even if they are not guards guarding Banner, know something about this matter. By arresting a few people to torture a confession, you may be able to find a breakthrough. After thinking a little, Bronski made up his mind, send the coordinates of the location. After speaking, he took his rifle and strode out of the base, and the accompanying special forces hurriedly followed. When he left, the depressive atmosphere in the base instantly dissolved, and the soldiers also breathed a sigh of relief. This person is a bit strange. Obviously he is only a major, but the look in his eyes can be scared from the heart. This kind of breathtaking momentum, even the Major General does not have it. The base sent several civilian vehicles to carry special forces to the abandoned factory. 1 kilometer away from the target, they got out of the car and dived into the jungle beside the road, and then approached the pass cautiously. Coming to a hill with a better view, Bronski lay on the ground and took out military binoculars to investigate. There are indeed many suspicious-looking people around the factory. It is roughly estimated that there are more than 100 people, and everyone has a pistol around their waist. Some of them stood and sat upright, while others hid in the grass and corners. Obviously, there are hidden secrets in this abandoned factory. Keeping their positions in mind, Bronski put down his binoculars over the top of the mountain and approached quickly. His goal is to get to the hapless guy who wanders out to the bathroom. This location is relatively secret. As long as the shot is quick, no one will notice it. Bronski quietly touched behind the man, and then quickly shot him to subdue him instantly, without making a sound during the whole process. If you want to survive, answer the questions honestly. Bronski had cold eyes and a deep voice. The man was relieved from the panic, and quickly nodded in agreement, and the desire to survive was full. Bronski grabbed the man's throat with his fingers and asked, "Is Bruce Banner in the factory?" The man blinked and whispered, "Who is Bruce Banner?" Bronski sighed and asked another way, "Did you kidnap a man and a woman?" "Yes." "Where are they?" "In the laboratory on the 2nd floor of the factory." "How many gunmen did you deploy?" "There are more than 100 gunmen outside, and there are more than 30 inside the factory." "Apart from these gunmen, are there any other powerful people in the factory?" "No, there are only a group of scientists left besides the gunmen." Hearing this answer, Bronski sneered and said, "You are lying." The man's face changed, and he quickly wanted to call for help. Click. With slight pressure on his fingers, Bronski directly crushed his Adam's apple and pressed his trachea to prevent him from making any noise. Woo! After struggling for a few minutes, the man was smothered alive, but Bronski was also in trouble at the moment. These gunmen are very particular about their positions. Except for this unlucky one, the other gunmen are all together. As long as Bronski hits anyone, no matter how fast he moves, he will be seen by others. With his current skill, he obviously couldn't kill more than a dozen people at the same time. Unless let those idiots do it together. Chapter 237 Super Soldier. Superb marksmanship. Back on the hill, The Special Forces team couldn't wait to ask, "Sir, how is the situation?" Bronski still had a sullen face and said unhappily, "Banner is in the laboratory on the second floor of the factory, but there are more than 100 gunmen inside and out, and there are clowns in the laboratory." Who is still not clear. The Special Forces member felt relieved and said with a smile, "Just know Banner's whereabouts. Our task is nothing more than that. Leave other things to the top of the headache." There was no smile on Bronski's face. His goal was to capture Banner, not to be a dispensable scout. "I am going to storm in." "What?" "The Special Forces have an incredible face." "Is the chief drunk too much?" "We only have more than 20 people, but the other party has more than 100 shooters." "Sir, the difference in the numbers of the enemy and us is too great to take risks." "I know, but I know in my heart that I won't let you die." Bronski clenched his rifle confidently. "Although they are large in number, they are poorly equipped. Not only do they have no body armor, but they only have a pistol. As long as we cooperate well, the success rate is very high." The Special Forces opened their mouths, not knowing what to say. An elite squad of more than 20 people can indeed fight against 100 ordinary gunners. But the opponents are not ordinary people. They are members of the Clown organization. All of them are fighters who have undergone severe training. If you attack rashly, your side will definitely be dead, not to mention there are unknown enemies in the laboratory. These Special Forces did not know that after Bronski's second injection, the speed and power reflex nerves had approached the human limit. As long as the terrain is used reasonably, he can solve the hundreds of gunners even single-handedly. But even if they knew it, they would never agree to such a reckless action. "You are a Gene Warrior super soldier. You can travel through the rain of bullets. But we are just ordinary people, and we will be screened if we are not careful." Seeing that they didn't respond, Bronski continued, "I'm here to take the lead. As long as you are responsible for side cover, as long as Banner is caught, I guarantee that all of you will be upgraded by 1 level." "Sir, we don't agree. Your plan of action is too risky, and it doesn't match the mission objective. I still insist on returning to the base." Hearing that, Bronski's face became more gloomy. He swept across the faces of the team members one by one with cold eyes, and then threatened, "Don't forget the privileges General Ross gave me. I can change the target according to the situation on the spot. I think it is the best way to arrest Banner by force." Opportunity. The senior officials crush people to death. All the Special Forces members bowed their heads, their complexions extremely ugly. Moving forward is a desperate situation where there is no life, and going backward is the cruelty of military courts. They really don't know how to choose. Just when Bronski and the Special Forces were in a stalemate, members of the organization responsible for guarding the factory noticed something unusual. "It's been 5 minutes, why is he back?" The 2 guards immediately drew their pistols and walked vigilantly towards the grass at the blind corner. Although their actions were careful, they were still noticed by Bronski, who was on a high slope. Upon seeing this, he was not angry and rejoiced, pointing to the 2 guards and said, "Look, they will find the corpse soon. If we do not act immediately, even if we successfully evacuate, Banner will be transferred away. All previous efforts have been lost." Upon hearing this, the Special Forces team looked at each other. If there is no such corpse, they can of course withdraw to the base to report the mission is completed. But once he evacuated, Banner completely lost his whereabouts, not only failed to complete the mission, but also offended Bronski. And they don't think that the Clown organization will be stupid enough to let them find the base a second time. "Understood, sir. We follow your orders." After weighing the pros and cons, the Special Forces team had to compromise with Bronski. They took out automatic rifles and bulletproof shields from their backpacks, and formed 4 combat teams in groups of 6. "Great. Just as I said just now, I'm responsible for taking the lead, and you are responsible for defending and counterattacking." After speaking, Bronski pulled the bolt and quickly aimed at the 2 guards. Boom! With a slight gunshot, 2 bullets shot out. The bullet shot through the heads of the guards, and the 2 fell to the ground. Bronski smiled cruelly, made an attacking gesture at the factory, and then rushed forward. Bang bang bang. Continuous gunfire sounded. Bronski opened his bow from left to right, With superb marksmanship, every bullet can accurately hit the guard, almost comparable to the former David. A wave of assaults solved a dozen guards, but let a lot of fish slip through the net. Soon, the guards launched a counterattack, and the harsh gunfire resounded across the sky. Hundreds of guards surrounded them separately, and the dense bullets forced Bronski to find shelter. At this time, the four teams arrived with bulletproof shields. DADADA. The automatic rifle ejected flames, killing and wounding a large number of guards instantly. There was a special team to share the pressure. Bronski immediately jumped out of the bunker, using the speed advantage to start to kill the quartet. In the laboratory, Banner was strapped to the operating chair again, with a syringe connected to the inhibitory drug in his arm. Jason and others are sitting together, worrying about how to solve this big problem. Most people proposed to release Banner. After all, no one would be stupid enough to tie a useless explosive to one side, especially since the guard of Banner needs 3 cadres and an organization leader. Such conditions are too harsh. But on how to release, everyone has different ideas. Some people think that Banner should be handed over to the military to blackmail a huge fortune. Some people think that Banner should be completely exiled and thrown into the Pacific Ocean or somewhere isolated from the world. Just when the parties were arguing, a slight gunshot came into David's ears. With the supersonic power, his perception ability is far beyond ordinary people. Even Jason can't compare. From the gunshots, he analyzed the situation outside, and then said, "Boss, something happened outside." Gunshots. Jason glanced at the side and ordered, "Go out and have a look." The 2 guards ran out quickly. After a while, they hurriedly ran back and said, "Boss, there is a special force outside. The firepower is so fierce, the brothers can't hold it." "Army?" "It won't be General Rose's." Jason frowned and looked at Betty, who was squatting on the ground. Knowing that there were military soldiers outside, Betty's hollow eyes finally had a hint of air, but they soon dimmed again. Even SHIELD cannot help the clown organization, and the military's special forces can only be cannon fodder. "Boss, I'll deal with it." John stood up and said, "Huh." Jason sighed and waved to John. "You continue to discuss. I'll go out and make a round." Chapter 238. Desperate Gap. The special forces are armed with shields and automatic rifles, and the firepower is extremely fierce. The members of the organization guarding the factory are not opponents at all. After only a minute, more than half of the hundreds of members were killed and injured, and they had to retreat to the inside of the factory for a defensive counterattack. "Quick, get all the weapons out." Several guards rushed to the utility room and removed the randomly piled up debris, revealing dozens of silver-white aluminum alloy boxes. In order to prevent trouble from being exposed, members of the periphery are only equipped with pistols, but a lot of weapons are stored inside the factory for accidents. These aluminum alloy weapon cases contain automatic rifles, light and heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, rockets, grenades and other weapons. Bronski and they still look down on the clown organization too much. As the world's largest terrorist organization, how can it be possible to hit the world with a pistol? The organization's security manual stipulates that even the most common locations must store at least 10 weapon boxes, and regularly maintain and replace parts. The weapons were quickly distributed, and the counterattack of the members of the organization began. DADADA. Rumble. Gunshots and explosions kept coming. "I know this is in New York. I don't know, I thought it was a war-torn country in the Middle East." With the absolute advantage of weapons, the 6-man team formation of the Special Forces was directly broken up. They had to abandon the bodies of their teammates and ran to shelter to hide. However, the guard who was holding back the fire would let them go, and the dense bullets and rockets shot out, preparing to wipe them out with a bunker. The battle situation was reversed 180 degrees, and the clown organization gained an absolute advantage. Just when the Special Forces were desperate, Browns, the captain, came out. With a shield in one hand and a gun in the other, he ran on the battlefield with superhuman agility. Because of her speed and coquettish position, the guards couldn't hit her with their weapons, but he could hit her with precision when he shot back. The guards were so annoyed by him that they had nothing to do, so they had to curse a few words and get addicted. At this moment, Jason slowly walked up from the basement. Boss. Seeing the leader appear, all the members were refreshed and greeted him frantically. With messy gunshots in his ears, Jason fished out his ears and waved his hand in dissatisfaction. These guards understood the meaning and immediately yelled for their companions to stop shooting. The endless gunfire suddenly stopped. Bronski was hiding in a bunker and peering slightly. I saw the factory door full of bullet holes slowly opened, and a tall man walked out slowly. Bronski's pupils dilated, and the muscles of his entire face became stiff. It was him. Jason walked out of the factory, looking at the dead bodies everywhere. There are special forces, as well as organizational members. But even after so many men died, there was still no expression on his face. No words, no actions. Just standing in place caused Bronski and the remaining special forces to panic. With a face of despair, they greeted all the women of the Bronski family. If it weren't for his recklessness, how could we run into this evil star? Different from the desperate and helpless mentality of the players. Although Bronski's heart is a bit fearful, it is more of the excitement and eagerness to face a strong enemy. He has been in the army for 20 years, has experienced many wars, and received the baptism of death and blood donation. But not only did he not suffer from the mental illness of war, but he even fell in love with this life of bullets. The stronger the enemy, the more difficult the task, the more it can arouse his fighting spirit. Even if he knew that the next second would be death, he was not afraid or flinching. Looking at Jason's arrogant eyes, Bronski was sullen and very unhappy. Fear and excitement made his fingers tremble slightly, and his breathing was a little short. Bronski quickly adjusted his mentality and stared at Jason with a strong war spirit. He quickly left the bunker, then clenched his rifle and shot Jason. Bang bang bang. Several bullets hit the body and fell to the ground feebly. Jason rolled his eyes and fixed his eyes on Bronski. This guy seems to be. Bronski shot while moving, and Jason stood motionless like a wooden stake. Not bad speed, faster than Jindo. Jason looked and analyzed. A minute later, Bronski emptied 3 or 4 magazines and threw several grenades. But the opponent hadn't moved even an inch. The difference in strength between the two sides was so different that the fighting spirit in his heart was gradually wiped out by cold water. Although the previous tasks were difficult, he would never give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope. The tenacity of the mentality is comparable to the hero of the comics. However, reality is much crueler than comics. Hulk first, then Jason. Within a few days, he encountered 2 enemies that were absolutely invincible. For Bronski, this was a dimensionality reduction blow, and it directly destroyed his mentality. He was once again lost in confusion. The powerlessness of reality and the desire for power tore his soul to pieces. Click. Bronski threw away the rifle angrily, then clenched his fists and strode forward. You are Jason. Dare to fight me hand to hand. Perhaps it was self-defeating, or perhaps seeking relief. Bronski dared to speak wildly in front of Jason. Jason did not speak, but the contemptuous expression on his face said it all. Bronski was so angry that he slammed his fist in the face. A hard touch came, and the punch seemed to hit a steel plate, and the powerful recoil almost broke his arm. Bronski's eyes were flushed. His expression on his face was unusually angry, and then he roared and attacked like crazy. She used a lot of strength with every punch and foot, but the hard energy shield made him bloodied and bruised, and finally collapsed to the ground weakly. The speed is good, the strength is almost the same, and overall it is not as good as Jinbin. Jason gave the final evaluation blankly. After speaking, he slowly raised his right hand and pointed at his head with his index finger. A light blue energy emerged from the fingertips. After 2 injections of the medicine, the gap is still desperate, and Bronski's heart is completely dead. He didn't resist, just glared at Jason with unwilling eyes. Boom! Fingertips moved slightly, and there was a violent explosion behind him. Missed? Bronski turned his head and took a look, only to see a few special fighters who wanted to take the opportunity to escape, who were directly blown into minced meat by the miniature energy ball. You don't kill me. Waste can also be used. Jason slowly lowered his arm and said contemptuously, tie them all up. Just leave it to Dr. Stern for experimentation. Understood, boss. In addition, this stronghold has been exposed, and the transfer must begin immediately. The final finishing work is left to you, and no clues can be left. Chapter 239 Shocking Remarks. An hour later. Because they lost contact with the Special Forces, the New York Army was able to send people to the abandoned factory to check, but only found bullet shells, guns and corpses everywhere. Just relying on the eyes and nose to smell, the soldiers who came to search could feel the tragic situation of the battle at that time. The soldiers opened the gate and entered the factory cautiously. There are clues of man-made activities everywhere in the factory, but they are late, and people are already empty here. The most incredible thing is that there are no signs of movement inside and outside the factory, and the people and things inside seem to have disappeared out of thin air. The matter was so weird, they could only stop the search and report it step by step, and finally reached the ears of General Rose. Because there were no bodies of Bronsky and other soldiers found in and around the scene, it is speculated that they were captured by the Clown organization. And the reason why there is no trace of movement is definitely because of Harley Quinn's spatial ability. General Rose got a big head for a while, and finally the clue to his hand was broken. No way, he can only use a dumb method to mobilize more people to conduct a careful search based on the factory, hoping to find something. However, 3 days later, they still got nothing. As a former gang member, Jason knows the importance of safe houses. As the Clown organization base camp in New York, it can be said that there are so many hiding places. These strongholds are usually in a state of standby and blockade, but weapons and daily necessities are always available, and can be put into use as soon as the organization needs them. Thanks to Hallie's superpowers, they successfully moved to a new stronghold in only half an hour, and David and others have been with them. The three of them are powerful helpers in controlling Hulk. As long as Hulk's problem is not resolved, they will not be able to return to their posts for the time being. As core members, they need to manage the affairs of a state. The daily workload is very heavy, and the tasks that need to be processed after a few days have been piled up. With bitter pleading, Jason promised to let them go no later than tomorrow. For these 3 days, Dr. Stern has been abandoning sleep and food. The good news is that the first generation of drugs has been successfully developed and is preparing to conduct experiments to obtain data. In the special room of the stronghold, a member of the Special Forces team was tied to the operating bed, and all the work before the experiment was ready. Dr. Stern took out the syringe and injected the first-generation dark blue medicament into the Special Forces members, and then withdrew with the rest of the scientific researchers, leaving only Jason and the other 4 in the laboratory. What? The medicine entered the body, and the Special Forces members immediately screamed like a pig. He struggled desperately, his skin slowly turning blood red. On the LCD screen of the biological instrument, his heart rate rose straight up, his blood pressure exceeded 200 mmHg, and the instrument sounded an alarm. Soon, his muscles began to squirm, as if they had gotten into hundreds of small snakes. As the frequency of peristalsis got faster and faster, his size began to expand rapidly. In just 10 seconds, he became a muscular man with a height of 2 meters. Success? Hallie was a little excited. Although the speed of deformation is a bit slow, the deformation process is almost exactly the same as that of Banner turning into Hulk. I don't know. Be prepared for a runaway. The 3 accomplices each perform their duties and have stood in the best attack position. Jason squeezed the energy sword injected with the inhibitory potion, staring at him unblinkingly. The body of the Special Forces swelled more and more, and soon broke through 2.5 meters, but at this moment, snapped. With a bang, his body burst like a balloon filled with water. The blood mixed with the 5 internal organs and spewed out, contaminating the tidy laboratory in a mess. Drop. On the LCD screen of the instrument, his heartbeat dived directly like a US stock fuse, and finally turned into a straight line. Hey! Jason withdrew his energy and sighed disappointedly. Counting this is already the 3rd failure case. Dr. Stern opened the quarantine and hurriedly walked in wearing a full protective suit. He was lying on the operating room, ignoring the disgusting stench, carefully checking the condition of the body. The instrument has recorded all the physical conditions before and after the injection, and he muttered while checking it. Same as the previous 2 times, the highest blood pressure exceeded 300 mmHg, the body temperature was close to 95 degrees Celsius, and some internal organs were dissolved. Jason didn't want to listen to him muttering, frowned and sat down on the chair outside. Hawley quietly leaned over and comforted, "Honey, don't be too anxious. No matter what experiment, there will be a lot of failures in the early stage, let alone this kind of genetic experiment. Relax your mind and trust Dr. Stern, just wait patiently." Jason nodded and explained, "I understand that. I am not afraid to wait. It's just that if the experiment does not make progress in one day, I will be trapped here, and I feel bored after only 3 or 4 days." Gamma technology is currently the most important experiment in the field of genetic biology. In order to ensure the safety of the experiment process and the results of the experiment not to leak, Jason must stay here at all times. For a man who loves freedom, it is no different from going to jail. The problem was relatively unsolvable, and Hawley couldn't think of a solution, so she sat aside and took Jason's hand to comfort him. I waited boringly for several hours. When Jason had dinner, Dr. Stone re-improved the dosage and formula, and the 4th experiment was about to begin. The dirty laboratory has been cleaned up, and even the operating bed has been directly replaced. The next thing to do is to select the test subjects. Jason accompanied Dr. Stern to the place where the special forces were held. These people, including Betty, were locked in a simple iron cage, while the most important Banner was detained by anesthesia. The 2 stood outside the cage, like buyers and butchers picking animals, and they scanned them one by one. When buying livestock, you must choose the fat and thin ones, and the same is true for the experiment subjects. It can be inferred from common sense that a healthy person is more likely to succeed than a weak person. Dr. Stone chose the experimenter based on this logic. The 3 tall, and stubborn soldiers have already been picked, but the remaining few are not clearly distinguished. It is estimated that it will take a while to be picked. The miserable cry of the comrades in arms had scared these brave Special Forces fighters. Each of them shrank and dreaded to look at Dr. Stern. They could only pray to God with their eyes closed. "Don't look. Choose me." Suddenly, a quiet word came out, but it sounded like a thunder. Everyone cast their gazes over. I saw the man raised his head and slowly stood up while leaning on the wall. It was the commander of the Special Forces, the Air Force Major, and Bronsky. Dr. Stern asked with some curiosity, hearing those screams, "Your comrades are afraid to die, are you not afraid?" Bronsky shook his head, with no fear on his face. "Not afraid." Dr. Stern asked again, "Interesting. Do you know what will happen next?" Bronsky was still expressionless. "Well, I know. The human test of Hulk serum, right?" Dr. Stern threatened with evil taste. "The success rate of human trials is extremely low, and you will encounter unimaginable pain in the process. Your heartbeat, blood pressure, and adrenaline will burst. Your skin will become red and bloody. The body temperature is high enough to fry eggs, and your internal organs will be swallowed and dissolved by Hulk's serum." After understanding this, would you still dare to accept the experiment? Bronsky sighed slowly, walked to the iron cage, and looked at Jason's face. His expression was full of envy and jealousy. "In my 20-year career in the military, I have participated in many wars and seen countless deaths. The more I see and experience, the more I understand one reason. Weak humans like to play tricks and advocate courage, but once they encounter an absolutely powerful force, all conspiracies and tricks are clouds. Just like the Japanese army and the atomic bomb in World War II, like me, Hulk, and you. I like to fight. I have been pursuing power all my life, but when facing you, I discovered that the power that I am proud of is nothing more than a smashing tree." Bronsky's eyes and expressions became more and more enthusiastic. He looked at Jason's eyes as if the natives were worshipping the totem. "I have been reflecting on it for a long time, but the reason is that the upper limit of my human body is too low. So in order to gain a higher level of strength, I decided not to be a human being." Bronski roared with a grim expression, and said his wish. "Even if I become the ugly monster that everyone is afraid of, even if I sell my soul to the devil, as long as I can gain power, I am willing to give up everything I have." Bronski's second speech shocked everyone, and Jason's eyes became more and more interesting from indifference. "Even if you will die in the experiment?" Bronski's eyes were red, and he grabbed the iron cage and smiled madly. "If you can't get stronger power, I will be trampled under your feet as a beast forever. Instead of this, it would be better to just die." "Yes, good eyes." Jason smiled rarely, applauding his determination. Dr. Stone on the side frowned and persuaded, "Boss, this man's mental state is a little sick, and he is too old to be 40 years old. Coupled with his broken bones and severe injuries, the success rate of the experiment is almost zero." "Change to another experiment." Jason's mouth turned up, and he said with interest, "It's okay. It's the first time I have seen someone who has such a deep obsession with power." "Interesting, too interesting. Just give him a chance." But Dr. Stone leaned closer and whispered, "This person is a military special soldier. If the experiment is successful, I'm afraid." Jason waved his hand and interrupted him. "What are you afraid of? Aren't the three of them also special soldiers? And if there are inhibitors, you can't go wrong. Even if you have me, you can keep you safe." Jason became a little impatient. "I'm not afraid of the genuine Hulk, afraid of his piracy." "All right, I got it." Chapter 240. The experiment was successful. New ideas. Bronski took off his coat and lay on the operating table wearing only a pair of underwear. In order to prevent the experiment from accidentally leading to a runaway, Dr. Stone inserted a syringe into his arms, and the syringe hose was connected to the storage tank of the inhibitor. In addition, the guards also bound Bronski with strips of special fabric with a strength comparable to steel, and the other end of the fabric was buckled on the floor and wall. Bronski was tied up with 5 flowers, only his head and injection site were exposed. Everything was ready. Dr. Stone took out a new proportion of medicine and slowly injected it in. After a while, Bronski's body began to change. Heartbeat, blood pressure, body temperature, adrenaline began to soar, and at the same time the skeletal muscles began to swell. These changes are similar to those of the first 3 experimenters. The only difference is that the skin of the others will gradually turn red after being injected with the drug, while the Bronski's skin will turn dark. "What?" After holding on for a few seconds, Bronski finally couldn't help but began to howl, his whole body violent. When the medicine enters the body, it will quickly break down his original cells, change the gene sequence and divide at an ultra-fast speed. The atmosphere in the laboratory was heavy. Except for Bronski's wailing, everyone held their breath and looked serious. Jason also clenched the long sword, staring at him unblinking. Once Bronski had signs of rampage, he would directly pierce his body with a long sword filled with inhibitory potions. 10 seconds later, Bronski's height exceeded 2.5 meters, reaching about the same pace as the third experimenter, and the muscle lines on his body became even more eye-catching than medieval sculptures. The experiment has entered a critical moment, and everyone prays silently in their hearts. Stabbed. The special fabric was shattered by hard muscles, and Bronski's growth continued. "Have a chance." "There is a chance this time." Dr. Stone, who was observing through the monitor, exclaimed in excitement. Bronski's body became bigger and bigger, and it became more and more ugly. Not only did the hair fall out, the skin was rough and black, but the spine on the back also showed spikes similar to Stegosaurus. Perceiving this, Jason's excitement began to weaken. He looked at Bronski like a monster and started thinking, why did Banner become so domineering when Hulk turned into a monster with an abominable face? In all fairness, Jason, as the life honorary president of the Appearance Association, doesn't want his ace fighters to look like this. This is too shameful. Is it related to that matter? Jason had some guesses. After Bronski and the Special Forces were arrested, they were interrogated and inspected. From the speculation of his comrades and the serum analysis, he had been injected with a certain genetic medicine. Maybe it was the conflict between the two medicines that caused this situation. Just when Jason was thinking about it, Bronski's transformation was over. The sturdy body broke free of the special fabric and squashed the operating bed. Even the steel needle of the syringe squeezed. When he slowly stood up from the ground, an ugly monster more than 3 meters tall appeared in front of him. Cool. After the transformation was over, the pain that seemed to tear his body to pieces also disappeared like a tide. Bronski panted and looked at himself up and down, clenching his fists. A force that I could not believe in dreams poured out. This power. His eyes lit up, obviously very satisfied with the results of this experiment. Turning his head, horrifying eyes swept across the faces of the 3 comrades. From their expressions, Bronski reads vigilance, shock and a little fear, which is far from the previous arrogant attitude. This is all because I gained almost invincible power. Bronski's eyes were full of excitement and joy. After a silent glance, he returned to Jason again. Still the calm expression. Bronski was wary, and the excitement in his eyes was completely replaced by guard. The man in front of him had done too many miracles, and both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government were played by him. Bronski can despise anyone, but he dare not despise Jason. Both sides were looking at each other, and after looking up and down several times, Jason frowned and said in disgust, "Ugly, too ugly, so ugly eyes." Hearing that, Bronski was furious. His throat made the sound of a beast, and his eyes became tyrannical. The 3 accomplices were speechless and admired. In the face of such a tricky enemy, the boss still had the thought to tease his appearance. After 2 injections of super soldier potion, Bronski's temper exploded like a gunpowder keg, let alone now. But in the face of Jason's insult, even though he was about to explode in anger, he finally had to loose his fist angrily. Upon seeing this, Jason's eyes lit up and he appreciated a little bit more. "It's kind of interesting. I can still keep my sense when I become a monster. I thought you would smash me with a punch." What he needs is a super soldier who obeys orders, not a bear kid like Hulk who can only destroy. Although I don't know the principle for the time being, Bronski's transformation is obviously different from Banner. After Banner transformed, the personality was temporarily controlled by Hulk, but Bronski did not appear a second personality. "You dare to let me inject the potion and have a backhand? The leader of the clown organization will not be so stupid, and I will not be so impulsive." The low and hoarse voice sounds uncomfortable. "Ha, a wise choice." Jason snorted coldly while holding the long sword. "Since you have transformed successfully, you can stay in the organization in the future. Your serum and combat power are still useful." Hearing this, Bronski frowned. The tone of Jason's speech was entirely giving orders, and he had no respect for him, which made Bronski extremely upset. "Stay here. Do you still want to put me in an iron cage as an animal?" Jason shook his head disdainfully and said, "It's true. You can't be locked in a big iron cage. You have to find a new place to keep it." "Enough." Bronski's eyes were full of hatred. "Hope you don't get me wrong. I don't want to conflict with you, but that doesn't mean I will succumb to you." "Really?" Jason clenched the long sword in his hand. Bronski seriously said, "I will not join the clown organization, nor will I return to the army as a guinea pig. I am me, and no one can command me wisely." Saying this before may be a foolish dream, but now. After speaking, he turned around and said, "You and I don't commit each other. See you later if you are destined." Bronski strode out of the stronghold, and all 3 accomplices became vigilant, waiting for Jason's order. But Jason just stood there and looked at him, with no intention of making a move. When the figure disappeared, Hallie asked dissatisfiedly, "Honey, just let it go." Jason put away the sword. "Of course it's impossible. It's just that I hate fighting against this kind of monster and want to change it to a more relaxed way." The 3 comrades looked at each other. Apart from gang fights, what more relaxed way is there? Jason did not explain, and greeted the group of researchers to come in. "Bronski is like this now. Is the experiment a success?" The group gathered to discuss for a while, and Dr. Stern replied, "It is not yet certain for the time being. He needs his serum for genetic analysis. But it is certain that Bronski's successful transformation is a milestone in the improvement of the medicine." "The meaning of the formula?" Jason nodded. seeming to have guessed the answer. "You said only serum. That is to say, it doesn't matter whether it is a living person or a dead body?" Dr. Stern nodded seriously. "Yes." It couldn't be easier. Chapter 241 Invincible Perfect Body. As the sky darkened, Bronski walked out of the Clown Organization stronghold and hid in a forest. It was as deep as the breath of a car engine, frightening all the birds and beasts around. He stepped to a high slope and overlooked the brightly lit Manhattan right in front of him, just across the river. This is the Hudson River, then this is the Hudson Valley. Bronski quickly understood where he was. Looking at the tall buildings not far away, he clenched his fists and his eyes were full of excitement. As his first performance, Manhattan is definitely the best venue. Boom! He leapt, and his huge body rose from the ground to the sky, as if to test the height of the sky. After flying over a distance of hundreds of meters, he hit the ground hard like a howitzer. A big hole was blown out of the ground, and the mud splashed around like a flood of gates. Bronski jumped up again. An unprecedented pleasure enveloped his heart, making him laugh wildly like a beast. Free. This state of having absolute power and doing whatever you want is true freedom. Government, military, law, morality, all human values will be trampled under his feet. After 3 consecutive jumps, Bronski crossed the Hudson River and appeared on the street on the opposite bank. Boom! The hard concrete roadside was smashed with crack marks. At this time, a line of light from far to near was accompanied by bursts of engine roar. Bronski tilted his head to look and saw a dozen high-horsepower sports cars approaching at an extremely fast speed. Superman's eyesight made him notice many details of the car. Modified sports car. Bronski smiled, twisted his neck and walked forward. The harsh brakes sounded, and the underground riders slammed on the brakes, ignoring the risk of rear-end collision, and quickly stopped the vehicle. Rorschach. What kind of monster is this? Godzilla? Looking at the unknown object in front of them, these red-faced underground riders instantly awake. The boss with staring eyes. "Car? Add me." Smelling the strong alcohol, the smile on Bronski's face became stronger. He put on a professional running posture and sneered, "The bet is your life." Hearing that, the underground rider was frightened, slammed the direction and stepped on the accelerator. The sports car tires turned at high speed, and quickly turned around. Boom boom boom! The engine roared, and a dozen sports cars immediately returned to the original road, trying to get away from the monster. After a few seconds, the sports car was gone, but Bronski still chanted slogans unhurriedly. 3, 2, 1, start! As soon as the voice fell, the huge soles of feet suddenly exerted force, leaving a deep groove on the concrete pavement. Bronski started at full speed, chasing the sports car at an astonishing speed. If on a straight road, a sports car with a limit speed of more than 300 km per hour can throw Bronski far away. It is a pity that these underground riders think that the straight acceleration is too boring, and deliberately choose to race on the Hudson River, the eastern suburbs of Manhattan. Not only the road conditions are complicated, but there are also many vehicles. Even high-horsepower sports cars can't perform all the performance. 10 seconds later, Bronski caught up with a car. What? Boom! The driver was afraid that the front of the car hit a telephone pole, and the engine was severely damaged and stalled. A few tens of meters away, Bronski discovered this situation. He sneered and jumped. His huge body jumped high, and then slammed into the car. Boom! With a loud noise, the cool sports car was crushed into a piece of iron, and expensive parts were scattered all over the place. The underground driver who was driving while drunk turned into mud and stuck to the car forever. First, Bronski kicked Ironhide, speeding up to catch up. When he caught up with the second car, the surrounding buildings became taller and there were more and more pedestrians and vehicles. Bronski roared and volleyed at the rear of the car! The speed of the car broke the limit in an instant, and the car smashed into the building like a cannonball. Wall tiles and glass are scattered all over the sky, and valuable vehicles are directly turned into fragments. What? Seeing Bronski, pedestrians screamed and fled in panic, cars fleeing madly regardless of squeezing. The original lively neighborhood instantly turned into a doomsday scene. Listening to the screams in his ear, Bronski was even more excited. Instead of chasing the car, he raised the car parked on the side of the road with one hand and threw it out like a shot put. A 1 or 2 ton car is really as heavy as a shot in his hand. It can be thrown 100 meters away with a single throw, or it can fall to the ground and become scrap iron, or it can be smashed into buildings and turned into rubble. Bronski wanted to destroy surrounding buildings, and the New York Police Department's alarm call was almost blown. After confirming that it was not Christmas or April Fool's Day, the nearest police station urgently dispatched a helicopter to fly over to observe. Rorschach. The police officers were completely stunned when they saw the scene before them. A monster more than 3 meters tall has never been seen by a sheriff who has been a police officer for more than 10 years. However, they are New York policemen after all. They have experienced too many violent and terrorist cases caused by clown organizations, and their mentality is much better than policemen in other states. This monster can't be solved by us. Report it quickly. The sheriff calmly judged the strength between the enemy and ourselves and made a decision. Yes, the police officer replied loudly, then immediately contacted the New York Police Headquarters and transmitted the scene footage. Sir, the case has been reported. What shall we do next? The sheriff frowned and said seriously, this is Manhattan. You can't fight him here. Lead him to the Hudson Valley on the other side. Understand? The sliding doors on both sides of the helicopter opened, and the police officers took out automatic rifles to aim and shoot. Bang bang bang. The dark night sky shone with flames. The 7.62 mm bullet hit Bronski's body, and it flew without leaving a trace. Bronski was a little annoyed by the fact that the shot put was being thrown vigorously and was disturbed. He grabbed a car and smashed it hard. Pull up, the sheriff shouted. The pilot pulled the joystick and the helicopter pulled up in an emergency, avoiding the car without any risk. Recovering a life, the police officer in the cabin breathed a sigh of relief. The sheriff said with lingering fear, this guy's strength is too amazing. You must pay attention to the height. The pilot nodded solemnly. Bronski yelled angrily when he missed a hit, then bowed left and right and threw the 2 cars one after the other. It is a pity that the car is too heavy, and he can only throw it up to 100 meters high, while the hovering height of the helicopter is close to 150 meters. Maintaining this height, the police officers can release their firepower as much as possible. But Bronski can only passively be beaten. Although the power of a bullet is not even tickle to him, it is extremely annoying, as if 1,000 mosquitoes are surrounding you. Bronski roared and burned. He leapt tens of meters high, smashed into the building like a cannonball, and then climbed up quickly like a gecko. Be careful, the sheriff reminded. The pilot continued to pull up and adjusted the position to facilitate the police officers shooting. Under the interference of bullets, Bronski still climbed to the top floor smoothly. He grabbed a large piece of cement and threw it at the helicopter. The pilot had already prepared and moved the joystick to avoid. Roar. His own attacks were avoided one after another, and Bronski roared angrily. Great, he is angry. Keep attacking and draw it over. The sheriff smiled, thinking that this monster is nothing but that. While the helicopter attacked, it flew towards the Hudson River on the opposite bank, and the pilot also deliberately reduced its flight speed. With such a deliberate behavior, even a child guessed that it was introducing the king into the urn, not to mention the adult Bronski. However, the sheriff preconceived that this monster had no intelligence, and they made a fatal mistake. Bronski sneered in his heart, but on the surface he rushed, jumping from the top floor to the top floor of another building, like an incompetent and angry monster. He was fooled. Stupid monster, the sheriff said very proudly. As long as he was introduced into the Hudson Valley, their mission was completed. Regardless of the final result, the contribution of reducing casualties and losses will not escape. His jumping distance is limited. The vertical distance is about 100 meters. The horizontal distance is about 500 meters. Pay attention to keep the distance, but don't fly too far. Give him a little hope. Understood, sir. The helicopter continued to fly towards the Hudson Valley unhurriedly. Bronski also, as they expected, was tens of meters away from the plane every time he jumped, making him unable to touch the plane, but he was not willing to give up. After jumping like a monkey a few times, Bronski decided to end the game. He rushed to the edge of the building and jumped toward the helicopter again. Boom! The strong force crushed the top floor of the building, revealing a pothole with a diameter of more than 2 meters. The voice was much stronger than before, and the sheriff's heart tightened, his face instantly pale. No, he is preserving his strength, and he's going to raise him. Raise him. The sheriff finally understood that the monster in front of him was not only intelligent, but also clever. Unfortunately, the price of knowing the truth is the lives of 6 police officers. In the helicopter. Boom! Accompanied by the deafening explosion, the helicopter was smashed. A huge fireball appeared in the sky, and countless wrecks rustled down like rain. Bronski was blown up by the shockwave and fell from the sky into a 6-story building, directly penetrating from the top to the first floor. This is a large shopping mall, the peak of passenger flow in the evening. The first to 6th floors are full of guests. What? The crowd that had been evacuated in an orderly manner suddenly became like ants on a hot pot. They screamed, and ran outside desperately. Bronski got up from the hole and rubbed his sore body. Falling from a height of hundreds of meters finally caused damage to his body, and his muscles and bones were hurting. Bronski didn't chase these guests, but stood quietly and felt the changes in his body. Although it is not obvious, he can still feel that his injured body is recovering. Bronski moved his arms and grinned excitedly. Speed, strength, endurance, intelligence, recovery. This body is perfect. Chapter 242 Amazing Discovery. The negotiation broke down. The Manhattan incident was reported layer by layer, and finally reached the ears of General Rose. After listening to the description of his subordinates and the video images sent over, he immediately judged that the monster that appeared in Manhattan was related to Banner, and it was most likely that the clown organization was conducting a drug experiment. General Ross immediately called Mr. President, clarified to him the stakes in this matter, and applied for command. Hearing that this incident has something to do with the clown organization, the president did not hesitate to immediately authorize him. In addition to SHIELD, only military forces in the United States can fight the clown organization. But now the morale of SHIELD is sluggish, and it is still busy licking wounds at the Sanquia headquarters. Mr. President can only rely on the military. With authorization, General Ross ordered an emergency dispatch to a nearby airbase, and he himself rushed to New York in a gunship. Manhattan, New York. Bronski is like a tireless beast, wantonly venting his inner dissatisfaction and anger, or, in other words, he used the name of anger to release his tyranny and enjoy the pleasure of destruction. More than an hour later, the west side of Manhattan was already paralyzed. The local police station and the army that arrived first were defeated by him, and there were corpses, gunpowder, flames everywhere. The once majestic Manhattan is like a hell on earth. General Ross arrived at the same time as the second wave of troops, and the tragedy of the city on the way made everyone chilling. What kind of monster they are about to face. After venting, Bronski was also tired. Sitting on the top edge of a skyscraper, admiring the work I just finished. Several helicopter gunships hovered in the sky far away and did not immediately launch an attack. General Ross commanded the pilot, "Bring the camera closer, I want to see the details." Yes. The pilot manipulated the instrument, and Bronski appeared on the screen. Huge, strong, ugly. What appeared on the screen was clearly a monster. Upon seeing this, General Rose was a little puzzled. Since it is a replica of Hulk serum, why is the appearance so different? He frowned and observed carefully. The raised spine on the back of the monster caught his attention. Spine. He faintly felt that the appearance of this spine was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. He was not the only one who found the abnormality, but his subordinates also exclaimed, "Sir, the soldier from the year before last." There was a flash of electricity in his brain, and the memories of the past appeared crazily. Super soldiers plan to stop and go because the risk is too high and accidents are very easy. Last year there was such a soldier who passed the physical test and became the tester of the Super Soldier Project. Like Bronski, He was also injected with the super soldier serum from World War II. But he didn't have such good luck. Just after the first injection of serum, he felt a strong sense of discomfort. Although his strength has increased a lot, he also has a strong tendency to attack and even loses his mind. He rioted at the base like a madman, and wounded several strong soldiers to control him. However, the next scene stunned everyone. The soldier's spine grew rapidly, forming a conspicuous raised mark on his back, which looked very disgusting. A few days later, the soldier died. After performing an autopsy, a forensic doctor took out a huge spine, 3 times larger than a normal human foot. After testing, the strength and hardness of the spine far exceeds the limit of human bones. After that incident, the Super Soldier Project was suspended again, and it was not restarted until the Clown Organization rose. Although a long time passed, General Rose was still impressed with that spine. Spinal mutations are a side effect of the Super Soldier Serum, and the only people in the world who have been injected with the serum and are still alive are Bronski, who disappeared a few days ago. General Ross and his subordinates looked at each other and said seriously, "Do you think he will be?" Without speaking, the subordinate nodded in agreement. When he got the answer, General Rose was a little happy, but then he got upset again. Bronski's successful transformation shows that the path he chose was not wrong, and Banner's serum has extremely high development value. But after he succeeded in transforming, he wreaks out the city, which also shows that he has completely lost his sanity, or is controlled by the Clown Organization. Regardless of the reason, it proves that the serum is dangerous and uncontrollable. Let me try to talk to him. Understand? The pilot turned on the loudspeaker and General Ross picked up the military microphone and shouted, "Bronski." The loud voice spread far away, and Bronski, who was sitting on the rooftop, turned to look at it. He heard the voice of the master, grinning. "General." Hearing that, all the soldiers were dumbfounded. "Monster, speak up." General Rose showed a different look, and asked tentatively, You still have reason?" The Brown space station got up and shouted at the distant helicopter, "Of course." General Ross was stunned for a moment, and said angrily, "In that case, why did you attack New York? Are you controlled by the Clown Organization?" "Control?" Bronski tilted his head and smiled evilly. "No one in this world can control me. Everything you see in front of you comes from my own will." Getting this answer made General Ross even more unacceptable. It is understandable that Bronski attacked New York frantically because he was intimidated or controlled by the Clown Organization. He never expected that all of this was done willingly. "Why, since you escaped, why not go back to the base? Why destroy the city? Your dignity, your glory as a warrior." Bronski sneered, and said disdainfully, "Dignity, honor, these moral standards only apply to ordinary humans, and I am no longer a human. After the first battle, I am more certain of this. As long as I have superhuman power, everything no universal value can restrain me." General Rose's face was flushed and his lungs burst. Unexpectedly, the elite fighters under his men had actually become this kind of appearance, or that he was originally such a person. "It's just that the darkness in my heart was restricted by moral laws, and the powerful force broke the shackles and released the real him. You disappointed me too much." General Ross looked at the screen, gritted his teeth bitterly. If Bronski did not attack New York, but chose to return to the base for inspection, the end of the Clown Organization would be just around the corner. The thought of success just passing him by. Of course General Rose was frustrated. "Ha, sorry, Bronski, I'll give you another chance. Surrender. As long as you can help eradicate the Clown Organization, you will still be a hero of the United States and the world." Ha. Bronski raised his head and let out a harsh laugh. "Hero? Who awarded me this honor? The stupid and greedy Mr. President, or the trash and cowardly Mr. Secretary General?" Bronski sneered arrogantly. "It is too funny to let him, who has become a superhuman, accept the honor awarded by ordinary humans." Hearing this, General Rose was in a low mood, his hands drooping weakly, and he released the microphone. "What a pity, what a pity." "General, what should we do?" "Strike with all your strength. Just leave a whole body." Yes. The attack order was issued, and the army hiding in the dark moved immediately. Chapter 243 The army is defeated. Death game. Boom. There was a burst of gunfire. The tank group ambushing out of sight in advance launched a bombardment, and the 120mm tank shell instantly covered the top floor of the building. In the smoke and dust, a third of the upper part of the building was knocked down, and rubble and salsa fell. Boom. Bronski fell to the ground with a contemptuous smile on his face. The helicopter immediately locked him and presented the image. After a round of shelling, Bronski didn't have any wounds on his body, which surprised the soldiers. Without waiting for them to comment, Bronski kicked and jumping out several hundred meters and heading straight for the tank group. Any infantry unit is afraid of the steel behemoth-like tanks on the battlefield. When Bronski was still an ordinary soldier on missions, tanks left him with indelible fear. Now that he is a superhuman, he must vent it a bit. The tank group found Bronski's whereabouts and immediately locked and fired. Rumble. One after another came. A few of them didn't calculate the leader mount, and fell beside Bronski, smashing big holes. Some shells hit the target, but they only slightly affected his pace and did not cause any damage at all. Tank shells are nothing more than that. Bronski was confident. He jumped high and stepped down from the sky on a tank. The tank is indeed much stronger than the car. Such a huge impact did not damage the combat parts, but the soldier in the tank was fainted by the shock. Bronski raised his arms and dropped heavily in a posture of a sword. Clang! With a crisp sound, the tank barrel was directly cut off. The other tanks dared not fire any more shots, but Bronski had no intention of releasing water. He jumped to the ground and lifted the tank directly with his arms, then threw it at the other tank. Clang! The two tanks collided and the car body was severely deformed and was scrapped. Bronski did the same, and focused on another tank. The situation was a little unfavorable. The main reason was that Bronski was too thief and the gunners did not dare to attack with all their strength. Upon seeing this, General Ross had to give the army an order to attack Bronski at all costs. The Manhattan side is busy, and the base in the Hudson Valley is also busy. Bronski has just escaped from here. No matter what the final result of the battle, this base will be exposed, so the top priority is to evacuate as soon as possible. Jason took a few accomplices outside to enjoy the cool, and by the way, he admired the sound of guns in the distance. Hallie wondered, do you think Bronski has a brain problem? After the transformation is successful, instead of going to the military to ask for credit, he went to Manhattan to do damage. David guessed, is it because he is afraid to offend us, so he dare not return to the army? Hallie shook her head, expressing her untrustworthiness. Just listen to what he said. How could a veteran who has been in the army for 20 years suddenly abandon the army? David would think of his career as a mercenary, and said, military career is not necessarily beautiful. For him it may be just a job, or just for legal killing. John also said, it makes sense. But even if he decides not to return to the army for various reasons, why should he do sabotage in New York? Jason smiled. He could understand Bronski's defense. There is no reason, just want to do it. Violence is the dark side hidden in everyone's heart. Ordinary people are bound by laws and morals, and wear masks every day to pretend to be kind. But once you gain absolute power, the dark side that has been suppressed for many years will expand infinitely, and eventually become a monster that loses its mind. This explanation can explain the weird behavior in front of me. Bronski has been in the army for many years. He has had countless lives on his hands and has seen too many dirty things. The dark side in his heart is much deeper than ordinary people. Once a person like him commits a crime, it can be described as frenzied. Several people were guessing the outcome, and the sound of guns in the distance gradually stopped. It seems that the second wave of the military offensive was also dismantled by Bronski, and the speed was beyond imagination. They also had speculations about Bronski's strength, and they were not surprised by this result. David asked, Boss, you just said that there is a way to deal with Bronski. It won't be until the army defeats him. Jason shook his head and looked disdainful. Weapons are dead and people are alive. If you don't use weapons of mass destruction, It will be difficult for the army to defeat Bronski. I won't be naive enough to count on them. Then you, boss. All equipment is installed. An organization member walked over and interrupted David. Jason turned to look at Hallie. Thank you. Hallie smiled and made an okay gesture with her right hand. Jason added, leave Banner and Betty. Upon hearing this, the three comrades suddenly realized. Boss, you are ready to. Jason nodded and smiled. Take poison to fight poison. This is a good way. The three agreed. Hallie walked into the stronghold to drive people out, and then transferred the scientific research personnel and materials away. Banner and Betty are bound by chains, making it very inconvenient to move. So they leaned together, supported each other, and comforted each other. Jason couldn't help but sneered. It is said that the husband and wife are birds of the same forest and fly separately in the face of the disaster. You two are better off, and you are still cuddling together when the disaster is about to come. Is this trying to bolster your back, or is it true love? The two clenched their hands, staring warily. Jason chuckled, and a bad taste suddenly appeared in his heart. He stretched out his right hand, and David immediately took out his pistol and put it on. Jason opened the insurance and aimed his gun at them. No! Bruce Banner roared and immediately stood in front of Betty. Jason was full of sarcasm and didn't actually shoot. Dr. Banner, it's really sad. You subconsciously stand in front of your lover, but the woman behind you subconsciously takes a step back and hides behind you. This dog-licking love makes it hard for me to believe that you are true love. Betty looked a little ugly, raised her head and glanced at Banner quietly. Banner was very angry and said angrily, I am a man, of course I have to protect her. Jason disgustedly wanted to nausea, don't you represent a man? There is no law that a man must block a bullet for a woman. But since you are so courageous. Jason smiled evilly and threw the pistol to the ground. Let's play a game. I believe you have seen it on TV. I can only walk one of you two, and the other must die. If the beautiful Miss Betty chooses to commit suicide, I will release Dr. Banner and promise not to act on him again. But if Dr. Banner chooses to kill herself, I will send Miss Betty to her father, and Dr. Banner will be injected with anesthetics for a long time and will sleep forever. The rules of the game have been explained. Let's choose. Chapter 244 Breaking the Relationship. Amazing move. The pistol was at Banner's feet, but neither of them acted immediately, but stared at Jason with a distrustful look. Don't worry, I am the most credible person. Jason smiled faintly. As long as you make a choice, I will release the other person immediately and never break my promise. What the hell do you want to do? Betty hid behind Banner, half body exposed. I said, there is no special meaning. This is just a game, Jason said with a sarcasm. I just want to see what choices your loving couple will make when they are alive or dead. Game. Betty was full of anger, obviously disgusted with this kind of game of life. Jason's expression was calm and looked straight into her eyes. What are you afraid of? Anyway, the final result must be the same as you and my head expected. These words made Betty very uncomfortable. With a gun and a stick, she tilted her head to look at Banner quietly, and saw that his face was serious, his eyes fixed on the pistol under her feet. Without a word, quickly choose. I don't have time to spend with you. Jason flipped his arm, palm up, and a light blue energy ball appeared in his hand. A 1-minute countdown. If the time is over, you have not made a choice. You are considered to lose. Betty will be blown into powder by this energy ball, and Banner will sleep forever. The choice is yours. David sets a countdown on the smartwatch. The sound of the Kaka clock is very strange in the dark, as if every sound can hit the soul directly. Betty looked awkward, her fingers bent and clung to Banner's clothes. The black leather boots moved a few centimeters slightly, but he hesitated for a moment and couldn't make up his mind to die. He raised his head and met Jason's mocking smile. Betty's face flushed slightly, and a sense of shame spread from the bottom of her heart to her body. She glared at Jason, her eyes fired, and her anger went straight to the sky. Fuck! With a roar, Betty pushed Banner aside and picked up the pistol on the ground. Betty! Banner's soul came back, threw her to the ground in horror, and threw her pistol aside. The two lay on the ground and twisted into a ball, and they didn't know that it was a field battle. Jason sneered and exchanged glances with the two accomplices, and David and John also showed disdain. Banner just woke up from anesthesia, and was weak all over. But he is a man after all, much heavier and stronger than Betty. Soon, he took the upper hand and pressed Betty's shoulders hard, pressing her to the ground. Banner's eyes were red, and his expression was touched and guilty. "I'm sorry, I suspected you just now. It turns out that I didn't love the wrong person. You are a good girl. Go back to your father and live your life." Betty's lips trembled and her eyes were flushed with reluctance and love. Banner smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I won't die if Hulk is there." Betty's arms relaxed, her upper body tried to get up. Banner let go, and the two quickly hug each other. This kiss represents parting, and both parties throw in, firmly grasping each other's back with both hands, as if trying to blend each other into the body. Omika. It looks like two seals grabbing grapes. Jason shook his head, feeling blind. For a long time, the lips are divided. Banner was still in the mood, and Betty blushed. She looked into the eyes of her lover and whispered, "I love you." Banner smiled happily, but just as he was about to respond, he felt a sharp pain in his lower body. What? The precise top of the knee made Banner feel painful. Betty took the opportunity to push him to the ground and quickly ran to pick up the pistol. Wow! Jason smiled. The plot change was interesting. Betty fled to a safe distance, then raised his pistol and pointed it at Jason. "Huh," Jason said with disdain, "you should know the consequences of shooting, right?" Betty did not answer, but glared at him. "You said that if I choose to commit suicide, you will release Bruce." "Of course. Although you are a devil, you are also a famous big man. You should be able to speak and count." Jason sarcastically said, "In a way, we scumbags are more credible than you upper-class figures." "I understand." Betty put away the expression on her face and slowly pointed her gun at her temple. The speed was so slow, as if someone was pulling her. "No. Don't I think I missed you?" Jason had an interesting expression on his face. "Betty." "No," Banner shouted, kneeling on the ground. The pain in his lower body made him unable to climb. "Bruce, I know you will not die, but the living dead are more painful than death." Betty looked at Banner and said seriously, "From all angles, you are more worth living than me. Farewell." "No." Betty closed her eyes, 2 rows of clear tears came out, and then pulled the trigger with all her strength. Crack! The crisp sound was like thunder bursting. Empty bullets. Banner seemed to be stuck in his neck, and the shouting stopped abruptly. Betty opened her eyes sharply, looking at the exiting holster a little dazed. Slap ... slap ... slap. Slow applause sounded. Jason applauded and looked at Betty with incredible eyes. "I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. There is a fool in this world who will die for his lover." Betty's heart beat wildly, and the sluggishness ceased for a moment. She threw away the pistol and said sarcastically, "You will never meet a person like you." Jason did not refute, smiled without saying anything. Betty calmed down and asked with a serious expression, "I have made a choice. According to the rules of the game, you should let Banner go. I hope you can keep your promise." The smile on Jason's face was even brighter, as if thinking of something funny. "Of course, I am the most honest person." Stepping forward, holding the virtual right hand, an energy sword appeared in his hand. Clang clang, with a few crisp sounds. The chains on Betty and Banner were cut off. Banner stood up to hug his lover, but an energy sword separated the two. "Dr. Banner, you are free. But Miss Betty is already dead from the rules of the game." Banner turned his head and glared at him. "Don't stare at me. I'm not afraid if you let Hulk out. Let's cherish this hard-won freedom." Knowing that she was sentenced to death, Betty's eyes were dim and waved reluctantly. "Bruce, let's go." "Leave me alone." Banner shook his head painfully, with an expression of excitement. "I don't want to be born in the same year and the same day, but I want to die in the same year, the same month and day." Jason dissatisfied. "Dr. Banner, Miss Betty is my own. Please leave immediately." Banner regarded death as home, and dismissed Jason's words. In that case, I have to take you away personally." After speaking, he slammed his hand on Banner's shoulder, and a light blue sphere wrapped him up. "No." Banner struggled hard, but his strength alone could not destroy the energy ball. "Get out!" Jason waved his hand, and the energy ball flew towards Manhattan. Betty watched Banner leave, but her face suddenly changed. "This direction is..." "Ha ha ha, Miss Betty is very smart." Jason smiled evilly. You are shameless." Betty flushed angrily and trembled all over. "Thank you." Jason accepted the evaluation sadly. Chapter 245 Decisive battle between monsters. After a fierce battle, the army still lost. 17 tanks and 8 helicopters were lost, and more than 300 soldiers suffered casualties. Seeing that the situation was not good, General Ross ordered a retreat, but Bronski didn't intend to let the old boss go. He jumped on the roof to chase him, and he opened his bow left and right to grab stones and hit the helicopter. "Sit down!" the pilot yelled, and grabbed the joystick to escape. When the huge stone passed by the cabin, everyone was terrified. With Bronski's strength and precision, he can easily smash the plane down. But he is not in a hurry to end the battle, but to enjoy this cat-and-mouse hunting game. Suddenly, a light blue ball of light fell from the sky and flew towards him. Bronski had never seen this thing and thought it was a secret weapon of the military. He calculated the distance and jumped into the air forcefully, then volleyed with a sharp kick, kicking the light ball to the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, the ground was smashed into a big hole. Bronski glanced a few times, preparing to continue chasing the helicopter. At this time, a low roar came from the pothole. Bronski showed a different color, stopped and jumped from the top of the building to the ground. Hulk slowly crawled out of the hole and roared at the monster that was uglier than himself. Bronski was taken aback for a moment, then ecstatic. Not long ago, when he was an ordinary person, he was killed by Hulk with a trick. He is a man of grudges. Hulk's strength not only did not scare him, but aroused great fighting spirit, for which he would not hesitate to inject 2 super soldier potions. However, after growing up again, he is still very weak. Even if he faces Hulk again, he will not be much better than the first time. But now it's different. He has also become a monster through Gamma technology. This time he is confident. "Hulk, great!" Bronski ran across. After finally meeting an opponent of the same size, Hulk was not convinced, and roared toward him. The two ran faster and faster, jumping up at the same time at a distance of less than 50 meters, clenching their fists and hitting each other. Boom! With a muffled sound, Hulk was beaten out directly. It seems that Bronski is better in terms of strength. In the distant sky, Jason and the others floated with energy balls to watch the battlefield. Hulk staggered to his feet, shook his head vigorously, as if he hadn't woken up. "It's a bit strange. Hulk's strength should be more than that." John frowned. "Is it because of the inhibitory agent?" David proposed a conjecture. "It's possible. Let's take a look first." Bronski strode over and hooked his fingers at Hulk contemptuously. Hulk grinned and rushed forward again. The two monsters just fisted together on the road, with every punch and every kick with full strength, making muffled noises. Jason had a smile on their faces, as if they were watching a boxing match. General Ross, who was only escaping for his life, discovered the anomaly and ordered the helicopter to hover around to observe. After fighting each other for a few minutes, the two finally decided the winner. Hulk's fighting experience is not as rich as Bronski's, and he was injected with inhibitors, unable to show his strength, and was eventually kicked and defeated miserably. Bronski took advantage of the victory and pursued, and the battle between the two spanned several blocks, and Hulk gradually entered a situation where he was passively beaten and unable to resist. Jason had planned to use Hulk to get rid of Bronski, but according to the current situation, it was completely impossible. David frowned and said, "Boss, your strategy doesn't seem to work." Jason calmly said, "It is expected." But Hulk is a growth type, and the raw material for growth is anger. He hooked his hand, and a ball of energy slowly floated in front of him. "Betty, she is the best raw material for Hulk to grow." You are not keeping promises." "Shameless." Betty was very angry, raising her fist and slamming it on the energy ball. "I have released Banner as agreed, but he was too lucky to meet Bronski." Jason's smile became a little sinister. "And you are my private property, and how to deal with it is in my control." After speaking, Jason waved the energy ball towards the two in the fierce battle. Bronski pressed Hulk to the ground with one hand, and angrily hit his face with the other fist. While fattening Hulk, he also mocked, "You only have this ability." Too weak. Hulk furiously resisted, but couldn't get rid of the restraints. At this time, the energy ball slammed into Bronski's back. Boom! The energy ball exploded and Bronski suffered a sharp pain in his back. He turned his head angrily, and saw Betty sitting on the ground, looking at him with a dull face. Bronski was taken aback, and said with a grin, "General Ross's daughter, Banner's girlfriend." Kicking the restless Hulk flying, he grabbed Betty with one hand. Betty. General Ross was anxious, standing on the edge of the cabin and shouting. Bronski glanced at him, then cast his gaze on Hulk, who was flying over. "The world is cruel, only the strong can survive." He lifted Betty high and shouted, "And you too weak, can only watch your closest person die in my hands." Bronski "No!" snapped. With a sudden force of wrist, Betty was squeezed by Bronski. Blood was gushing, and his delicate body was broken in two. Betty's head and neck fell to the ground, and her charming eyes remained open to death. The scene was quiet and terrible for an instant. Hulk stopped and his chest trembled violently. Roar! A roar of rage and hatred rang through Manhattan. "Hulk is really angry. Come on!" Bronski threw off the minced meat from his hands and rushed up excitedly. The two strong arms collided again. Boom! With a loud noise, Bronski flew out at a faster speed than before and crashed into a shop. "The raw materials are effective." Jason smiled with satisfaction. Hulk squatted down and jumped vigorously, slamming his body into the shop like a cannonball. Bang bang bang. A muffled sound came from the shop. After a while, Bronski was thrown out and landed on the street. The strong flesh was dripping with blood, and the whole person was in a sluggish state, unlike the previous one. Hulk walked out of the shop, his muscles violent, and his green eyes were full of murderous aura. "Impossible! Impossible! How could you become so strong?" Bronski was not convinced, and quickly got up and rushed over. Snapped. Hulk stretched out his left arm and caught his angry punch. Bronski was completely dumbfounded. Hulk twisted his arm around, then raised his right fist and smashed it down. Click. Bronski's arm bent and was directly interrupted. "What?" Unpleasant screams resounded across the sky. Hulk's anger did not end. He clenched his fist and threw Bronski on the ground like a sandbag. Potholes were quickly smashed into the ground, and Bronski's head was dripping with blood. After turning the road into the rat pit, Hulk still felt puzzled. He caught Bronski in front of him and hit his face, neck, and chest with his fists. A bit. 2 clicks. 3 times. I don't know how many punches were swung until Hulk panted, until Bronski's upper body was smashed. Roar. Throwing away the body, Hulk raised his head and yelled at the sky, his voice full of anger and sadness. After the vent, he glanced at Betty in pain, and then ran towards the outskirts without looking back. After 3 or 2, they disappeared from the field of vision. Chapter 246 New York Explosion. Africa Warning. The dark night, quiet and weird, the once blooming east side of Manhattan has become a ruin. Look at the tragedy in front of us. Look at the loss in the report. Even if the culprit Bronski is dead, this mission is considered a failure. However, General Ross, the commander of the mission, was not upset. He hurriedly commanded the pilot and landed the helicopter near Bronski's body. As long as the corpse is still there, he can continue his research, and it is just around the corner to make up for the destruction of the clown organization. Hurry up. Collect all the blood from the surrounding corpses, and no omission is allowed. Pay attention to the distinction between preservation. Hulk's blood is green. Bronski's blood is black. Don't mix it. The daughter's body was nearby, but General Rose did not pay much attention afterwards except that he was a little sad at first. Instead, he conducted on-site command with a serious face. For a man blacked by power, career or power is more important than the life of a loved one. Collecting the corpse is of course very simple, but it is not easy to collect all the blood in minced meat and separate it. General Ross called in thousands of military police, and it took more than 5 hours to collect them and put them all in military metal boxes. After busying most of the night, All the soldiers were exhausted. Only General Rose was refreshed and smoked a cigar. After the last check was correct, he finally issued an order to withdraw the troops. "Hello," a soft voice sounded. All the soldiers were stiff and dull as if they were struck by lightning. It took a while before turning their heads to look in the air. Jason, Hallie, John, David, and the 4 clown leaders were staring at them with a smile on their faces. With this eager look, it was like a very hungry man staring at the soft bread in the glass window. "Thank you all." Fortunately, Jason scanned the audience, still with a faint smile on his face. The cigar fell to the ground, and General Rose growled in despair and anger, "Jason, it's rude. There's me." Voices of dissatisfaction came from elsewhere. When everyone looked back, Holly teleported over at some point, her small hands resting on a metal box. "Honey, I'll go back first." Jason waved. Holly disappeared in place with the metal box. "After busying for a long time, I made wedding dresses for others." The soldiers lowered their heads, did not dare to speak, or even dared to gasp loudly. "As long as you can save your life, it is nothing to be taken away." "Jason, you did all of this?" "General Ross is worthy of being the leader." He immediately understood the cause and effect and dared to question loudly. "Yes." Jason nodded generously and admitted. Hearing that, several high-ranking military officials are all face dead. Jason reached out his hand to condense an energy ball. "Thank you all for your hardship, and in return, please take a good rest." Flip the wrist. The energy ball falls to the ground at a free full speed. Rumble. A dazzling light illuminates the sky, and the whole of New York is like daylight in an instant, followed by explosions and vibrations. After 10 seconds, the light dissipated, and the explosion and vibration became weaker and weaker. A big hole with a diameter of 100 meters appeared where everyone just stood, and all the buildings within a radius of 1 kilometer were cleared. Back to the new base, all scientific researchers are busy. Dr. Stern couldn't wait to open the metal box and take out Bronsky's blood for the experiment. Bronsky is the first person to be transformed into a successful person through gamma technology. Although he has been injected with super soldier potion beforehand, his genes still have great research value. All the equipment in the laboratory was fully powered, and Dr. Stone kept walking around to observe the experiment. His excitement was beyond words. Jason followed, and Dr. Stern explained to him from time to time. But every other line is like a mountain. Jason looked at it for a while and didn't see anything famous, so he asked, "Doctor, according to the current progress, when will the second-generation medicine be developed?" Dr. Stern stopped and estimated in his mind, "It can be as short as 1 week, and as long as 1 month." Jason nodded. The speed is still within his acceptable range. As a result, Dr. Stone's next sentence poured cold water on him. "The second-generation medicine is not perfect, and we will continue to experiment." There is no perfect medicine in this world. The research time of gamma technology will be very long, and it may take decades or even a lifetime. Hearing this answer, Jason was dissatisfied. For decades, for a lifetime, this was simply unacceptable to him. Upon seeing this, Dr. Stern quickly explained, "Boss, I mean, gamma technology is a big subject, worth studying for a lifetime. But if it is an emergency on the battlefield, I believe that the second generation of medicine will not let you down." Jason nodded, feeling a little more comfortable. Think about it, even if his personal strength is strong, he can't promote the experiment process. In terms of scientific research, we must also believe in authority, and there is no end to scientific research. Jason wandered around for a few laps and said, "If you need multiple experiments in the future, then you can't stay in New York. There are so many people in New York, even if you choose the most remote corner, you can't escape the eyes of the military and government." The last time he escaped by a fluke, it was because Bronsky was too stupid. Once they are discovered later, they are most likely to be missiles. Although Jason can hardly resist missiles, many of his party and these scientific researchers do not yet have this ability. "You hurry up and prepare, and I will send you all abroad in the near future." Going abroad? Dr. Stern was a little unhappy. "Let's not talk about the family reasons." With the generous salary of the clown organization, Of course, I have to use crazy consumption and show off my wealth to satisfy myself. How cool is it after going abroad? Dr. Stern and other researchers came together to complain. They are also parents and children, and it is really inconvenient to work abroad. If New York is not good, then you can change to a sparsely populated state. It's a pity that Jason has always acted arbitrarily and will not consider their feelings. This matter has been decided. You can implement it. A group of people bowed their heads and dared not speak anymore. Jason changed his tone and comforted. I do this for experimental safety, and you don't want to worry about the military missiles coming over all day long. Don't worry, you will be freer and more comfortable when you go abroad. If you are really unwilling separating from your family, I can send your family there too. The researchers looked at each other, and finally Dr. Stern asked, "Okay, I see. Then where are we going?" Jason thought for a moment and smiled. Africa. Chapter 247. The whole country is shocked. Aegis reappears. Texas, the US-Mexico border. In a simple cheap motel, Bruce Banner is sitting by the bed watching TV. Dark skin, dirty clothes, messy hair like a chicken coop, and lifeless eyes. A dozen-inch big-ass TV is showing news programs, and the host and several commentators are arguing fiercely. On the night before 7 days ago, a terrible tragedy occurred in the east side of Manhattan. The notorious clown organization conducted biological experiments in Dongqing and created a human-shaped monster more than 3 meters tall. Monsters wreak havoc in the East City, causing damage to many buildings, causing 20,000 casualties and 1,800 soldiers to die. Air Force Lieutenant General Rose led the death squad to encircle and suppress the monster, and finally killed the monster after making great sacrifices. The leader of the clown organization, Jason Walter, was furious and launched an explosive attack in the East City. Thousands of soldiers including General Ross were killed. The building within a kilometer radius was destroyed and the direct economic loss exceeded hundreds of billions of dollars. After a week of careful investigation, most of the victims' information has been verified. Let us mourn the heroes. Several celebrities stopped talking, and pictures of the victims appeared on TV. Suddenly, the picture of a white woman made Banner feel nervous. Betty. The hoarse voice revealed deep sadness, self-blame, anger, helplessness, pain. Numerous negative emotions made Banner limp, and a smell of despair appeared on his body. The silence was over, and the celebrities began to speak out again. Some people accuse the government of incompetence and have not eradicated the clown organization so far. Some people feel that the times have changed, and the plot in the movie actually happened in reality. Someone raised their arms and shouted, "To unite all forces against the clown organization." The host listened carefully, or nodded in praise, frowned and thought, or argued for reasons. The bragging is almost done. The host connects with the reporters on site and transmits the latest footage. It has been a week since the Manhattan tragedy, but protests and demonstrations across the country are still in full swing, and even intensified. Behind the reporter, the originally wide road has been blocked by pedestrians, densely packed with people. They are angry, holding up signs, and chanting that the criminals should be severely punished. The reporter randomly pulled a demonstrator to interview and asked them the reason and purpose of the demonstration. Because of the connivance of the clown organization, it has triggered a nationwide criminal spree, and this old man with white hair is the victim. He exploded foul language in front of reporters, and seemed to be extremely angry, but did not mention a word of reporters' questions. Helpless, the reporter only needs to find the next target. The news program has been broadcast, but Banner has no intention of watching it. The celebrity's voice was not small. He turned off the TV because of the noise, and then lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling dumbly. Betty is dead, General Rose is also dead, but Hulk is still in the body. This trip back home is really a misfortune. Banner is very self-blame. If he doesn't return to his country and stay in Brazil honestly, maybe these things won't happen. Even if Betty marries someone else, it is better than losing his life. At the same time, he was confused. Where is the road ahead? After pouring a bottle of low-quality vodka, Banner not only did not get drunk and relieved his sorrows, but was melancholy, and his heart throbbed. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Banner's pupils dilated, and his strong desire to survive made him bounce off the bed instantly. Slow down, breathe slightly, and get closer to the door. Through the cat's eyes, I saw a lady wearing a black gauze skirt. She was wearing lipstick, her face was very charming, and her rugged figure made people desire crime. The lady's expression was indifferent, and she knocked on the door again when she saw the room was quiet. After waiting for a few seconds, Banner asked, "Who?" "Room service." The voice also leads to crime. Banner opened the doorknob, looked up and down, and asked puzzledly, "Is Texas Beauties so cheap?" The lady smiled slightly, looking straight at Banner with her big charming eyes. After a while, Banner was overwhelmed and took a few steps back, and the lady took the opportunity to walk into the room. The enclosed space was full of alcohol and musty, and the woman wrinkled her nose and said, "For someone who wants to escape reality, this is a great place." It is certainly not easy for a woman who can make him back up with a look in her eyes. Banner gradually became nervous, and at the same time guessing her identity. "Policeman?" "Oh, the police in Texas are so beautiful. It is estimated that the crime rate will not be so high." "FBI?" "Humphrey, if she is FBI, this wooden door has been broken into several pieces at this moment." "Think about it. Which law enforcement agency in the United States has the habit of being beautiful?" After all, Banner is not in the system, and he doesn't know about several major law enforcement agencies, and he can't think of being famous for a long time. But he didn't want to show weakness, so he snorted and pointed at the window and said, "I guess this place is already surrounded, right?" The lady shook her head and said sincerely and innocently, "No, only you and me." Banner was dubious, and asked, "Who are you?" "Natasha Romanoff." "Are you here to kill me?" "If so, I'm sorry. The one who can kill me hasn't been born yet." "No, I'm just here to talk to you on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D." S.H.I.E.L.D. Humphrey. Banner exhaled from his nostrils, revealing a deep disdain. "Aren't you killed by the clown organization?" "It's a bit too much to hit people without hitting the face." "The Black Widow deserves to be a senior agent." Still smiling, S.H.I.E.L.D. water is very deep, and the clown organization saw only the tip of the iceberg. Banner declined to comment on her bragging. "How did you find me?" "Doctor, we have been following you, but keeping our distance. By the way, we secretly help you block people who want to approach you." "Why help me?" "I don't know why. Our boss Nick Fury trusts you very much, so I hope you will go to a place with me." Banner sneered and said seriously, "What if I refuse?" The Black Widow gave a gentle smile. "Then I will continue to convince you until—" "Don't lie to me anymore. You are here to catch me." Banner's eyes widened and roared loudly, and his body slammed forward. In an instant, the Black Widow stepped back and took out a pistol from her thin black gauze skirt and pointed it at him. The scene was stalemate for an instant, but the culprit Banner smiled faintly, and raised his hand. "Sorry, I'm lost. Just want to test you." "Calm down. I suggest you put the gun away, if you don't want them in me if you come out to make trouble." The Black Widow's breathing accelerated slightly, and after careful observation for a while, she was sure that Banner had no tendency to attack. Then she touched the invisible communicator in her ear and said, "Everything is normal, don't come over." Outside the hotel, hundreds of heavily armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were loaded with bullets ready to attack. Banner sarcastically said, "Hey, just you and me?" The mask of hypocrisy was exposed, and the Black Widow's face was a little awkward. She put a smile away and said solemnly, "Doctor, the clown organization is a global disaster. If they are not prevented, misfortunes similar to New York will continue. I hope you can help us." New York is Banner's heart demon. He immediately bowed his head silently like an eggplant beaten by Shuang. Chapter 248 Prestige Soars. The Ninth Party. Protest marches broke out across the United States. The main roads of major cities and municipal governments have become places for the American people to vent their anger. The police are fully armed and highly alert to strictly maintain order and security, but even such small-scale conflicts and bloodshed are still taking place. state governors and city mayors have delivered speeches in the government and television media to firm up their determination to fight against clown organizations, and at the same time hope that the people will calm down and look at the problem rationally. With the unfolding of the protest march in full swing, Jason's reputation has also risen, easily breaking through the 10 million mark. In the biological laboratory, Jason was listening to Dr. Stern's report on the progress of pharmaceutical development in the conference room. The second-generation arc reactor and gamma technology are the most important tasks of the clown organization. In order to be clear, Jason ran back and forth between the two laboratories every day at 2 o'clock and one line, ding. The reputation value reaches 10 million points. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to recruit from the same party. Do you use it immediately? After half a year, it was finally time to recruit comrades. Jason didn't change his face, but he was a little excited. Ding. The Wicked Gang Mother Alex has been activated. The character source prototype. Reminder, if the party loses all memories, please use force or intelligence to persuade the recruitment. Moser Alex? Jason frowned slightly, searching for the name in his mind. Well, no memory at all. A hospital in Manhattan. The energy ball that Jason dropped before leaving killed and injured more than 20,000 people, and the pressure on hospital admissions in New York increased instantly. Because the number of people is too large, the hospital beds and equipment are not enough, resulting in a large number of injured people lying in the hospital corridor. At a glance, the long corridor was full of patients who were groaning. Doctors and nurses didn't even have a place to stay. Beds, equipment, doctors, and nurses are under great pressure, and the level of treatment will inevitably plummet. Many of the wounded who still have a chance to live have been delayed and died. Once a patient dies, the hospital will immediately send the person to the morgue, and if they can contact their family members, they will be dealt with by the family members. If you don't have an identity and you can't contact your family, you will have to be dragged by the corpse truck to the crematory. It's cruel, but it's the best way for now. The morgue is a ghastly place, which is a consensus in any country. However, instead of being exhausted and busy upstairs, it is also a good choice to enjoy insults and complaints of patients, sitting here and blowing air conditioning. The 3 doctors on duty today also hold this idea. They had just handed over the patient's body with their family members, and were chatting while inspecting the morgue. Because there are too many corpses and the freezer is not enough, a large number of corpses are placed directly on the morgue beds, and the entire morgue is covered with hundreds of morgue beds. Although the temperature here is not equal to the freezer, it is still -°C. The 3 doctors wear coats and rub their hands to keep warm. God, when will this bad luck end? I can only sleep 3 hours a day now. The corridors are full of patients. Everyone is working overtime. It will take at least half a month to return to normal operation. Fortunately, the hospitals in the surrounding cities have helped share a lot of patients, otherwise you won't be able to sleep for 3 hours. The gods fight, and the mortals suffer. New York is the headquarters of the clown organization. Staying here is not a long-term solution. I plan to leave and go to other cities. Hey, it's the same everywhere. Don't talk about the country. The clown organization's influence has begun to expand abroad. Isn't it Paris? That's better than New York. I'm going to live in a small city. The population is small and the influence is small. The clown organization probably looks down on it. The black-skinned government can't count on it. The only hope is for superheroes like Iron Man and Captain America. Yeah, if even these superheroes can't help it, sooner or later the Earth will fall into the hands of the clown organization, and I will wake up when I think of the future pictures. I agree with you. And there is not much time left for superheroes. The 3 chatted casually, but their attitude towards the future was very pessimistic. What happened? Look. This buddy has a problem. Before passing a morgue bed, the attentive doctor discovered the problem. This is a young man wearing a black and red hoodie and jeans. The 3 people gathered around the bed to observe. The expressions on their faces became more and more serious. The corpse trucks come twice a day, which means that the dead time of all corpses here does not exceed 12 hours. As we all know, at this stage, The blood of the corpse will solidify, the skin will turn black, and the corpse stiffness will begin to spread, and the man will achieve the last time in his life, and the most powerful one. The corpse in front of him had a relaxed expression, smooth hair, fair skin, neat clothes, and no injuries. If he hadn't appeared in the morgue, everyone would think he was asleep. The three doctors looked at each other, their eyes filled with puzzlement and doubt. Bravely stretched out his hand and touched the corpse's skin through the glove. Cold. Soft. Calculated according to the changes in the body after death, the corpse at this time should be in the corpse stage, and the body is very hard, and the corpse will disappear after 36 hours. With more and more doubts in his eyes, some doctors speculated, is it a state of suspended animation? Impossible. If you touch his body temperature, it is estimated to be only about 10 degrees. No matter who it is, as long as it is still in the human category, this body temperature will definitely not survive. Another doctor added, wearing such clothes and staying in sub-zero temperature for 10 hours, even if it is a suspended animation, it becomes a real death. The courageous doctor opened the corpse's eyelids. The pupils were not dilated and did not shine, but the eyeballs did not become flat, and he raised his arms again, showing no signs of corpses. Strange, too strange. The three doctors discussed it for a long time, but were still puzzled, so they had to call the hospital superiors for instructions. The corpse is very strange. Actually has both life and death reactions at the same time. Yes. No drinking or screaming. I swear, I am very awake. Look. What is his name? A doctor squatted down and checked the name tag. Moser Alex. Anything else? No, there is only one name. When the name was pronounced, the corpse frowned and sat up fiercely, as if the sleeping person was awakened by a nightmare. What? Oh my God. He's not dead. He's not dead. Seeing the corpse suddenly woke up, the three believers in God were completely frightened, and ran out of the morgue crying and howling. Alex clutched his head and panted roughly. He raised his head and looked at everything around him, but he felt very strange. My mind is also blank, except for common sense knowledge, without any memory. Where is this place? Who am I? Chapter 249. Alex, absorb and swallow. Walking out of the morgue, Alex looked around curiously. The common-sense memory in his mind let him know that this is the hospital morgue. But why he appeared in the morgue, but there is no memory. Somebody is coming. His extraordinary hearing allowed him to hear panic footsteps a few floors away. Not knowing whether the incoming person is an enemy or a friend, Alex chose to stand still and wait. After a while, 5 hospital security guards ran over and stopped at a distance of about 10 meters. Hey, who are you? Why did you appear in the morgue? The tallest security captain of the 5 people put one hand on the holster, and the other pointed at him and asked. Although I heard the 3 doctors describe the general situation, the security guard would definitely not believe the ghost story of resurrection. In his opinion, this young man must have been panicking idle, and had nothing to do at night to sneak into the hospital morgue to play tricks. The hospital is very busy and pressured to treat so many patients every day. 1 or 2 gun-carrying neuropathy occurs every day, so the security pressure is also very high. Under such circumstances, there are still people who dare to come to the hospital to mess around, and the anger of the captain can be imagined. Even if he took off his clothes, he would severely teach this bastard. The captain's words stunned Alex. He also wanted to know the answers to these 2 questions. Sorry, I can't remember anything. As the head of the hospital security team, he didn't believe in the tricks commonly used by little hooligans. Can't remember? Then go to the security room with me to remember. The 4 security guards stepped forward at the same time, stepping steadily, and opened their arms to prevent him from breaking through. No, I'm not a bad person. Don't catch me. Alex raised his hand innocently, and quickly stepped back. Although he has lost his memory, the fear of people like police and security is carved deep in his soul. Don't even think about running. Come with us. The security guard glared, pointing his nose and shouting, Please, let me go. Alex continued to step back and beg for mercy. Suddenly, The security guard who was walking on the far left leaned forward to accelerate and rushed over and threw Alex down to the ground. The two were entangled together, and Alex shouted, "Let me go." There was extreme dissatisfaction in the voice. "Don't move, you scumbag." The security guard controlled him with one hand and pulled out the handcuffs on his back with the other. Roll. After repeated pleadings did not work, Alex finally became angry. He supported the ground with both arms, cut his body forward, then pulled out his right leg and stared at the security guard. Boom! Nearly 200 pounds of his body was kicked off, hit the wall hard and fainted completely. Shit! Shoot! Shoot! The captain's heart was shocked, and he roared and pulled out his pistol. Alex ran away, but there was gunfire behind him. Bang bang bang! 4 9mm pistols fired at the same time, and there was deafening gunfire in the basement. The security marksmanship is not bad, although it is shot in rapid succession. The hit rate is also over 80%. They made up their minds to kill Alex, until the magazine emptied and the gunfire gradually stopped. "How? Are you dead?" someone asked uneasy. Seeing Alex fell in a pool of blood like a dead dog, his teammates confidently said, "After eating dozens of bullets, it is impossible to be alive." Everyone nodded in agreement, and then went to visit the teammate who passed out. The hapless security guard had bleeding and had multiple fractures on his body and needed emergency rescue. "Shit, this kid is so powerful that he kicked people so far with one kick." "This is 15 meters. Is it because the ground is too slippery?" The captain was well informed and shook his head. "Unless I'm on the skating rink, it's impossible for me to stare people out for 10 meters with 2 legs, let alone a 200-pound strong man." Seeing that the captain was ashamed, the 3 security guards were in awe. "But even if he is Tyson, he is still no match for a pistol." The captain was joking, and the 3 laughed together. "What?" Heavy breathing sounded behind him. The 4 of them exploded in an instant, their eyes turned in horror. I saw Alex stand up slowly, leaning on his knees. His fair and handsome face has been twisted and hideous. "Pain. It hurts." "Don't run away." "Kill you guys." At the moment of making up his mind in his mind, Alex exerted force under his feet and rushed up at a speed of 100 meters. Shit! The souls of the 4 people flew away. Their faces were filled with fear and bewilderment. Only the captain reacted the fastest. One rolled out of the sprint route, and then quickly replaced the magazine. Boom! A charged punch punched through the security heart, and with a flick, the body was smashed into the wall. Seeing the former colleague turned into a surrealistic portrait, the 2 security guards were frightened and their brains went down. Alex stretched out his left and right hands to clasp the necks of both men. "Raise your arms and lift your feet off the ground." Woohoo! Unable to breathe, unable to speak, they could only cast pleading eyes. Alex looked indifferent and pressed his arms together. The 2 heads banged together and cracked into several large pieces. "Let go," and the 2 bodies fell heavily to the ground. The captain had changed the magazine and aimed at him with both hands clenched. "Don't come." "Hell. Who are you?" He had never seen such a horrible person in decades after he had lived. I said. Alex walked up slowly. "I don't know either." "Shit. Go to hell." The captain roared boldly and steadied his arm and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Alex was hit by 10 more bullets. The pain in his chest and abdomen made him close his eyes and frown deeply. After adjusting for a few seconds, he looked up and his eyes were full of anger. Both magazines were empty, and the captain had to throw a pistol at the opponent, then quickly turned and fled. Puff! After a few seconds, an arm penetrated his chest. The captain's body softened and seemed to be drained instantly, unable to even turn his head back. Alex didn't kill him immediately because he didn't know why he had an appetite for this flesh. This kind of desire had been there just now, but he thought it was a brain problem, and he was starving. But after careful observation, it is found that when appetite is produced, the blood vessels on the arm will violently surging, like small snakes swimming up and down the arm, pulling down the collar. The result is not surprising. Not only the arms, but the blood vessels all over his body began to run away. Alex thought for a moment, decided to stop suppressing and let go of this desire. When the brain was unbound, the blood vessel runaway rose several levels instantly. and the blood boiled like boiling water. Stabbed. The blood vessels that ran away came out through the body, like a spike piercing the captain's body, and then began to suck his flesh and blood crazily. Alex was dumbfounded. This weird scene completely exceeded his common sense. I am absorbing him. After thinking for a long time, he thought of an appropriate word. The absorption speed is very fast. A dozen blood vessels are like a pump installed. It takes less than 10 seconds for an adult man to finish sucking, leaving a pile of fabric. What? In the next second, massive memories flooded into my mind. Alex knelt on one knee, holding his head and howling. Chapter 250 Escape from the Hospital. Memories are like a waterfall of thousands of feet. Naughty childhood, ignorant teenager, bitter youth, mature middle-aged, and then to recent events. The clown organization, Jason Walter, the New York Big Bang. The hospital is full. The portrait of Alex was held in the cinema and forced to watch the security captain for decades. When he accepted the memory, the absorbed flesh and blood condensed on the surface of his body and became the appearance of the captain. After dozens of seconds, the memory acceptance was completed, and the sharp pain of bursting head faded like a tide. Alex clenched his fists, feeling that his strength had become stronger, and his physical injuries were recovering. "Captain, are you okay?" At the top of the stairs, someone shouted. "It's okay, I'm here," Alex answered in the captain's accent, then put on his clothes and walked over. At the top of the stairs leading to the upper floor, the three doctors sat on the ground in horror, their bodies trembling, their lips white, and their hands clenched cups. The doctor was accompanied by 4 security guards. One of them saw Alex and quickly asked, "Captain, what is going on?" The 3 doctors also quietly raised their heads, wanting to know the answer. "That corpse is a fake. It's a boring young man who sneaked in while the security was busy. Probably trying to scare people with a prank." "Impossible. Many conditions on his body are indeed exactly the same as those of a dead body," a doctor said. Alex did not panic and gave a reasonable explanation. "Of course you have to work hard to scare you. This kid specially put on the makeup of a dead person. I didn't expect that you were really cheated." The doctor hesitated, recalling the details just now. "Captain, I heard gunshots just now." Alex's face changed, and he leaned into the ears of the security team in distress and said, "That damn bastard wanted to scare us. When he was nervous, he was shot to death." "Ah, I killed someone." "What can I do?" "Don't worry, this is a morgue. It's normal to have corpses. They have already dealt with them. When the corpse truck arrives tomorrow morning, all the evidence will be reduced to ashes. But you must stay here until the corpse truck arrives. Don't let people in." Hearing the captain's plan, the team members were relieved and felt very feasible. With a glimpse of Alex's eyes, they knew it well and hurriedly left with 3 doctors. Walking out of the basement to the first floor, a dense crowd stood in front of him. Holding back the desire to have a full meal, Alex said, "I have seen blood and I am in a bad mood. I will go home first tonight." "Captain, go back and rest. Everything has me." Alex smiled and patted him on the shoulder, then squeezed out the crowd with brute force. The outdoor air was much fresher, and Alex took a breath and looked up at the starry sky, then took the key from his pocket and walked to the parking lot. Judging from common sense memory, he guessed that he had lost his memory, and the most urgent task was to find the memory. At the same time, take a good rest and study this magical body. "I just killed someone in the morgue, and it is estimated that I will hide it until tomorrow morning." According to the speed of the police investigation, his identity can be locked before noon, so the security captain's home cannot be returned. If you want to stay undetected for the time being, you need to find someone who lives alone, an attacker who will not contact the public for 10.5 months, and no one will call the police for help. Alex searched the memory of the security captain and found that he really knew such a person, and the relationship between the two was only a nodding acquaintance. Even if the police wanted to investigate the captain, he could not be found for a while. "Just you." Alex locked the candidate and got into a Ford pickup truck. After obtaining the memory of the security captain, he learned a lot of anti-reconnaissance methods, drove around the city for most of a circle, and finally entered an unmonitored trail, abandoned the car and walked to the target residence. The goal is to live in an ordinary apartment in the west side of Manhattan. He has no education, no ability, and no friends. He can only rely on his parents' inheritance to stay at home and eat and wait to die. Over the wall to enter the community, avoid security and surveillance, knock on the copper door! After several knocks, a weak voice came from the room. Who? Property. Property. Wait a minute. The door opened, and a fat white man in a tank top and shorts appeared in front of him. The fat man looked at him up and down, frowned slightly, searching the memory of the person in front of him in his mind. Hey, you are not. Alex reached out and stuck his neck, lifted him up with one hand, and entered the room to close the door. Click. The 5 fingers pressed, and the fat man's throat was twisted. The blood vessels in Alex's body burst out, completely swallowing his fat man, not even a drop of blood. After digesting the memory, Alex's body was full of flesh and blood, returning to his original appearance. The injury has recovered somewhat, and his strength has increased. Sure enough, as long as it swallows humans, he can grow up. But what is the principle? Alex went into the bedroom, quit the game the fat man was playing, and searched the internet. The security captain was indeed very prestigious in the hospital. After receiving his order, the stairs leading to the morgue was guarded by 2 security guards. No one was allowed to enter, and there was a serious conflict with the doctor. The sun rose and finally came the next day. The government corpse truck drove into the hospital. The 2 security guards followed the captain's instructions and waited for the teammates in the morgue to complete the docking before letting them go. But after waiting for a while, the driver of the corpse truck ran over and asked why no one had appeared yet. The 2 security guards were curious. There was more than enough time to deal with the corpse in one night. Is it too sleepy to fall asleep? So, one person continued to stay at the door, and the other went into the morgue to check. Anyway, they were all insiders who were not afraid of leaks. The morgue is dark and quiet, making people feel distressed. Anne Bao walked down the stairs and saw several colleagues fall to the ground at a glance. From a distance, he could see the blackened blood and the bullet shells all over the floor. Fuck. He walked over quickly, and then he was frightened. The hospital quickly called the police, and the police and forensic doctors arrived 10 minutes later. After testing, all 3 of them died. The time of death was from 9 to 11 midnight last night. There was a fight before death. 2 of them died of skull fracture, and the other died of excessive blood loss. The 3 who died were all hospital security guards, and the police immediately led them into the security room for questioning. Faced with the police's inquiry, the 2 dared not conceal it, so they told what they knew. Corpses, gunshots, hoaxes. When the inquiry was over, the security captain immediately became the #1 suspect in the eyes of the police. The police notified police officers patrolling nearby to check at home, but learned that the suspect had not returned home all night. Even the phone was turned off.